Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The sound was a needle in the deep, a faint, rhythmic tapping against the hull. It was the only thing that existed in the black silence 500 meters below the barren sea. A metallic pulse that was not part of the boat's own symphony of whirs and hums. It was a foreign heartbeat, a signal from the outside world, or perhaps from a ghost already on board. I stood in the control room of the Voroshilov, a leviathan of titanium and silent intent, and I listened to that sound. It was the first note of the requiem I was about to conduct, a composition that would either save us or drown the world in fire. My name is Devon, Commander Arkady Devon, and I was about to become the most hunted man on Earth. The tapping was Morse, a simple, repeating code from an American attack subshadowing us. It was a question, one only I could hear and understand. It was the voice of a man I had never met, an American intelligence analyst named Hank. He was the one who had devised this absurd, desperate channel. A child's game played with the hulls of nuclear giants. The message was always the same. A single word. Intent? I had not answered. Not yet. To answer was to commit. To answer was to transform from a loyal son of the motherland into a defector, a traitor, a prize, or a provocateur. That was the razor's edge Hank was walking, and the one I was preparing to leap from. I looked at the faces of my crew in the dim red light of the control room. Young men, boys really, their features smoothed by the glow of instruments that held the power of apocalypse. They trusted me. They followed my orders without question. Soon, I would ask them to follow me into the abyss, and I did not know if they would see it as salvation or betrayal. The Voroshilov was not just a submarine. She was a fortress of secrets, a new class. Her silence making her a ghost, her armament making her a god. She carried 20 missiles, each tipped with 10 warheads. Each warhead was a name of a city, waiting to be erased. To command her was the pinnacle of a Soviet officer's career. And I was about to steal her. My second-in-command, Captain Lieutenant Volkov, stood by the chart table, his presence a constant, low-grade pressure. He was a man of the party, his faith etched into the stern lines of his face. He believed in the system with a fervor that was both admirable and terrifying. He would die for the state. The question was, would he kill for me, or would he kill me for the state? The tapping ceased. The silence that rushed back in was heavier than before, a physical weight on the eardrums. I gave the order, my voice calm, a flat lake over a raging undercurrent. Make your depth 100 meters. Steady as she goes. The deck tilted gently. We were rising, a slow ascent from the absolute black into the twilight of the ocean's middle depths. This was the first step. A simple routine maneuver, but nothing was routine anymore. Every action was now part of the new secret geometry of my plan. Hank, in his windowless office at the NSA, stared at the phosphor-green screen displaying the Voroshilov's predicted track. The signal had stopped. He felt the absence like a missed heartbeat. He was a cartographer of doubt, a man who built castles of probability from grains of intercepted data. He had been the one to profile Devon, not from photographs or dossiers, but from the patterns of his command. The way he ran, drills a little longer, pushed his boat a little deeper. The subtle, almost imperceptible hesitations in his reported communications. Hank saw not a zealot, but a thinker. A man with a conscience in a system that had no room for one. His superior, Colonel Macklin, saw only the threat. He's a Russian commander, Hank, on their newest, most dangerous boat. He's not defecting. It's a trick. A ploy to draw our fleets out of position, to test our response. Or he's gone rogue, and he's about to start a war he thinks he can win. Hank swiveled in his chair, the fabric sighing. He's not starting a war, sir. He's trying to prevent one. I'm sure of it. Your certainty is not an asset this agency can bank on, Macklin said, his voice dry as dust. We have satellite ships and 3 of our own boats in the area. The moment he does anything aggressive, anything at all, we will put him on the bottom of the ocean, and if the Russians don't do it first. That was the other side of the razor. The Soviet Northern Fleet was already scrambling. The news of the Voroshilov's deviation from its scheduled patrol box had gone up the chain of command like an electric shock. Admiral Krenko, a man whose face was a topographical map of old wars and older grudges, saw it as the ultimate betrayal. He had recommended Devon for this command. His own head was now in the noose alongside mine. His orders were simple and delivered in a burst code that was the official death sentence for my mission and for me. Locate the Voroshilov. Force it to surface. If it refuses or exhibits any hostile action, you are authorized to destroy it. The hunt was on. A hunter, pursued by hunters, protected by a single distant voice, whispering in code. Back in the belly of the Voroshilov, the tension was a smell, a taste. It was the scent of cold sweat on hot metal, the coppery tang of fear at the back of the throat. The crew felt it. They didn't know the source, but they felt the change in their captain. My stillness had become something else, a predatory patience. I spent hours in my small cabin, the portrait of Lenin on the wall staring at me with flat paper eyes. I was not a political man. I was a sailor. I believed in the ocean, its impartial cruelty, its absolute truth. The ideologies of men felt flimsy down here, temporary scripts for a play being performed on a stage that could crush them to nothing in an instant. I thought of my wife, Lena, her face blurred by time and distance. I thought of my daughter, Anya, who was 6 and believed her father sailed a great ship under the stars. What world was I leaving for her? A world of silos and sirens, of mutual assured destruction that was neither mutual nor assured. Only destruction. The recent exercises, the political posturing from both sides, had the stench of inevitability about it. Someone, someday soon, would pull the trigger. I had decided it would not be me. And to ensure that, I had to make sure the trigger was no longer in my government's hand. I called Volkov to my cabin. The room was so small our knees almost touched when he sat. The air was thick with the smell of stale coffee and damp wool. "We're not returning to Polyorny," I said, my voice low. He blinked. Once. Twice. "Sir? I have initiated a new course. We are heading for the Juke Gap. We will surface off the coast of Iceland and request asylum from the Americans." The color drained from his face. He looked like a man who had just been told the laws of physics were a lie. "Asylum? Commander, this is treason." "It's prevention, Dmitri," I said, using his first name. An intimacy we had never shared. "You have seen the intelligence summaries. You know the mood in Moscow. They are looking for a fight. This boat in their hands is the match. I am taking the match away." "You are giving it to the enemy," he hissed, his voice trembling with a mixture of horror and fury. "Is the enemy the one who wants to burn the world, or the one who wants to save it?" I asked. It was a naive question, the kind a child would ask. But down here, in the profound and simple darkness, it was the only question that mattered. He stood up, his chair scraping against the deck. "I cannot allow this. The crew, they are loyal to the motherland." "They are loyal to me," I said. And it was not arrogance. It was a simple statement of fact. I had trained them, led them, kept them alive in the iron coffin of the deep. And you are loyal to me, or you have been until now. His hand twitched toward the sidearm he was not wearing in my presence. The gesture was more telling than any words. The trust was broken. The first fisher had appeared in my command. I had known it would. I had hoped, foolishly, that it would not be him. "You will confine yourself to your quarters, Captain Lieutenant," I said, my voice returning to the flat, impersonal tone of command. "For the good of the crew and the mission." "What mission?" he spat. "You have no mission but your own madness." He turned and left. The slam of the door a period at the end of our old friendship. I was alone again, with the tapping that had now resumed. Tap, 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 tap. Intent? This time I picked up a heavy wrench from a maintenance kit bolted to the wall. I walked to the bulkhead, to a spot near the sonar array where the sound carried best. I struck the hull 3 times. A pause. Then 3 times again. It was not a word, but a number. Our speed. The confirmation Hank was waiting for. The die was cast. On the American submarine USS Triton, the soundman jerked his headphones off for a second, his eyes wide. "Captain, we have a response. Hull to hull." 3 strikes repeated. Matches the predicted speed of the Voroshilov. Hank, who was on board the Triton as a liaison, felt a surge of vindication so powerful it left him dizzy. He looked at the Triton's captain, a hard-bitten man named Crow, who chewed an unlit cigar. "He's committed," Hank said. "Or he's luring us in," Captain Crow grunted. "The Soviet fleet is converging. We have a Victor-class attack sub 30 miles to our east, and 2 more surface groups moving to intercept. We are sailing into a hornet's nest, son, and your defector is the queen." The ocean became a chessboard of moving shadows. The Voroshilov was the king, moving with silent, desperate purpose. The Triton and her sisters were the knights, trying to clear a path. The Soviet hunters were the rooks and bishops, closing in from all sides. The airwaves crackled with encrypted traffic, a digital war of words preceding the real one. In Moscow and Washington, men in quiet rooms stared at maps and weighed the fate of millions against the perceived treachery of one man. Admiral Krenko, aboard the battlecruiser Kirov, received the confirmation of Devon's treason. The hull tapping had been detected, analyzed. There was no doubt now. His face did not change, but a light went out behind his eyes. "Weapons free," he said into the comms. "Sink the Voroshilov." Aboard my boat, the world shrank to the dimensions of a nightmare. I had the loyalty of most of the officers and the senior enlisted. But Volkov had his allies, true believers who saw my actions as a disease to be purged. The conflict remained subterranean, a Cold War within the Cold War, a sabotaged filter here, a delayed response to an order there. The atmosphere was a poison. You could feel the suspicion in the way men avoided each other's eyes in the narrow passageways. Then the Victor-class sub found us. The sonar operator's voice was a tight wire. "Contact, bearing 270, classified Victor 3, active pinging." They were hunting us now with active sonar, the underwater equivalent of shining a blinding light. It was a declaration of hostile intent. The ping slammed into the hull. A brutal, invasive hammering that replaced the delicate tapping. The world was no longer whispering. It was screaming. "Evasive action," I barked. "Launch noisemakers. Make your depth 400 meters. All ahead, flank." The Voroshilov groaned as she dove, her titanium spine protesting the sudden strain. The deck tilted sharply. Men grabbed for handholds. The noisemakers, canisters of bubbling gas, erupted behind us, creating a false acoustic target. For a few precious minutes, the pinging ceased, confused. But the victor was persistent. It was a killer, built for this. It stayed with us, a wolf on our trail. We ran deeper, into colder, denser water where the pressure could crush us as easily as a torpedo. The lights flickered. The air grew thick. "He's lining up for a shot," the weapons officer reported, his voice cracking. I looked around the control room. My crew looked back at me, their faces pale, their faith being tested in the crucible of the deep. I had led them here, to their deaths or to their salvation. "Stand by countermeasures," I said. My own voice sounded distant, calm. "Prepare to come about hard to port on my mark." I was going to turn into the victor, a suicidal gambit. At such close range, neither of us would have time to react. It was a game of chicken played with nuclear submarines. "Mark!" The Voroshilov heeled over, a monstrous beast changing direction in the black water. The strain was immense, a metallic shriek that ran through the entire boat. On the sonar, the victor's signature swelled as it rushed towards us. And then, a new sound. A high-frequency ping, ping, ping. Different. American. The Triton had entered the fray. Captain Crow had interposed his boat between the Voroshilov and the victor. It was an act of incredible risk. An act of war in itself. The Soviet sub-commander was faced with a choice. Fire on the Voroshilov and guarantee a confrontation with the American boat, or break off. For a long, heart-stopping moment, the four submarines hung in the water, a suspended ballet of death. Then, the victor's pinging stopped. It turned away, its signature fading on the sonar. The immediate threat was over. A collective exhale filled the control room. Men slumped at their stations. We had survived. But the reprieve was short-lived. Volkov chose that moment of exhausted relief to make his move. He and 3 of his loyalists burst into the control room, armed with pistols they had taken from the armory. His face was a mask of righteous fury. "It's over, Devon. You have betrayed your country and led these men to their doom. Stand down." The control room froze. The only movement was the slow sweep of a dial on a console. My men looked from me to Volkov, their allegiances torn. "The only betrayal here is yours, Dmitri," I said, not moving. "You are pointing a weapon at your commanding officer during a combat situation. You are the traitor now. I am saving this boat from your madness," he shouted. It was Hank's voice, piped through the comms from the Triton, that broke the stalemate. He had been monitoring our internal situation through the delicate, almost invisible clues in our maneuvering and communications. "Commander Devon." His voice was calm, clear, a thread of sanity in the madness. "The path is clear to the west for the next 50 miles. The Soviet surface group has been diverted by a diplomatic incident. You have a window, but you must go now." Volkov's eyes widened. "You are in league with them, you hear? He is talking to the Americans." He raised his pistol. I saw his finger tighten on the trigger. There was no time to think, only to act. I moved. Not toward him, but to the side, putting the central periscope column between us. The shot was deafening in the enclosed space, a flat, brutal crack. The round sparked off the steel. Before he could fire again, my chief of the boat, a grizzled master chief named Petrov, tackled him from behind. The other armed loyalists were quickly subdued by the rest of the crew. The mutiny was over in seconds, a brief, violent spasm. Volkov lay on the deck, disarmed, his face a mixture of shock and despair. I looked down at him, at the man who had been my friend. "Take him to the brig," I said, my voice hollow. The cost was adding up. It was a ledger written in blood and broken trust. We ran for the gap. The Triton escorted us, a silent guardian angel. For 24 hours, we sailed through a strange, tense peace. The Soviets, faced with the Triton's presence and the escalating diplomatic crisis Hank had alluded to, a deliberately leaked false signal suggesting a broader NATO mobilization, held back. They were waiting for orders from a Politburo that was now tearing itself apart, arguing over what to do. We surfaced off the coast of Iceland under a gray, weeping sky. The sight of the open air, the feel of the cold, wet wind on my face after weeks submerged, was a shock to the system. American ships surrounded us, their guns trained on my boat. It was not a welcoming committee. It was a custody detail. I was the last to leave the Voroshilov. I walked up the conning tower and stood for a moment, my hand on the cold, wet steel of the boat that had been my home, my command, my weapon, and my prison. I had saved her from becoming a torch to light the world's funeral pyre. I had saved my crew. I had saved my daughter's future. I was taken to a small, clean room on a U.S. destroyer. Hank was there. He was younger than I had imagined, with intelligent eyes behind glasses, and a quiet demeanor. He didn't smile. He simply nodded. "Commander Devon," he said. "Mr. Hank," I replied. We did not shake hands. There was nothing to celebrate. We had averted a war, but we had not created peace. We had merely shifted the balance of terror. "What will happen to my men?" I asked. "They will be processed, given new identities eventually. They will have lives, thanks to you. And the boat, it will be studied," he said. "Its secrets will become ours. A significant intelligence coup. You have given us a great advantage." I looked out the porthole at the gray sea. The Voroshilov sat low in the water, a captured beast surrounded by its captors. I had not given her to them for their advantage. I had taken her from my own people for everyone's survival. The distinction felt important, but I knew in the grand calculus of geopolitics, it would be the first thing to be forgotten. I was a hero to one side and a traitor to the other. I was a savior and a destroyer. I was a man who had followed his conscience into the deepest water and had barely made it back to the surface. And so the story of the Voroshilov and its renegade commander is told. It is a story of a single sound in the deep, a tap-tap-tapping that grew into a wave that nearly drowned the world, and the two men who, from opposite sides of an invisible wall, heard it for what it was. They saw the madness of the dance and chose to step off the rhythm. One from a control room of titanium and shadow, the other from a room of maps and humming machines. One became a name in the history books, the other a footnote in a declassified file. But both knew the same truth. That in the end, the most dangerous weapon is not the missile in the silo or the torpedo in the tube, but the unyielding conviction of a single human mind. And the only thing that can counter it is the quiet, persistent, and infinitely fragile voice of another. The debriefings were long and held in rooms without windows. They asked about everything, from the metallurgical composition of the Voroshilov's hull to the political loyalties of the cook. I answered with a mechanical precision, my mind 1,000 miles away, in a small apartment in Murmansk where a woman and a girl now lived under a different name, the wife and daughter of a state criminal. Hank attended some of the sessions, a silent observer in the corner. His presence was a tether to the logic of my choice, a reminder that the gamble, however costly, had worked. Weeks bled into months. My crew was dispersed, sent to various safe houses, and then released into the anonymous bloodstream of America, with new papers and a stern warning to never speak of what they knew. I was kept separate, a higher value asset, and thus a greater risk. I was given a small house in a quiet, tree-lined suburb somewhere in the Midwest. The grass was too green, the streets too quiet, The silence was not the profound, earned silence of the deep, but a hollow, anxious one. One evening, Hank came to visit. He brought a bottle of whiskey and sat at my kitchen table, looking out of place in his crisp shirt amidst my sparse, temporary belongings. We drank without toasting. The whiskey burned a familiar path down my throat. "They've promoted me," he said finally. "A new office. More responsibility." I nodded. "I am happy for you." He swirled the amber liquid in his glass. "They're calling it the Devon Gambit in the war colleges. A case study in high-stakes psychological operations." "And what do they call it in Moscow?" I asked. He didn't answer. He didn't need to. We both knew the names they would use. Traitor, dolt, madman, corpse in waiting. "The Voroshilov is in a dry dock in Virginia," he said, changing the subject. "The engineers are amazed. Her pump jet propulsor is a generation ahead of what we thought they had. The intelligence is priceless. I thought of the boat, her guts being pulled out and laid bare on tables, her secrets cataloged and filed away. I felt a pang of something like grief. She was a worthy adversary, I said. She deserved a better end than to be a trophy. She prevented a war, Hank said. That is a better end than most. We lapsed back into silence. The grandfather clock in the hall, a piece of furnished staging, ticked loudly. It was a poor imitation of the steady, vital rhythms of my boat. "What will you do?" Hank asked. "What can I do?" I replied. "I can teach submariners how to hide from other submariners. I can tell your analysts what a Soviet commander is thinking when he blinks. I would be a resource, a ghost who advises other ghosts." "You saved a lot of lives, Devon." "I ended a lot of lives too," I said, thinking of Volkov in his cell, of the careers ruined, the families shattered on both sides. My own among them. "The balance sheet is not something I care to examine." He left soon after, the bottle of whiskey half empty on the table. I sat in the growing dark, the taste of the drink and the past thick in my mouth. I had traded one prison for another. I had escaped the metal tube in the ocean, only to be sealed in a larger, quieter one, made of secrets and gratitude. I was a defector, a hero, a traitor, a savior. But here, in this silent house on a peaceful street, I was none of those things. I was just a man, alone with the sound of a clock ticking down to nothing, listening for a tap, tap, tap that would never come again. The following spring, a plain manila envelope was left in my mailbox. There was no return address, no postmark. Inside was a single grainy photograph, black and white. It showed a woman and a girl, their backs to the camera, walking down a street in what looked like a European city. The girl was holding a woman's hand, and she was skipping, her hair flying out behind her. I stared at it for a long time, tracing the lines of my wife's coat, the familiar set of her shoulders. The girl was taller. She had grown. It was not a message of forgiveness. It was a message of existence. They were alive. They were out. They had a life, and it was continuing without me. I put the photograph in the frame of the bathroom mirror, where I would see it every morning. It was a different kind of mission clock now, counting not down to an end, but forward into a future I would never share but had helped to create. Hank never mentioned it, and I never asked. It was the last direct communication I ever had with that part of my life. The debriefings tapered off. The visits from agency minders became less frequent. I was becoming less of an asset and more of a pensioner. I took a job as a consultant for a maritime engineering firm, a euphemistic title for a man who helped them understand the acoustic signatures of foreign submarines. The work was dull, the office fluorescent and bland. I was a ghost, as I had predicted, whispering into the ears of men who built better ghosts. One Tuesday, I was in the grocery store. The fluorescent lights hummed the same tone as the ones on the Voroshilov, a constant, low-grade reminder. I was comparing the price of 2 loaves of bread. a mundane act that still felt alien when I saw him. He was at the end of the aisle, pushing a cart with a single gallon of milk in it. He was thinner. His hair was longer and grayer. But I knew the set of his jaw, the wounded pride in his eyes. Volkov. Our eyes met across a display of canned soup. For a moment, neither of us moved. The past rushed into the aisle, a silent tsunami of memory and metal and the smell of fear. I saw his hand twitch, the ghost of a pistol in it. I saw the control room, the spark of the bullet, the fury on his face. Then the moment broke. His cart moved forward. He turned down the next aisle and was gone. I stood there, my hand frozen on the loaf of bread, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. They had given him a new life, too. They had put us in the same quiet, unremarkable city. It was not an accident. It was a message, a final piece of the debrief, a reminder that my past was not dead. It was shopping for groceries. I never saw him again after that. But the knowledge of his presence changed the silence of my house. It was no longer hollow. It was watchful. The peace I had bought at such a high price was not a clean, absolving thing. It was a tangled, messy, living peace, woven with threads of guilt and consequence, and the enduring presence of old enemies. I had chosen to save the world, and in doing so, I had ensured that my world would never be simple, or safe, or entirely my own. The tapping had stopped, but the echo would remain, a permanent resonance in the deep water of my life. I began to see the patterns in the silence, the way a car would park a little too long on my street, the wrong number that called and hung up. They were not threats, just reminders. I was a piece on a board that was still in play, even if the game had changed its name. I took to walking at night, under the cover of darkness that felt more honest than the bright, false sun of my new life. The neighborhood was a map of other people's lives, of lit windows and the sounds of televisions and families. I was a cartographer of a country to which I held no passport. My work at the firm became a refuge of sorts. The math of sonar propagation, the physics of sound in water, these were problems with solutions. They were clean. I lost myself in the diagrams and equations, in the pure language of pressure and resonance. My colleagues were polite, but distant. They knew my history was classified, which meant it was either shameful or dangerous. And they treated me with the cautious respect one gives a dormant volcano. It was during one of these late nights, tracing the predicted path of a sound wave through a thermocline, that the idea came to me. It was not a grand plan, not a scheme of redemption or escape. It was a simple, technical thought, born of a mind that could not stop analyzing, could not stop looking for weaknesses and advantages. I realized that the very techniques we were developing to find the new, quieter Russian submarines, the algorithms that parsed the ocean's background noise for the faintest whisper of a screw, could be reverse engineered. They could be used to create a new kind of silence, a cloak not just of quiet, but of strategic deception. I pushed the paper away. My hands were trembling. This was the legacy of the Voroshilov. This was the poison and the prize. I could see the next move in the endless game, a move that would render my own sacrifice, my crew's exile, into just another temporary advantage, soon to be eclipsed by the next innovation. I was helping them build a better mousetrap, and in doing so, I was proving Volkov right in a way he could never understand. I was still a part of the machine. I had just changed sides on the board. The next day, I went to Hank's new office. He had a view of the river, a symbol of his elevated status. He listened in silence as I laid it out, not the technical details, but the conclusion. I am perpetuating the very thing I tried to stop, I said. The endless cycle of measure and countermeasure. The dance. He steepled his fingers. It's stability, Devon. A predictable balance of terror is better than an unpredictable one. You know that. I know that it is a slow, grinding terror that never ends, I replied. I stepped off the rhythm once. I cannot get back on. What will you do? He asked, the same question from my kitchen table, now with a harder edge. I will tend my garden, I said. He smiled, a thin, understanding smile. It was the last time I saw him. I resigned from the firm. I bought a small, neglected piece of land further south, with poor soil and a view of the sea. It was a difficult, stubborn piece of earth, and I gave myself to it completely. The work was physical, punishing. My hands, which had once commanded a billion-dollar weapon, were now raw with blisters from pulling weeds and cutting wood. The silence here was different. It was filled with the wind in the pines and the cry of gulls. It was not a hollow silence or a watchful one. It was an occupied silence, a busy one. I never again sought a signal from the deep. I never tried to contact my family. The photograph remained in the mirror frame, a testament, not a torment. I had chosen the world, and the world, in its messy, complicated way, had chosen to leave me be on my rocky shore. The waves tapped against the stones below my house, a natural, rhythmless sound. It was not a code to be broken. It was just the water speaking to itself. And for the first time since I had heard that first fateful tap in the darkness, I had nothing to say back. The years softened the land, and the land, in turn, softened me. The sharp edges of memory were worn smooth by the relentless, patient work of seasons. I grew tomatoes in the summer and repaired the roof in the fall. I learned the names of the birds that visited the feeder outside my window. It was a small life, bounded by the horizon of the sea and the edge of the forest, and I found a certain peace in its limitations. I was no longer a commander, a trader, or a hero. I was a man who grew vegetables. One afternoon, a car, dusty and unfamiliar, navigated the long, rutted track to my house. It was not an agency vehicle. Those had stopped coming years ago. A woman got out, alone. She was in her late 40s, with a calm, intelligent face, and eyes that held no fear. She walked toward me where I stood by the woodpile, axe in hand. "Commander Devon?" she asked, though it was not really a question. "That was a long time ago," I said. "My name is Anya Petrova. I am a journalist." She had a slight accent, one I could not quite place. "I am writing a book about the Voroshilov, about you." I felt the old wall slam down, the internal hatches sealing. "There is nothing to tell. It is all in the files. The files tell one story," she said, her gaze steady. "They tell of defection and intelligence. They do not tell why. They do not tell about the sound. A coldness that had nothing to do with the ocean wind settled in my chest. "I think you should leave." She didn't move. "My father served on a Delta-class submarine. He was on patrol in the Barents Sea during the incident. He told me that for weeks after, the fleet was in chaos. The whispers were that a captain had gone mad, that he had heard ghosts. He believed it was a political purge, a story to cover up a failure. He died believing that." I said nothing. The axe handle was rough and real in my grip. "I have spent 5 years piecing it together," she continued, "talking to others who were there, who heard the rumors. Your name, Volkov's name, they come up. Not in the official records, but in the shadows. I am not here to condemn you. I am here to understand the choice. Not the political choice, but the human one." "Oh, north." I looked past her at the gray, endless sea. It was the same water that lay off the coast of Murmansk, the same water that had cradled my boat. It connected everything, a liquid continent of secrets. This woman, Anya, was another ripple from that long-ago event, a consequence I had not foreseen. "Why now?" I asked. Because the world is forgetting, she said simply. It has moved on to new fears, but the lesson is the same. I think it is a lesson that needs to be remembered, not as a case study in a war college, but as a story about a man who listened. Wow. Man who listened. I lowered the axe, leaning it against the split logs. I looked at my hands, now calloused and stained with earth. No longer the hands of a submariner. The silence stretched between us, but it was not the hostile silence of my debriefings, or the anxious silence of the suburb. It was the waiting silence of the deep. "Would you like a cup of tea?" I asked. She nodded. "Yes, thank you." I led her into the small, warm kitchen. The photograph was still in the mirror frame. She saw it, her eyes lingering for a moment, but she did not ask. I put the kettle on the stove, the simple domestic action a stark contrast to the conversation we were about to have. The past had found me, not as a threat or a reminder, but as a seeker of truth. And I realized that my garden was not an escape from that past, but merely a different vantage point from which to finally, after all these years, begin to understand it. The tea was strong and bitter, the way I had grown accustomed to making it. She sipped hers politely, her eyes taking in the humble details of the cabin. There were no maps on the walls, no models of submarines, only a shelf of books on gardening and bird watching, and the ever-present sound of the sea. "The sound," she began, setting her cup down carefully. "My father said the rumors called it a devil's tap, a signal from nowhere that drove a seasoned captain to mutiny." I smiled. A thin, worn-out thing. It was not a devil. It was a man. Just a man. A very stubborn, very frightened man on the other side of the world, tapping on a pipe. "Hank," she said. The name, spoken aloud in my kitchen, was a jolt. It had been decades. "You have done your research. He is a difficult man to find. He lives in Arizona now. He tends to cacti. He would not speak to me." I was not surprised. Hank understood the value of silence. He was doing his job. I was doing what I thought was mine. "And what was your job, Commander? Ultimately?" She leaned forward, her recorder placed between us on the wooden table, its red light a tiny, unblinking eye. I looked past her, through the window to the churning water. "To preserve my boat, to protect my crew, the state. The state is an abstraction. It makes demands, it gives orders. But on a submarine, you live and die with the men next to you. The state does not rust. It does not run out of air. It does not run out of air." I took a slow breath. The tapping made it personal. It reduced a global confrontation to a conversation between two men. It made the abstraction real, and I found I could not fire a missile at a man who was asking me if I was there. She was silent for a long time, writing nothing, just watching me. "You have never told this to anyone." There was no one to tell. The debriefings wanted facts, not philosophy. And Volkov? What was his philosophy? Volkov believed in the machine. He believed we were cogs. He was, in his way, the perfect Soviet man. He saw my hesitation as a mechanical failure, a flaw to be corrected. I thought of the grocery store aisle, the ghost of his fury. I wonder sometimes if he ever found a machine that worked perfectly enough to believe it. "Man," Anya nodded, closing her notebook but leaving the recorder on. "The world believes you made a choice between two empires. But you did not, did you? You made a choice between a machine and a man." The kettle whistled, a shrill sound that broke the mood. I did not get up to silence it. I let it scream, a counterpoint to the memory of that soft, persistent tap. ... When it finally stopped, the room felt different, lighter. "I am telling you this," I said, not for your book, but for your father, so he can know that the chaos was not a purge. It was a conversation, and for a few critical hours it was a conversation that worked. She left as the sun was dipping below the horizon, staining the sea red and gold. I walked her to her car. She shook my hand, her grip firm. "The book will be published in 6 months," she said. "I will send you a copy." "There is no need," I said. "I think there is," she replied. She got in her car and drove away, the dust settling slowly behind her. I stood there for a long while, listening to the waves. They were not tapping. They were crashing and receding, a constant, chaotic and beautiful noise. I had spent a lifetime listening for patterns in the silence, for meaning in the code. But here, at the end, I understood that the meaning was not in the signal. It was in the act of listening itself. I turned and went back inside my small, quiet house, not as a ghost, but simply as a man returning home. The copy of Anya Petrova's book arrived exactly 6 months later, as promised. It was a heavy, thick volume with a stark, dark blue cover. The title was embossed in simple silver letters, "The Devil's Tap." I left it on the kitchen table for a week, unopened. It was not fear that stopped me, but a strange sense of ceremony. The past was no longer a ghost. It was a physical object I could pick up or ignore. When I finally opened it, I read it slowly, over the course of many evenings. She had been thorough. The technical details of the Voroshilov were accurate, the political context clear and unflinching. She had interviewed other officers, men I had not thought of in decades, and their voices, filtered through her prose, brought back the smell of diesel and stale coffee. She had even found a grainy, declassified photo of Volkov from his academy days, his face young and unlined, his eyes already certain. My story was the spine of the book, but she had built a body around it. She wrote about my wife and daughter, not by name, but with a respect that felt like a quiet apology for the intrusion. She wrote about Hank, painting him as a brilliant, flawed architect of a shadow war. She did not make me a saint. She presented my choice as what it was, a human decision made in an inhuman environment, with consequences that rippled far beyond my understanding. The final chapter was not about me. It was about the sound. She wrote about the physics of acoustic propagation, the nature of communication, and the profound isolation of the deep sea. She argued that in an age of automated killing and remote-controlled war, the story of the Voroshilov was a last, desperate parable about the necessity of human connection, however fragile. She had listened, and she had understood. I closed the book and placed it on the shelf between my gardening manuals. It looked like it belonged there. The next morning, I was in the garden, weeding around the tomato plants. The sun was warm on my back. A bee buzzed near my ear, a small, industrious sound. I thought of the book, now a part of the world, a new set of ripples moving out from that single fateful tap. Someone, somewhere, might read it and feel less alone in their own silent struggle. Or they might simply read it as a good story. It did not matter. The telling was done. The weight I had carried for so long felt different now. It had not vanished, but it had been transformed, shared, and in the sharing, made bearable. I picked a ripe tomato, its skin warm and perfect in my hand. It was enough. The seasons turned, and the garden continued its quiet, insistent demand for attention. The book on the shelf gathered a fine layer of dust, and I let it. It was a part of the house now, like the sea-spotted window or the worn floorboards. I found that the memory of the telling had settled something in me. The sharp, specific guilt over my crew, over Volkov, had blurred into the general regret that is the inheritance of any long life. I had made my choices. They had made theirs. We had all, in our own ways, been trying to navigate the deep. One morning, a letter arrived. It was a simple, white envelope with no return address, postmarked from a city I did not recognize. The handwriting was unfamiliar, a precise, angular script. Inside was a single sheet of paper. It read, "I read the book. I was on the escort vessel that day. We thought you were a coward. Now, I'm old, and I understand that courage has many faces. Thank you for your silence then. Thank you for your words now." And there was no name. It was not signed. I held the paper for a long time, feeling the texture of it between my fingers. It was not forgiveness, not exactly. It was an acknowledgement, a final, distant echo, returned across an ocean of years. I burned the letter in the wood stove, watching the paper curl and blacken into ash. It was not a secret to be kept, but a message that had been delivered. Its work was done. That afternoon, I walked down to the shore. The tide was out, leaving a wide, smooth expanse of wet sand. I stood at the water's edge, the cold foam washing over my boots. I looked out at the horizon, where the sea and sky became one indistinguishable gray. For the first time in 50 years, I did not feel like I was waiting for something. The story was over. The last page had been turned. I was just a man, standing by the sea, with the wind in his hair and the solid, unremarkable earth beneath his feet. It was more than I had ever dared to hope for. It was enough. The following spring, a different kind of letter came. It was from a lawyer, its language dry and formal. My wife had passed away. The letter was a notification, nothing more. There was no sentiment, no attached message from my daughter. It was simply a fact, a closing of a file I had thought was already sealed forever. I felt a hollow ache, not the sharp grief of a husband, but the profound sadness of a historian for a lost era. The woman I had known was already a memory. This was just the official stamp on that memory. I did not go to the funeral. My presence would have been a disruption, a ghost at a gathering of the living. Instead, I went down to the shore and I spoke to the waves. I told them about her laugh, which I had not heard in over half a century. I told them about the way she would hum while watering the plants on our balcony. The sea took these words and gave nothing back but its usual rhythmic breath. It was the only eulogy I could offer. A week later, a small package was left in my mailbox. It was a flat, rectangular box, wrapped in plain brown paper. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was the photograph from my mirror frame, the one of the three of us at the beach. But it was not the same. This was the original. The edges were slightly curled, the colors a little more faded than the copy I had kept all these years. Tucked beneath it was a small, handwritten note on a slip of paper. It said only, "She kept it on her nightstand." I held the original photograph, this artifact from a life that no longer existed. My copy had been a reminder, a beacon. This was a relic. I did not put it in the frame. I placed it inside the book, between the pages of the final chapter, and closed it. Some stories are meant to be kept, and some are meant to be laid to rest. Life on the coast resumed its simple pattern. The garden needed tending. The roof needed a patch after a storm. One evening, as I sat on my porch watching the dusk settle over the water, I realized the internal monologue, the constant analysis of past decisions, and their infinite branches had finally gone quiet. The silence in my head was now the same as the silence around me, a natural, peaceful emptiness. The end, when it came, was not dramatic. It was a quiet cessation, a final gentle grounding. There was no tunnel of light, no review of my life. There was only a feeling of profound familiarity, as if I were recognizing a place I had always known. The last thing I was aware of was not a thought, or a memory, or a sound. It was a sensation, The simple, physical feeling of the cool, damp earth beneath my hands, and the deep, abiding certainty that I was, at last, going home. The house stood empty for a time, a silent monument to a story that had reached its conclusion. The wind off the sea found its way through a crack in the window frame, stirring the dust on the shelves. The tomato plants in the garden grew wild and leggy, their fruit eventually falling to the ground to rot and return to the soil. The book on the shelf, with its precious photograph tucked inside, remained. It was found, eventually, by a real estate agent sent by the lawyer after the taxes went unpaid. The agent, a young man with no knowledge of submarines or Cold Wars, boxed up the few belongings. He almost threw the book away, its cover faded and its pages musty, but something made him pause. He opened it, and the photograph slipped out. He looked at the three happy people on a forgotten beach, and then at the author's name on the spine. He had heard of the book, had even seen a documentary that referenced it. He did not take it to the second-hand store with the rest. He kept it. Years later, he would give it to his own son, who was fascinated by tales of the ocean. The boy would read it not as history, but as a kind of myth, a story of impossible choices in a world of steel and pressure. He would look at the photograph and wonder about the man in the uniform, and the woman, and the little girl, and what happened to them after the camera clicked. He would feel the weight of the past, not as a burden, but as a mystery, and he would go to the shore near his own home and listen to the waves, imagining a sound that was not just water, but a voice. And so the silence was broken again, not by a tap, but by a question. And the story began once more, as all stories do, in the mind of a listener. The boy, whose name was Leo, would trace the face of the little girl in the photograph with his finger. He decided she had grown up to be a marine biologist, or perhaps a painter of seascapes. He could not have known how close he was to the truth, or how far. The story lived in him, a seed planted in fertile ground. He began to notice the veterans in his own town, the old men with distant eyes who sat on park benches. He saw them not as relics, but as libraries, each one holding a volume of a history that was rapidly turning to dust. He started a project for his history class, interviewing them. At first, they were hesitant. These men who had built their lives on forgetting. But Leo was a patient listener. He did not ask about grand strategies or famous battles. He asked about the food, the jokes they told, the sound of the engines, the feel of a letter from home. He recorded their ordinary voices, telling their extraordinary stories. His project grew, and eventually it became a website, then a small local archive. One day, a letter arrived for Leo, forwarded from his school. It was from a woman in another country. She wrote that she had read his transcription of an interview with a man who had served on a supply ship near Greenland. Her grandfather had been on a different ship, in a different navy, in the same waters. She included a photograph of her grandfather as a young man, standing on a snowy deck. She wrote, "I think our grandfathers might have been listening for each other too." Leo put the two photographs side by side on his desk, the happy family from the book, and the young, serious sailor from the letter. He looked from one to the other, the distance between them collapsing in his mind. He understood then that the story was never really about one man, or one submarine, or one moment of decision. It was about the invisible threads that connect us all, the fragile, persistent signals we send out into the dark, hoping for an answer. The tap was not an end. It was a beginning. And in a small room, far from any ocean, a new listener leaned forward, ready to receive. Story 2. The thought arrived not as a memory, but as a stain, seeping through the fabric of my mind, while I watched the rain smear the neon sign outside my window. A woman's hand, pale and slender, the nail on the index finger chipped into a perfect tiny crescent. It was not my hand. I had never seen it before, Yet the image was as intimate and unsettling as a scar discovered in a place you've looked at every day of your life. It carried with it the scent of damp earth and the cold, metallic taste of fear. I tried to push it away, to focus on the flickering vacancy of the motel sign. But the hand remained, a ghostly afterimage holding a secret I was never meant to possess. Her name was Marilyn. She blew into my life on a Tuesday, a gust of wind and desperation that rattled the dusty panes of the office door. The sky was the color of a fresh bruise, and the air smelled of ozone and impending storm. She stood there, a duffel bag slung over one shoulder, her eyes scanning the shabby lobby with a feral quickness that reminded me of a rabbit hearing the hawk's shadow. She was beautiful in a way that was all sharp angles and frayed edges, a beauty that looked like it could cut you. "Just for the night," she said, her voice a low thrum of exhaustion. She paid in cash, the bills damp from her clenched palm. I took them, my own fingers brushing against hers. A brief, cold contact. I registered the name she gave, Sarah Jones, and knew it was a lie as surely as I knew the weight of the master key in my pocket. I didn't care. People who came to the Seabreeze Motel, stranded on this forgotten stretch of coastal highway, where the sea was a distant, angry rumor, were often running from something. It was not my business to ask what. I am Denham. I have been the keeper of this motel for as long as I can remember, which is a sentence that feels both true and a lie. My life is a series of routines, a liturgy of small tasks prescribed by my mother, Helena. Check the bleach levels in the laundry. Ensure the ice machine is locked by 9. Never, under any circumstances, enter room 117 after dark unless the emergency light is flashing. These rules are the architecture of my existence, the walls that keep the chaos at bay. I gave Marilyn the key to room 112. It was far from the office, its window looking out onto the skeletal remains of the old playground and the dense wall of pines beyond. That night, the storm broke. Rain lashed the corrugated roof of the motel with the fury of 1,000 tiny drums. I was in the office, polishing the registration bell until it shone, when I saw her. A flicker of movement in the rain, a dark shape against the darker night, heading not toward the road, but toward the woods behind the motel. It was her, Marilyn. She moved with a purpose that was at odds with her earlier weariness, her form swallowed by the trees. I stood at the window for a long time, watching the empty space where she had been, the image of the chipped nail flashing once more behind my eyes. I felt a cold dread, a sensation of doors opening that were meant to stay forever locked. She did not return. The next morning, her car was still there, a rust-speckled compact looking small and abandoned in the downpour. The door to 112 was unlocked, the room empty. The bed was neatly made, as if it had never been slept in. Her duffel bag was gone. All that remained was a faint scent of jasmine perfume. And on the nightstand, a single earring, a cheap silver-plated feather. I picked it up. It was warm, as if it had just fallen from her ear. I closed my fist around it, the metal biting into my palm. A disappearance. This was a new variable. This would bring others. They came 2 days later. First, the sister, Lila. She had Marilyn's eyes, but where Marilyn's were wild, Lila's were a calm, determined blue. She showed me a photograph of them together, their heads tilted, smiling. "Her name is Marilyn," she said, her voice steady, but with a tremor underneath, like a wire pulled too tight. "She was supposed to meet me. She has something that belongs to our family, something important." She didn't say what it was, but the way her eyes scanned my face, looking for a crack, told me it was valuable. I gave her the same story I had settled on, the one that felt safest. I saw her check in. I saw her car in the morning. I did not see her leave. Then, The fiancé, Jaden. He was all nervous energy and cheap cologne, his hands constantly moving, fiddling with his keys, his phone. He was out of his depth, a man who believed life was a simple equation and was now faced with an unsolvable problem. She was impulsive, he said, almost to himself, staring at room 112. She'd get these ideas in her head, but she wouldn't just vanish. He looked at me, and I saw the suspicion blooming in his eyes, an ugly flower fed by fear. He was looking for a monster, and my quietness, my stillness, made me a likely candidate. Finally, the private detective, Alan Dodoy. He was different. He didn't ask many questions. He just observed. He stood in the lobby, his gaze taking in the worn linoleum, the faded landscape paintings, the precise alignment of the pens on the counter. He had the eyes of a man who had seen the things people hide in their basements and their hearts. He paid for a room for a week, paid in cash, and spent his days walking the perimeter of the property, his hands in his pockets, his presence a quiet, persistent pressure. The investigation was a slow, creeping vine. It tangled around the motel, threatening to strangle the quiet order I had maintained. Lila and Jaden argued in hushed, sharp tones in the parking lot. Alan asked polite, circular questions over the coffee I served him in the office. My mother, Helena, watched it all from the window of our private quarters attached to the motel. She rarely left her rooms, but her presence was a constant, a low hum in the walls. "Stick to the routines, Denham," she would tell me, her voice like dry leaves scraping against stone. "They will leave. They always do. This is our home. We must protect it." But the routines were failing. The image of the pale hand with the chipped nail returned more frequently now, accompanied by other fragments. The feel of rough bark, the sound of digging, a name whispered on the edge of sleep. Eleanor Dart. I began to have headaches, sharp pains behind my eyes that made the world swim in and out of focus. I found myself standing at the edge of the woods behind the motel, staring into the darkness between the trees, a strange pull in my chest, a feeling of homesickness for a place I had never been. It was Lila who found the first real clue. She came to the office, her face pale, holding a small, mud-caked object. It was the matching feather earring. "I found it," she said, her voice trembling with a terrible excitement. "Back there, near the trees. Where did she go, Denham? What's back there?" I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. The woods were off limits. That was one of the oldest rules. "Nothing," I said, my own voice sounding distant. "Just old ground. Swampy. You shouldn't go back there." Alan joined her then, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to her agitation. He looked from the earring in her hand to my face. He didn't say a word, but that night I saw them, the two of them, with powerful flashlights, venturing into the tree line. I watched from my window, my heart a frantic bird against my ribs. I knew what they would find, and I knew, with a certainty that felt like falling, that I had to get there first. I waited until the moon was high, a sliver of bone in the black sky. I took the master key in the heavy flashlight. The rules were crumbling. I had to know. The woods were a cathedral of silence and shifting shadows. The beam of my light cut through the darkness, illuminating gnarled roots and hanging moss. I walked a path I did not consciously know, my feet finding their way through the undergrowth with a muscle memory that was not my own. The air grew colder, the scent of decay stronger, and then I saw it, a clearing, and in the center of the clearing, a small, dilapidated tool shed, its door hanging open on one broken hinge. Inside, the earth floor had been recently disturbed, a shallow scrape, like a giant animal had been digging. And protruding from the loose soil was a corner of bright floral fabric. Marilyn's duffel bag. My breath caught in my throat. The world seemed to tilt. The headaches returned, a blinding white pain, and with it, a flood of images that were not memories, but experiences. I am not in the woods. I am in the motel, in the hidden space behind the wall in room 117. The room that is never rented. I am small. The air is thick with dust and the smell of my mother's perfume. She is whispering to me, her voice a silken cord wrapping around my throat. They are threats, Denham. They come to take you away, to take our home. They are not like us. They are weak. They break. We must make them safe. We must put them in the garden. It is our duty. Our family's work. And I believe her. I have always believed her. I am helping. I am bringing them tea, smiling my shy smile. I am leading them to the woods, telling them there's a beautiful view. I am holding the shovel. I am digging. I am the good son. I stumbled back, away from the shed, my flashlight beam dancing wildly. The memories were a physical assault. Marilyn, her eyes wide with a dawning horror. As the tea took effect, her struggle, the weight of her, the sound of the earth accepting her. It was me. It had always been me. My mother's hands guiding mine, her voice sculpting my mind, burying the truth under layers of obedience and false memories. The chipped nail. It was Marilyn's. I had seen it as I closed her fingers around the strap of her bag, a final mundane detail before the darkness took her. I ran back to the motel, my mind screaming. I burst into our quarters. Helena was sitting in her armchair, knitting. The click-click-click of the needles a sound of utter normalcy. She looked up, her face a placid mask. Denham, you're upset. You've broken the routine. Marilyn, I gasped. The name a sob. The shed. I remember. Her expression did not change. She set her knitting aside. That girl was a thief. She stole from her own family. We made her safe. We gave her a purpose. We have always done this. It is how we survive. How we keep our home pure. She stood and walked towards me, her hand outstretched as if to soothe a frightened animal. It's all right, my son. We will forget again. We always do. But this time was different. The dam had broken. I saw not just Marilyn, but others. A salesman from Boise. A couple arguing over map directions. A young man with a guitar. All of them guests who never checked out. All of them resting in the garden behind the motel. All of them because of me. Because of us. The door to the office opened. Alan stood there, his figure filling the frame. He wasn't holding a gun, just a small, voice-activated recorder in his hand. His eyes met mine, and then moved to Helena. He had heard everything. The police are on their way, Mrs. Alan said, his voice impossibly calm. Helena's composure finally shattered. Her face twisted into a mask of fury. This is our land. You have no right. The rest was a blur of sirens and flashing lights. They took her away, spitting curses. They led me away too, but gently, as if I were a sleepwalker. I did not resist. I told them everything I could remember. My voice, a flat, dead thing. I showed them the garden. Weeks later, I am in a different room, one with soft walls and a window that doesn't open. The doctors are kind. They speak of dissociative states, of folie à deux, of profound trauma and coercive control. They say I am a victim, too. They say my mind broke to survive. They give me pills that make the world soft at the edges and silence the whispering in the walls. Lila and Jaden got what they came for. It was a stolen bearer bond, sewn into the lining of Marilyn's duffel bag. They never visited me. Alan did, once. He brought me a book. He sat with me in silence for a while, then left. He looked tired. They never found all of them in the garden. The earth, they said, only gives up its secrets slowly, and some it keeps forever. I am told I will be moved soon, to a place with more freedom, a place where I can learn to be normal. Sometimes, in the deep silence of the night, I look at my hands. They are clean now. They are still. But I remember the weight of the shovel. I remember the feel of the soil. And I know, with a certainty that is my only true possession, that when I am released, I will find a quiet place. A small place, perhaps with a room to let. And I will keep to the routines. I will polish the bell. I will lock the doors at night. And I will wait. Because the garden is never really full. There is always room for one more, for the guest who overstays, for the threat that needs to be made safe. It is, after all, the family business. And I am, after all, my mother's son. The rain falls outside my new window, a gentle, forgiving sound. It washes everything clean. For now, the rain falls outside my new window, a gentle, forgiving sound. It washes everything clean. For now, the orderly will be here soon with the morning medication. I can hear his soft-soled shoes squeaking on the polished linoleum floor, a sound that marks the time as surely as any clock. He is a kind man named Joseph. He always asks how I slept. I slept as I always do, Joseph. I slept without dreaming. This is what I tell him. It is not a lie. Not exactly. I do not dream in pictures anymore. I dream in textures. The gritty resistance of sandy soil. The slick, cold smoothness of a trowel's handle. The fibrous tear of a root being severed. These are the dreams my mind allows itself. The only memories that feel entirely my own. Dr. Evans says this is progress. She says the mind, in its wisdom, parcels out the truth in doses we can bear. She says the fact that I can speak of the garden at all, that I can sit here in this sunlit room and describe the composition of the soil behind the Seabreeze Motel, is a testament to my resilience. She calls me a survivor. I do not correct her. It is easier to nod and agree, to let them believe the poison has been drained. They have plans for me. A transition, they call it. A supervised living facility in a town I've never heard of. There will be a job, perhaps stocking shelves in a grocery store. There will be a small room of my own, with a lock on the inside of the door. They see this as the ultimate goal, the symbol of my regained safety. They do not understand that a lock on the inside is a meaningless thing when the real prison is the knowledge of what you are capable of on the outside. Joseph leaves me with a small paper cup of pills. I place them on my tongue, drink the water he offers, and show him my empty mouth. He smiles, satisfied, and moves on to the next room. I do not swallow the pills. I have not swallowed them for 2 weeks. I hold them in the pocket of my cheek until I can spit them quietly into the drain of the sink in my private bathroom. The world has remained stubbornly, blessedly sharp. The soft edges have hardened again. I need the clarity. A new patient was admitted yesterday. A man around my age with a nervous twitch in his left eye and hands that are never still. He reminds me of Jaden, the fiancé. He watched me during group therapy this morning, his gaze a palpable weight. He sees the quiet one, the one who speaks in careful, measured tones. He sees a safe harbor. Later, in the common room, he approached me. His name is Leo. He told me a convoluted story about a misunderstanding with a lawnmower and a neighbor's prize-winning petunias. A lie, of course. I could smell the fear on him, a sour, metallic odor. He is running from something much larger than flowers. He asked me, his voice a conspiratorial whisper, if I knew a way out of here. Not the official way, but the other way. The real way. I looked at his restless hands. I thought of the weight of a trowel. I thought of the quiet, orderly peace of a garden. I smiled my shy, harmless smile. "Perhaps," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "We should talk later, somewhere more private." His eyes lit up with a desperate hope. He sees a fellow prisoner. He does not see the warden. He does not see the gardener. The rain has stopped. A weak, watery sun is trying to break through the clouds. It will be time for our walk in the courtyard soon. I will walk beside Leo. I will listen to his troubles. I will be a good friend, a helpful friend, and I will begin to tell him about a place I know. A quiet motel off a forgotten stretch of road. A place where a man can disappear and become someone new. It is a story my mother would have loved. It is a story I am only just beginning to tell. The courtyard was damp, the air smelling of wet asphalt and turned earth from the flower beds the orderlies maintained with a grim efficiency. Leo walked beside me, his steps quick and jerky. I matched his pace, my own movements slow and deliberate, a contrast that seemed to put him at ease. He saw my calm as a deficiency, a weakness born of medication. He did not see it as the patient stillness of a predator. He talked. He talked about a debt, a man named Marco, a locked briefcase he was never supposed to open. His story was a tangle of fear and self-justification, but the core of it was true. He was a threat, not to me, not to this place, but to the idea of order. He was chaos in a human skin, and chaos, as my mother taught me, must be managed, must be made safe. "This motel," he said, his voice low, his twitching eye scanning the high fence around the courtyard. "It's really that isolated. It's a quiet place," I said, my gaze fixed on a sparrow pecking at a worm on the path. "The rules are simple. You just have to follow them. No one will find you there." I could feel the shape of the story forming in my mind. A new set of instructions, a new architecture. I would not lead him to the old motel, of course. That place was a ruin, a graveyard watched over by strangers. But there were other quiet places, other rooms that needed tending. The world was full of them. That night, in the silence of my room, I did not dream of textures. I dreamed of a key, a simple brass key. Got it. I was holding it out to Leo. He reached for it, his face full of a desperate gratitude. But as his fingers brushed the metal, the key transformed in my hand. It was no longer a key. It was the silver-plated feather earring, warm from a dead girl's skin. I woke not with a start, but with a slow, cold clarity. The earring. I had forgotten about it. In the chaos of that final night, I had clenched it in my fist. They must have pried it from my fingers when they sedated me. It would be in an evidence bag somewhere, a forgotten trinket from a closed case. But it wasn't just a trinket. It was a seed. And seeds, given the right conditions, will grow. The next day, I asked Dr. Evans if I could have a notebook. For journaling, I said, to organize my thoughts. She agreed, her expression one of profound approval. The notebook they gave me was soft-covered, the pages blank and unlined. That afternoon, during free period, I did not draw or write about my feelings. I began to draw a map. I started with the woods behind the Seabreeze Motel, the path to the clearing, the location of the shed. My hand moved with an uncanny accuracy, the lines flowing from a memory that was no longer buried, but curated. I was not remembering for therapy. I was remembering for inventory. Leo saw the map dot up. His eyes widened. "Is that the place?" "It's a starting point," I said, folding the paper carefully. "A place to wait while arrangements are made." He believed me. He saw a plan where there was only a record. He was so eager to escape his own story that he was willing to step blindly into mine. A week later, Joseph came to me with a small sealed envelope. "Personal effects," he said. Your previous location. They've been processed and released." I took the envelope. It was thin. Inside was my old wallet, empty of money and identification. And there, in a separate, smaller plastic bag, was the feather earring. It looked tarnished now, insignificant. A piece of junk. My fingers trembled as I held the bag. It was not warm anymore. It was cold. A dead thing. But it was a key. Not to a door, but to a truth I had been avoiding. Marilyn was not just another guest. The bond, the family heirloom. It was just a MacGuffin, a plot device for a simpler story. The real thing she had stolen, the real thing her sister Lila was seeking, was not a piece of paper. It was a story of their own, a history. And Marilyn had brought it here, to this place that consumes stories. She had brought her chaos to our order, and we had, as was our nature, digested her. I looked at the earring, and I finally understood the look in Lila's calm, determined eyes. It wasn't just grief. It was a hunt. And a huntress does not stop just because one trail has gone cold. Leo is packing his few belongings. He thinks we are leaving tonight. He has found a weakness in the laundry delivery schedule, a door that is left unlocked for 7 minutes. He is so proud of his discovery. He does not know that I have known about it for a month. I have been waiting for the right guest. I hold the plastic bag with the earring in my hand. I will not bring it with me. It belongs here in this room, in this chapter. It is a seed I will not water. Let it lie. I have a new story to write. Leo is waiting, his eyes full of a terrible, hopeful light. It is time to go. The garden is waiting. And I have always been a diligent gardener. The 7-minute window was a sliver of time, a breath held between the clatter of the laundry cart and the sharp click of the lock re-engaging. Leo moved with a jittery speed, his body a coiled spring of panic and anticipation. I followed, a shadow in his wake, my movements fluid and silent. The night air was a shock after the climate-controlled stillness of the facility, cold and real against my skin. We did not speak. We ran, hunched low, across the manicured lawns and into the tree line that bordered the property. The woods here were different from the ones behind the motel. Younger, thinner, planted for decoration and privacy. But the feeling was the same. The darkness was a familiar coat. We made it, Leo gasped, leaning against a tree, his chest heaving. I can't believe we made it. I did not answer. I was listening. The distant sound of a siren began to weave through the trees. Faint at first, then growing steadily louder. They had discovered our absence. Leo's eyes went wide with fresh terror. They're coming. We have to keep moving. This way, I said, my voice calm. I led him deeper, away from the roads, towards the sound of running water I knew was there. A small creek cut through this part of the county. We waded into the icy water, walking upstream for a quarter mile, the water erasing our trail and our scent. My mother had taught me that. One of her first lessons. We emerged on the other side, shivering, our shoes soaked. The sirens faded, their sound muffled by the hills and the water. We were in a forgotten place, a patch of scrubland between a defunct railroad track and the highway. In the distance, the lights of a truck stop glowed, a lonely constellation in the night. What now? Leo whispered, his bravado gone, replaced by the raw vulnerability of a lost child. Now we wait for my friend, I said. He'll be here at dawn. He has a car. He can take us to a safe place. There was no friend. There was only the plan, unfolding in my mind with a serene certainty. The truck stop was the next step. It was a place of transience, of people who would not be missed. I had studied it during our supervised outings, a place Dr. Evans called a lesson in social integration. I had seen its rhythms, its vulnerabilities. We huddled in a drainage culvert, the concrete cold against our backs. Leo fell into a fitful sleep, his head lolling onto my shoulder. I did not sleep. I watched the sky lighten from black to a deep, bruised purple. I listened to his breathing, the ragged in and out of a life that was now inextricably tied to mine. He trusted me. He saw a savior. As the first hint of sun painted the horizon, I shook him gently. It's time. We approached the truck stop from the rear, skirting the dumpsters. The air was thick with the smell of diesel and fried food. A lone trucker was fueling his rig, his back to us. My eyes scanned the lot, and then I saw it. A small independent motel, attached to the truck stop. Dottie, the Starlight Inn, Dotkie. The sign was missing a few letters, and the paint was peeling. It was perfect. Wait here, I told Leo, pointing to a cluster of bushes near the motel's office. I need to make sure the coast is clear. He nodded, crouching down obediently. I walked towards the office, my heart not racing but beating a slow, steady rhythm. The bell above the door jingled as I entered. An old man with a stained shirt looked up from a small television. "Help you?" he grunted. "My car broke down," I said, layering my voice with a practiced weariness. "My friend and I just needed a room to rest for a few hours while we wait for a tow." The man eyed me, then shrugged. "Cash only, up front." I paid him with the money I had taken from the wallet of a sleeping patient days ago, another small preparation. He slid a key across the counter. "Room 109. A ground floor room at the end of the row. Convenient, Toddette." I fetched Leo. He looked at the room key as if it were a holy relic. "You did it," he breathed. The room was what I expected. Stale air, thin carpets, a bedspread with a faded geometric pattern. It was a sanctuary to Leo. He collapsed onto the bed, the tension draining from his body. "I think I'm gonna sleep for a week," he mumbled. "You should," I said. I walked to the small table and poured a glass of water from the plastic pitcher. My back was to him. From my pocket, I took the small, smooth stone I had picked up from the creek bed. It fit perfectly in the palm of my hand. I turned around. He was smiling at me. A genuine, grateful smile. "I owe you, man. I really owe you." "It's no trouble," I said softly, taking a step closer. "It's what I do. I make things safe." The confusion in his eyes lasted only a second. My arm was already moving. The stone connected with his temple with a dull, final sound. It was not like the shovel. It was quicker, cleaner. He slumped forward without a cry. I stood there for a long moment, listening. The hum of the highway, the distant rumble of a truck, the ordinary sounds of the world continuing. I rolled him off the bed and onto the floor. I would need to move the body after dark. The woods behind the Starlight Inn looked promising. The soil would be soft this time of year. I sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for nightfall. The routine was established. The guest was settled. A deep, profound quiet settled over me. It was a feeling I recognized. It was the feeling of home. I would need a tarp. That was the next logical step. The room had a shower curtain, a flimsy thing with a pattern of seashells. But it would have to do. The work was methodical, familiar. I wrapped him carefully, securing the bundle with the cloth belt from the complimentary robe. There was very little blood. I had always been precise. The day passed with a strange, suspended quality. I did not leave the room. I cleaned the small stone in the sink, drying it and placing it back in my pocket. A good tool should be kept. I straightened the bed, wiped down the surfaces. I sat in a single chair and watched the sunlight move across the faded carpet. I was not anxious. I was waiting, the same way I had waited for my mother to finish her business in the office. The same way I had waited for the right moment to walk into the woods with a new guest. This was the rhythm of my life, the only rhythm that made sense. When true darkness fell, I cracked the door open. The parking lot was quiet. A few trucks rumbled at the far end, but this corner was deserted. I dragged the bundle out, the plastic slick against the concrete. It was heavier than I had anticipated, but the weight was not unfamiliar. The woods behind the motel were a tangle of undergrowth, offering quick, deep shadows. I did not go far, just far enough. The digging was the hardest part. I had no shovel, only a sharp-edged piece of scrap metal I had found near the dumpsters. It was slow, brutal work. The earth fought back, its roots like sinewy arms trying to hold on to what was mine to bury. Sweat stung my eyes, but I did not stop. This was the sacrament. This was the necessary conclusion. When it was done, I stood over the patch of disturbed soil, my breath misting in the cool night air. It was not a proper garden, not like the one at the motel. It was a hurried, shallow plot, but it would serve. It would keep the secret. I scattered leaves and broken branches over the site, a careless camouflage. Back in the room, the silence was different. It was no longer an empty silence, but a full one. Hell, a completed silence. I took a long, hot shower, watching the water swirl down the drain, carrying the last traces of the day with it. I felt clean. I felt purposeful. In the morning, I returned the key to the office. The same old man was there. "Tow truck come?" he asked, not really looking at me. "Yes," I said. "Thank you for your help." He just grunted. I walked out into the daylight. I had Leo's wallet, which contained a surprising amount of cash. Enough for a bus ticket. I stood it at the edge of the highway, the cars whipping past me, a river of people going somewhere, anywhere. I had no destination, not a specific one. The world was full of quiet places, of lonely motels, of people who needed to be made safe. The work was never done. It was the family business. And I was finally, truly, open for business. The bus station was a temple of transients, smelling of stale coffee and disinfectant. I bought a ticket to a city several states away, a name I picked from the map for its lack of association with anything in my life. The money in Leo's wallet was thick and real. It felt like payment for services rendered. On the bus, I took a window seat. The world blurred past, a smear of green and gray. I thought of Leo, not with guilt or remorse, but with a quiet sense of order restored. He had been a problem, and I had solved him. It was a simple equation. The man with the briefcase and the debt named Marco would never find him. Leo was at peace. I had given him that. The woman sitting next to me was older, with kind eyes, and a nervous habit of twisting a tissue in her hands. She tried to make conversation. "Going far?" she asked. "Just visiting family," I said, offering my shy, harmless smile. She nodded, a sad understanding in her eyes. "It's good to have family." I looked out the window again, at the telephone wires dipping and rising like a musical score. "Yes," I agreed softly. "It is." She saw a quiet young man going home. She did not see the gardener. She did not see the steady hands that had just tilled the earth. This was my camouflage, my true inheritance. Not the violence, but the silence that followed it. The ability to walk through the world unseen, because I looked like nothing more than a quiet son returning home. The bus ride was long. I did not sleep, but I rested. My mind was clear, the way it was after a good day's work in the garden. I was not planning, not yet. I was observing. I was learning the rhythms of this new machine, this metal capsule hurtling through the world. When we finally arrived, the city was a shock of noise and light. I stepped off the bus into a sea of strangers, all hurrying, all intent on their own destinations. I stood still for a moment, letting the current of people flow around me. I was a rock in a river. I needed a place to stay. A quiet place. A place where I could listen. I walked away from the bus station, my bag slung over my shoulder. I found a neighborhood of quiet streets and aging houses. And there, on a corner, was a sign. The Restwell Motel. The neon was broken, spelling out Estil Hotel. The paint was blistered by the sun. The parking lot was nearly empty. It was perfect. I pushed open the door to the office. A bell chimed, a tired, tinny sound. A man with a tired face looked up from a newspaper. He didn't speak, just raised his eyebrows. "I'd like a room," I said, "for a week." He named a price. I paid it in cash from Leo's wallet. He slid a key across the counter. Room 11. The room was a copy of a copy. Same stale air, same thin carpets, same feeling of suspended time. I dropped my bag on the bed and walked to the window. I looked out at the quiet street. This was a new page, a fresh start. I would need to be careful. I would need to be patient. I would need to learn the rules of this new garden. But for now, I was just a tenant, a quiet man in a quiet room. I sat on the edge of the bed, the springs groaning under my weight. Outside, a dog barked. A car door slammed, the ordinary sounds of a world going about its business. I closed my eyes. I listened, and I waited for the work to find me. It always did. The first few days were for settling. I learned the rhythm of the Restwell. The maid came on Tuesdays and Fridays, a sullen woman who knocked once and, if you didn't answer, would leave fresh towels by the door. The tired-faced manager, whose name I learned was Bill, spent most of his days in the office watching a small TV. The other tenants were ghosts, glimpses of movement behind curtains. The sound of a door closing late at night. I was just another ghost. I bought groceries, non-perishable things, cans of soup and beans, and kept them in my room. I took walks in the evenings, mapping the neighborhood in my mind. There was a park 3 blocks away where mothers brought their children in the afternoons. There was a laundromat with a flickering sign. There was a quiet bar where the same few men gathered every night. I was learning the soil. On the 5th day, I saw her. She was sitting on the bench in front of the laundromat, clutching a large plastic bag of clothes to her chest. She was young, maybe early 20s, with hair the color of faded straw and a nervous, bird-like way of moving her head. Her eyes were red-rimmed. I had seen that look before. It was the look of someone who had just run out of road. I went into the laundromat and put my single set of spare clothes into a machine. I didn't need to wash them, but it was a reason to be there. I sat on a hard plastic chair and pretended to read a discarded magazine. She came in a few minutes later, struggling with a heavy bag. She fumbled for coins in her pocket, her hands shaking. She didn't have enough. I stood up and walked over. I held out a few quarters. "Here," I said, my voice gentle. "It looks like you could use these." She flinched, pulling back as if I'd offered her a snake. Her eyes, wide and fearful, scanned my face. She saw the harmless smile, the calm eyes. The fear didn't leave, but it was joined by a flicker of shame. I can't," she whispered. "Please," I said. "It's no trouble." I slid the coins into the slot of the machine nearest to her. The hum of it starting seemed to break a spell in her. She sagged, all the fight gone out of her. "Thank you," she mumbled, not looking at me. "My name's David," I said, returning to my seat. She was silent for a long moment, loading her clothes into the machine. "Chloe," she said finally. The name so quiet it was almost lost in the rumble of the washer. We sat in silence for the duration of the cycle. I didn't push. I just waited. When her clothes were done, she folded them with quick, efficient motions, her entire being focused on the task. As she was leaving, she paused at the door. "Thanks again," she said. And this time she met my eyes. The gratitude there was raw, overwhelming. It was the look Leo had given me, the look of someone seeing a lifeline. "You're welcome, Chloe," I said. I watched her walk away. the bag of clean clothes looking only slightly less heavy than the bag of dirty ones had. She turned the corner and was gone. I sat for a while longer, listening to the steady thrum of the dryers. A new seed had been planted. It was too soon to know what it would become. It might wither. It might not. All I had to do was provide the right conditions. A little water. A little kindness. A place to feel safe. I walked back to the rest well as the streetlights flickered on. Bill was locking the office door. He gave me a nod, which I returned. I went to my room, locked the door behind me, and sat in the dark. The quiet of the room was no longer empty. It was filled with potential. It was filled with the soft, desperate sound of a girl named Chloe saying, "Thank you." I closed my eyes and listened to the silence, waiting for it to tell me what to do next. The next day I went back to the laundromat at the same time. She wasn't there. This was part of the process. You couldn't seem eager. You had to be a coincidence, a piece of the scenery. I did my laundry, a small, manageable load, and left. On the third day, she was there. She was sitting on the same bench, but she wasn't crying. She just looked hollowed out. When she saw me, a flicker of recognition crossed her face, followed by that same wary tension. "David, right?" she said as I approached. "That's right. Chloe." Darudit. I sat down, not too close, leaving a respectful distance on the bench. "How are you holding up?" It was a simple question, the kind people ask without expecting a real answer. But she took it as an invitation. The story came out in a rushed, quiet torrent. I'd with a roommate. Kicked out. Sleeping in her car for 2 nights until it got towed. No family to call. She was adrift, and the current was pulling her under. "I don't know what I'm going to do," she finished, her voice cracking. She was looking at me not just with desperation, but with a question. I let the silence hang for a moment. A delicate thing. "I have a room," I said finally, my tone neutral, offering a fact, not a solution. "It's not much, just a motel room, but it has a roof, and a lock on the door." Her eyes widened. I don't have any money. "I'm not asking for money," I said. "It's just a place to sleep, for a night or two, while you figure things out." I stood up, as if the matter was settled. "I'm at the rest well. Room 11. Allie, the offer stands until 10 tonight. After that, I'll assume you found something better." "None." I walked away without looking back. I could feel her eyes on me, a palpable weight between my shoulder blades. The hook was set. Now I had to see if she would take the bait. The hours passed slowly. I cleaned the room meticulously, though it was already clean. I arranged my few possessions with military precision. The light faded outside the window. 9 o'clock came and went. I sat in the chair perfectly still. I was not anxious. I was a spider in the center of a web, feeling for the slightest vibration. At 5 minutes to 10, there was a soft, hesitant knock on the door. I opened it. She stood there, clutching the same plastic bag, now her entire world. In the dim light of the walkway, she looked even younger, more fragile. "You came," I said, and stepped aside to let her in. She hovered just inside the doorway, her eyes scanning the room, taking in the neatness, the order. "It's quiet," she said. "It is," I agreed, closing the door. The click of the lock was loud and final. "You're safe here." She finally looked at me, and the gratitude was so profound, it was almost painful to see. "Thank you, David. I don't know how to thank you." "You don't have to," I said, my voice a soft, reassuring murmur. I gestured to the bed. "Get some rest. You look exhausted." She nodded, a tired, grateful puppet. She set her bag down and sat on the edge of the bed, her shoulders slumping with a relief so deep it was like a physical collapse. She trusted me. She saw a sanctuary. I turned and walked to the small sink to pour a glass of water. My back was to her. My hand closed around the smooth, cool stone in my pocket. Its weight was a comfort, a promise. "It's what I do," I whispered, too low for her to hear. "I make things safe." The water from the tap was lukewarm. I filled the glass slowly, the sound masking the soft rustle of my clothing as I turned. She was lying on her side on the bed, curled into a ball, her eyes already closed. The trust was absolute. It was a beautiful, fragile thing. I stood over her for a moment, watching the slow, even rise and fall of her breathing. She was already half asleep, surrendering to the safety she thought she had found. The stone was a familiar pressure in my palm. This was always the most peaceful part, the moment before the harvest. The world narrowed to this room, this silence, this single, necessary action. But then her eyes fluttered open. She wasn't looking at me, not directly. Her gaze was unfocused, directed at the stained ceiling tiles. "My mom had a locket," she murmured, her voice thick with impending sleep. "Silver. I lost it when everything happened. I didn't move. My arm, which had begun its arc, stilled. I wish I had it now," she whispered, and a single tear traced a path through the grime on her cheek. Then her eyes closed again, and her breathing deepened into the rhythms of true sleep. I stood there, frozen. The stone felt suddenly cold and foreign in my hand. The locket. A tiny, insignificant detail. A thread. I looked at her. Really looked at her. The faded hair. The sharp line of her collarbone under her thin shirt. She was just another problem to be solved. Another guest to be settled. But the locket. It was an imperfection. A flaw in the crystal clarity of my purpose. My mother's voice, always so sure, echoed in the quiet of my mind. "We are gardeners. We remove the weeds so the garden can thrive. There is no room for sentiment." I looked from the stone in my hand to the girl on the bed. The routine was there, a well-worn path. But for the first time, I hesitated. The locket was a story. It was a history. It was a connection to a world outside this room. A world that, for a moment, I could almost see. Slowly, carefully, I opened my fingers. The stone made a soft thud as it rolled under the bed, disappearing into the darkness. The weight lifted from my hand, but a new, different weight settled in its place, deep in my chest. I pulled the thin blanket over her and sat back in the chair. The night stretched before me, long and unfamiliar. I would not sleep. I would watch. I would wait. The garden had presented me with a new kind of specimen, one I did not yet know how to classify. Was it a weed to be pulled? Or was it something else? The work was waiting, but for now, the work could wait. I had a new question to consider, and the silence, for once, had no answer for me. The first light of dawn painted the room in shades of gray. Chloe stirred, her limbs uncurling like a fern. She blinked, disoriented, and then her eyes found me in the chair. For a second, pure animal fear flashed across her face before recognition smoothed it away. "You stayed up," she said, her voice raspy with sleep. "I don't sleep much," I replied. It was the truth. She sat up, pulling the blanket around her shoulders. The silence was different now, charged with the unspoken events of the night. I had broken my own ritual, and the universe felt off balance. "I should go," she said, but she made no move to stand. "Where?" I asked. The question hung in the air. She had no answer. I saw the hopelessness begin to creep back into her eyes, the same look that had drawn me to her in the first place. The gardener in me stirred. A weed left untended will always grow back. "I have an idea," I said, my voice resuming its practiced calm tone. "I know a place, a diner. They're always looking for dishwashers. It's not much, but it's cash. Enough for a room of your own." Her eyes widened, a fragile hope blooming there. You'd do that for me? It's just a suggestion, I said with a shrug. But we'd have to go now, before the morning rush. I stood up, and she scrambled to her feet, clutching her plastic bag. The gratitude was back, more potent than ever. I had not solved her problem with the stone, but with a possibility. It was a new tool, and I was curious to see how it worked. We walked to the diner in the cool morning air. I spoke little, letting her nervous chatter fill the space. She told me about the locket again, how it had her mother's picture inside. I listened, filing the information away. It was a detail that made her more real, more solid. It was a risk. The diner manager, a tired-looking man with a grease-stained apron, agreed to take her on for a trial shift. I left her there in the steamy, noisy kitchen, her hands already submerged in soapy water. She looked back at me, a silent thank you on her lips. I walked back to the rest-well alone. The room felt different with her absence. It was empty again, but the emptiness was no longer peaceful. It was questioning. Bill was unlocking the office. He gave me a longer look this time, his eyes lingering. "Friend of yours?" he asked, his tone neutral. "Just someone who needed help," I said. He grunted, a sound that could have meant anything. "Be careful," he said, and turned to go inside. I stood in the parking lot, the sun warm on my face. Be careful. It was a warning. He saw something, or thought he did. The world was pushing back. The garden was reminding me that it had its own rules, its own delicate ecosystem that could be disrupted by a single misplaced act of mercy. I went to my room and locked the door. I got down on my hands and knees and felt under the bed until my fingers closed around the cool, smooth stone. I held it in my palm, weighing it. It was just a rock. It was a promise. It was a question. Chloe would be back. She would have a little money. She would need a place to stay. The path was clear, the pattern re-establishing itself. But the path now had a fork. I could lead her deeper into the woods, or I could point her toward the highway. I put the stone back in my pocket. The weight was a comfort, but it was also a reminder of my hesitation. The work was waiting. The family business demanded focus. I had to decide what kind of gardener I was going to be. The next few days were a study in stillness. I kept to my room, my walks, my routines. I did not go to the laundromat. I did not go to the diner. I was a rock in a river again, letting the current of Chloe's new life flow past me. I needed to see if she would seek me out, if the seed I had planted would grow toward the sun I represented, or if it would find its own direction. On the fourth day, there was a knock. It was firmer this time, less hesitant. I opened the door. She stood there, still in the same clothes, but cleaner now, and she held a small paper bag. "I got paid," she said, a shy pride in her voice. "It's not much, but I brought you a burger from the diner to say thanks." I accepted the bag. The warmth seeped into my hands. "That wasn't necessary." "I know." She shifted her weight from one foot to the other. I got a room at the Palms down the street. It's not as nice as this." She gave a small, self-deprecating laugh. "The Palms is fine," I said. The Palms was a known place, a place of transience and cash payments, a place where people kept to themselves. It was a good choice for her, a safe choice. "I just wanted you to know," she said, "and to thank you again. You saved me." I nodded, a slow, deliberate motion. "You saved yourself, Chloe." I just pointed the way. She smiled, a genuine, unburdened smile that transformed her face. For a moment, she wasn't a problem or a potential guest. She was just a young woman standing in the sunlight. Then she turned and walked away, her step lighter than I had ever seen it. I closed the door and placed the paper bag on the small table. The smell of grease and fried onions filled the room. I did not open it. I stood at the window and watched until she disappeared from view. The stone in my pocket felt heavier than ever. I had done it. I had broken the cycle. I had pruned the plant instead of uprooting it. A strange, hollow feeling bloomed in my chest. It wasn't regret. It wasn't satisfaction. It was the feeling of a door closing, a path not taken. That night, the silence of the room was absolute. It offered no guidance, no condemnation, no praise. It was just silence. My work was here in this city, and it was waiting. The garden was vast, and it was full of weeds. Chloe was just one. There would be others. Others with no lockets, no stories that gave me pause. Others who were simply problems in need of a permanent solution. I took the stone from my pocket and placed it on the nightstand. I would not need it tonight, but I would need it again soon. The family business was patient, and it was eternal, and I was its faithful son. I lay down on the bed and closed my eyes, listening once more, waiting for the world to present me with my next task. It would not be long now. It never was. Story 3. The silence in Blackwater Keep was not an absence of sound, but a presence. It was a thick, woolen thing, muffling the world, swallowing the distant cry of gulls from the cliffs, and the restless sigh of the North Sea against the rocks below. It was a silence that felt deliberate, a held breath in the stone throat of the castle, and it was into this silence that the scream had torn hours ago. A brief, sharp wound that had already healed over, leaving no visible scar but a profound and unsettling distortion in the air. Anders stood in the center of the room, his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, and let the silence press against his eardrums. This was the heart of the distortion, the lavender room. It was named for the faded, delicate pattern on the wallpaper, though the color had long since bled to a dusty gray lilac in the weak coastal light filtering through the single large window. The room was a perfect cube, 15 feet in every direction, containing a narrow bed, a small writing desk, and a single chair. And it was, by every conceivable measure, impossible. Cora, the daughter of the house, had been inside. The heavy oak door, the only entrance, had been locked from the inside, the old-fashioned iron key still in the lock on this side. The window was 40 feet above a sheer drop to jagged rocks and churning water, unblemished and latched from within. Yet, someone had been in here with her. They had left her alive, but broken. A porcelain doll dashed against the floor of her own mind, and they had left nothing of themselves behind but the lingering scent of cold salt and a single impossible fact of their entry and escape. Bennett, her father, stood by the door, a man carved from the same granite as his castle, a respected physicist, a man who dealt in the immutable laws of the universe, now confronted with a violation of the most basic one. Objects cannot pass through solid matter. His respectability was a brittle shell, and Anders could see the fine cracks in it, the way his hands trembled slightly as he gestured toward the room. "You see," Bennett said, his voice a low rumble that the silence quickly devoured. "There is no other way. No hidden panels, no secret passages. The police have tapped every stone." Anders did not answer. He moved to the window, placing his palm against the cold, thick glass. The view was a cinematic sweep of leaden sky and violent sea. He looked down, then up, tracing the sheer, wet stone of the outer wall. Nothing. No ledges, no drain pipes, no footholds for anything but lichen and seabirds. "The girl," Anders said, finally turning. "I need to speak with her." "She cannot tell you anything," Bennett replied, his tone final. "The doctors have her sedated. The shock. It was profound. The shock of the attack, or the shock of who she saw?" Anders asked, his voice quiet, almost conversational. Bennett's eyes, the color of the sea under storm, fixed on him. A flicker of something dark and unreadable moved in their depths. Be careful, Mr. Anders. You are here because your reputation suggests a mind open to the... Do not mistake that for a license to insult my family. The interview with the local police chief, Jared, was a study in frustrated competence. Jared was a bull of a man, his neck thick and red from a lifetime of battling the coastal wind. He had spread the architectural plans of Blackwater keep across a table in the library, a cavernous room that smelled of old leather and damp paper. It's impossible, Jared grunted, stabbing a thick finger at the plans of the lavender room. We've measured the walls. We've sounded the floor and the ceiling. It's solid stone, 12 feet thick in places. The room is a vault. Nobody got in. Nobody got out. And yet, Anders murmured, tracing the lines on the parchment with a lighter, more delicate touch. Someone did. The lock? Was it forced? No. It's a simple mechanism, but sturdy. The key was turned from the inside. We found it on the floor just inside the door after we broke it down. And the girl's account? Fragmented. Useless. She says she woke up because the room was cold. She saw a shadow by the window. A tall shadow. It moved toward her. She screamed. Then, nothing. A blank. Jared leaned back, his chair groaning in protest. You're the hotshot from the city, the logician. You explain it. Anders offered a thin, humorless smile. Logic is merely the structure upon which we hang our facts. At the moment, we have no facts that fit the structure. So we must either change the facts or change the structure. He found Cora in a solarium, a glass-walled room that felt like a fragile defiance of the castle's grim nature. She was wrapped in a thick wool blanket, though the room was warm, her knees drawn up to her chin. She was pale, her eyes wide and dark, staring out at the turbulent sea without seeing it. She was not beautiful in a conventional way. Hers was a sharp, intelligent beauty that had been blunted by terror. Anders sat in a wicker chair opposite her, not too close, allowing her the space of the room between them. He did not speak for a long time, simply letting his presence become a part of the environment, as unthreatening as the potted ferns. The silence in your room is different from the silence in the rest of the castle, he said, his voice soft, almost a whisper. It's louder. Her eyes shifted from the window, focusing on him slowly, as if from a great distance. She said nothing. Silence has textures, he continued, looking at his own hands. In the hallways, it's dusty and old. In the library, it's thoughtful. In your room, it's distorted, as if a bell had been rung and then frozen mid-peal. You can still feel the vibration. A single tear traced a path down Cora's cheek. She did not wipe it away. You felt the cold before you saw the shadow, Anders said. It was not a question. She gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. Where did the cold come from? Was it a draft, or did it simply appear? Her lips parted. A whisper, so faint it was almost lost in the hum of the greenhouse heaters. It settled like a fog. And the shadow, was it formless? Or did it have a shape you recognized? She shook her head, a quick, jerky motion. It was just a shadow, but it was wrong. The way it moved, it was too smooth, like water flowing uphill. Anders felt a chill that had nothing to do with the coastal air. He had interviewed survivors before. They spoke of knives and fists, of voices and threats. They did not speak of physics-defying cold and shadows that moved with unnatural grace. Later, walking the battlements with the wind tearing at his coat, he went over it again. The locked door, the latched window, the key on the inside. The shadow, A puzzle box with no apparent seams. His rival, an older investigator named Jared, who wrote for a sensationalist tabloid, had already filed a story hinting at supernatural forces. The Phantom of Blackwater Keep, he'd called it. Anders despised such laziness. There was always a mechanism. There was always a human hand. He began to study the inhabitants of the castle not as people, but as components of the machine. Bennett, the grieving, rigid father, guarding his secret, which Anders was now certain was not just the mystery of the attack, but something deeper, something that festered in the foundations of the keep. The servants, a small, closed-mouth group who moved through the stone corridors like ghosts, their loyalties old and inscrutable. And then there was Jonah. Jonah was Bennett's assistant, a quiet, unassuming man in his 40s, who seemed to be made of the same neutral material as the castle's interior walls. He had a forgettable face and a habit of appearing silently at one's elbow. He was the keeper of the keys, the manager of the household, the man who knew where every pipe led and every wire ran. He was a fixture, and like a fixture, he was mostly invisible. It was Jonah who found Anders in the library late one night, poring over the castle's old ledgers. "Looking for ghosts, Mr. Anders?" Jonah asked, his voice a soft, dry rustle. "Ghosts are just memories that once stay buried." Anders replied without looking up, "I'm looking for plumbing." "Plumbing? How things flow. Water, information, secrets." Jonah moved into the pool of lamplight. He had unusually long, slender fingers, the kind a pianist or watchmaker might have. "This is an old place. The walls aren't just stone and mortar. They're layered with time. Some things get absorbed." Anders finally looked at him. "Is that what happened to Cora? Was she absorbed by the walls?" Jonah's smile was a faint, fleeting thing. "Perhaps. Or perhaps the walls gave something up." The next day, Anders insisted on a second, more thorough examination of the lavender room. He dismissed the policeman and worked alone. He measured everything again. He tapped every inch of the wallpaper, feeling for a hollow echo. He lay on the floor, his cheek pressed against the cold wood, studying the grain, the gaps between the planks. He examined the key, a heavy, tarnished piece of iron, its teeth worn smooth with age. It was when he was examining the door frame for the 10th time that he noticed it. A tiny, almost microscopic scratch on the brass faceplate of the lock. A fresh, bright mark against the dull patina. It was a mark that shouldn't have been there, not if the key had been turned gently from the inside. It was the kind of mark made by a tool, a pick, or perhaps a specially modified key, inserted with force from the outside. The locked room was not locked from the inside. It was made to appear that way. The revelation was not a thunderclap, but a slow, cold uncoiling in his gut. The entire premise of the case was a lie. The impossibility was a stage trick. His mind began to race, reconfiguring the structure. The cold Cora felt not a supernatural chill, but the influx of cold sea air from a hidden opening. The shadow, a real person, their form obscured because the only light was from the moon, and they were emerging from a darkness within the room itself. He spent the next 24 hours in a state of focused mania, ignoring Bennett's demands for updates, avoiding Jared's clumsy attempts to pry information from him. He studied the castle's architectural history, focusing not on the lavender room, but on the rooms adjacent to it. He found it in a brittle, water-stained ledger from the 17th century, a priest hole, a secret chamber built for Catholic priests during the Reformation, its entrance so cleverly concealed it had been forgotten for centuries. It wasn't in the lavender room. It was behind it. The entrance was in the back of the deep wardrobe in Bennett's own bedchamber, a room he had forbidden anyone from entering. Anders waited until the deep watch of the night, when the castle's silence was at its most profound and heavy. He picked the lock on Bennett's door with a quiet, practiced ease. The room was Spartan, dominated by a large bed and that massive oak wardrobe. It took him 20 minutes to find the mechanism, a disguised latch under the bottom shelf. With a soft, gritty click, the entire back of the wardrobe swung inward, revealing a narrow black space. A damp, frigid air flowed out, carrying the unmistakable smell of the sea and old stone. He stepped inside. The space was a tunnel, barely wide enough for a man to shuffle through sideways. It was cold, deathly cold. He used a small flashlight, the beam cutting a swath through the absolute blackness. The tunnel ran for about 15 feet, then ended at another wall. But this wall had a hairline crack outlining a small square panel. He pushed. It swung open without a sound. He was looking into the lavender room, from behind the headboard of Cora's bed. The panel was a section of the wallpaper itself, stretched over a thin wooden frame, perfectly camouflaged. From this vantage point, hidden in utter darkness, an intruder could watch, wait, and then emerge like a phantom from the very wall. He understood it all now. The how was solved. The who and the why remained. He did not confront Bennett immediately. Instead, he went to Cora. He found her in the solarium again, at the same time of day. This time, he did not sit at a distance. He stood before her, his expression grave. "The secret passage is behind the headboard of your bed," he said, his voice low and steady. "Someone used it to come into your room. Someone who knew it was there. Your father knows it's there. It's in his room." Cora's face crumpled. The blankness was replaced by a raw, agonizing conflict. "No," she whispered. "It was him, wasn't it, Cora? Your father was the shadow." She began to cry, silent, heaving sobs that shook her small frame. He wasn't trying to hurt me. Not really. He was checking. Checking on what? "The project," she choked out. "The one in the cliffs. The one Jonah helps him with. He's been different since he started. Paranoid. He thought I knew something, that I'd found his notes. He came in to search my room, to scare me, to make me too frightened to leave my bed at night. He never meant for me to wake up. He was just a shadow. My own father, a shadow in my room." Anders felt a profound sickness. It was not a crime of passion, but of cold, calculated intimidation. A father terrorizing his own daughter to protect a secret. He found Bennett in his study, a glass of amber liquid in his hand, staring into the fire. He did not look up as Anders entered. "It's over, Bennett," Anders said. "I know about the passage. I know you were in her room." Bennett took a slow sip of his whiskey. "You are a very clever young man, but you are also a fool. You have uncovered a family matter, a father's misguided attempt to protect his child from a dangerous world. Protect her? You shattered her. There are things at stake here far greater than one girl's peace of mind," Bennett said, his voice gaining a hard, fanatical edge. "My work, it will change everything. The energy of the sea, the tides, it can be harnessed, controlled. But the process, the location, it must remain secret. Cora is too curious, too like her mother was." "So you became the monster in her closet." Before Bennett could reply, a figure detached itself from the deeper shadows in the corner of the room. Jonah Dodd. He moved with that same unnaturally smooth grace Cora had described. "He's not the monster, Mr. Anders," Jonah said, his voice still a whisper, but now it carried a sharp, metallic edge. "He's merely the architect. I am the instrument." Anders stared at him, the final piece of the puzzle clicking into place with a terrifying finality. the scratch on the lock. Bennett had the secret, but he was a scientist, an old man. He lacked the dexterity, the stealth. He had an accomplice. "You picked the lock after Bennett left through the passage," Anders said, his heart hammering against his ribs. "You reached through the panel, turned the key from the inside, and dropped it to the floor. You created the illusion." Jonah gave that faint, fleeting smile again. "Perception is a lock more complicated than any made of iron. I simply turned the key in the minds of those who saw the room." The confrontation happened quickly after that. Bennett, in a fit of rage and desperation, lunged for a letter opener on his desk. Anders was faster, deflecting the blow, grappling with the older man. It was Jonah who ended it. As Bennett struggled, Jonah picked up a heavy glass decanter and, with an expression of serene detachment, brought it down on Bennett's head. The scientist crumpled to the floor, motionless. Jonah looked at Anders, his slender fingers stained with the spilled whiskey. He was becoming a liability. His guilt was making him weak. The project does not need weakness. It needs purity. The police, led by Jared, took Jonah away. The official story was one of a deranged assistant attacking his employer and terrorizing the daughter. A tale of simple, brutal madness. The complexities of the secret project, the father's betrayal, were buried under the neat, satisfying conclusion of an arrest. Anders stood on the cliff path the next morning, the wind a constant, grieving whisper. The castle loomed behind him, its secrets seemingly sealed once more. Cora was being taken to a hospital on the mainland to begin the long, uncertain journey of putting herself back together. He had solved the puzzle. He had found the mechanism. He had won his battle of wits, but he felt no triumph, only a deep, abiding cold. He had unmasked a monster, only to find a worse one lurking behind it, a man for whom human beings were merely components in a grand, immoral design. Weeks later, a small flat package arrived at his city apartment. There was no return address. Inside was a single sheet of high-quality vellum. On it, in a precise, elegant script he recognized, was a message. "The greatest deceptions are not those we perform for others, but those we perform for ourselves. You looked for a monster in the shadows and found one in the light. But you never asked what the light was for. The work continues. Congratulations." It was unsigned. Anders walked to his window, looking out at the rain-slicked city streets, a world away from the distorted silence of Blackwater Keep. He thought of Cora, of Bennett, of Jonah's serene, inhuman eyes. He had closed the case, but the mystery had expanded, its roots reaching into places he could not see and did not understand. He crumpled the note and dropped it into an ashtray, setting it alight. The paper blackened and curled, the words vanishing into smoke, but the meaning of them remained, a cold, persistent whisper in the back of his mind. A lock for which he had not yet found the key. The case was over, but the silence it left behind was, once again, profoundly and unsettlingly distorted. The rain began to fall against his window, blurring the city lights into smears of gold and white. He stood there long after the note had turned to ash, the ghost of its message clinging to him. He had prided himself on seeing the structure, the underlying logic of any situation. But Jonah was right. He had been so focused on the immediate deception, the locked room, the frightened girl, the guilty father, that he had accepted the larger lie without question. The project, Bennett's grand secret work. He had dismissed it as the ravings of a fanatic or the cover for something more mundane. But Jonah, the perfect instrument, had believed in it enough to kill for it. And the note suggested it was not only ongoing, but that Anders's involvement had been anticipated, tolerated. He spent the next few days in a state of restless agitation. He tried to return to his other cases, a series of petty thefts and a blackmail scheme, but his mind kept drifting back to the cliffs, to the smell of salt and stone. He requested the official evidence file from Jared, under the pretext of tying up loose ends for his report. The chief, grateful for the closed case and the positive press, obliged without question. The file was thin. Crime scene photos of the lavender room. Bennett's autopsy report. Death by blunt force trauma. Inventory of items from Bennett's study. Nothing about energy or tides. Nothing about a project. It was as if that part of the story had been surgically removed. He found the number for the private hospital where Cora was recuperating. The voice on the other end was polite but firm. Miss Blackwater was not taking any calls. She was under strict medical supervision and was not to be disturbed. When he pressed, identifying himself as the investigator on her case, the tone shifted to one of cold finality. The order, he was told, came from the family's legal counsel. There was no family left, he thought. Only a trust, a board of directors. And Jonah, who had managed it all. A different kind of cold, one of professional dread, began to seep into him. He had not been the hunter on that island. He had been a piece on the board, moved into position to eliminate a problematic player. His investigation had served their purpose. He had given them a tidy public conclusion that allowed them to bury the truth deeper than ever. He went back to the architectural plans of Blackwater Keep, the ones Jared had spread across the library table. He studied them for hours, looking not for priest holes or secret passages, but for inconsistencies in the foundation, for notations that might hint at modifications. He found it on the plan of the lowest cellar, a section that was marked as backfilled and unstable. A small handwritten notation in the margin, in an ink that differed from the rest. Conduit access. See title schematics. The title schematics were not in the police file. They were not in any of the public records he could access. He called a contact at the Maritime Archives, a man who owed him a favor. After 2 days, the man called back, his voice puzzled. There's nothing listed under Blackwater Keep or Bennett Blackwater, he said. But I did find something odd. A shell corporation, Peleus Holdings, has filed 6 permits for deep geological surveying along that exact stretch of coast. Seismic tests, core samples. The kind of thing you do before you build a tunnel. Or a very deep foundation. Peleus, the father of Achilles in Greek mythology. A name about power, lineage, and a son destined for greatness. It felt like Jonah's taste. Anders knew then that he was at a crossroads. He could accept the victory he had been given, let the case fade into a dark, uncomfortable memory. A lesson in the limits of his own perception, or he could tear the scab off his own neatly bandaged conclusion. That night he dreamed of the tunnel behind the wardrobe. But in the dream, it did not end at the lavender room. It went deeper, down through the bedrock, the walls changing from stone to a smooth, dark material that felt neither cold nor warm. And from the depths, he could hear a low, rhythmic hum, like the heartbeat of the earth itself, or the turning of some vast, submerged machine. He woke with a start, the sound still echoing in his ears. It was the sound of the distortion in the silence. It was the sound of the project. He got out of bed and began to pack a bag. He knew it was reckless. He knew he was likely walking into a trap that had been set for him the moment he had taken the case. But the locked room in his mind had been breached. He could not unsee the hidden panel, and he could not unhear the hum from the cliffs. The structure of the world had shifted, and Anders, the logician, had no choice but to find the new facts that would fit it. He was going back to Blackwater Keep. The ferry ride was a study in gray, a gray sky pressed down on a gray sea, and the island emerged from the mist, not as a place, but as a bruise of dark rock against the horizon. This time there was no Jared to meet him. He took a room at the sole pub in the village, a damp, quiet place where the few patrons eyed him with a flat, knowing silence. They knew who he was. They knew what had happened. and their silence felt less like discretion and more like a warning. He waited until full dark before making his way up the cliff path. The wind had teeth now, a cold bite that the city had never known. The castle was a black silhouette, most of its windows dark. Only a single light burned in a ground floor window, likely a caretaker. The official story had left the place empty, a monument to a tragedy. But Anders knew better. He did not approach the main gate. Instead, he circled around to the seaward side, scrambling down a treacherous, narrow path he had memorized from the old surveys. His goal was not the castle itself, but the cliffs beneath it. The unstable cellar. He found it half hidden by a fall of scree and stubborn gorse bushes. A rusted iron door set directly into the rock face, its surface blistered by salt spray. It was secured by a heavy, modern padlock. From his bag he took a set of picks, his movements precise and quiet against the roar of the surf below. The lock was good, but it was no match for his focus. It yielded with a solid clunk. He pulled the door open, its hinges screaming a protest that was swallowed by the wind. Beyond was not a cellar, but a tunnel hewn from the living rock. The air that flowed out was cold and carried a faint metallic tang. And the hum was there. Not a dream, but a physical vibration he could feel through the soles of his shoes. He switched on his flashlight and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. The tunnel sloped downward, the rough-hewn walls soon giving way to that same smooth, dark material from his dream. It was cool to the touch, non-reflective, and seemed to absorb the sound of his footsteps. The hum grew louder, a deep, resonant frequency that made his teeth ache. The tunnel ended in a vast, cavernous space that took his breath away. It was a man-made grotto, lit by the cold blue light of a dozen monitors and glass-fronted control panels. In the center of the chamber, a massive column of the same dark material descended from the ceiling and plunged into a pool of churning black water. The pool was not natural. It was a shaft, drilled straight down, and from its depths came the source of the hum, a powerful, throbbing energy that resonated in his bones. He was not alone. Jonah stood before the central control panel, his back to Anders. He was dressed not in his servant's blacks, but in simple, functional trousers and a shirt. His slender fingers danced across a touchscreen, adjusting dials that glowed with soft light. "I wondered if you would come," Jonah said without turning. His voice, for the first time, was clear and strong. No longer a rustle, but a clean, sharp instrument. "It's the curse of a logical mind, isn't it? The unanswered variable, the incomplete equation." "What is this?" Anders asked, his own voice sounding small against the monumental hum. "This is the project," Jonah said, finally turning to face him. His eyes held no malice, only a profound and unsettling intensity. Bennett called it a tidal harness, a crude name for a sublime concept. He thought we were drawing power from the sea. He was a brilliant engineer, but a limited philosopher. He gestured to the dark column. "This is not a generator, Mr. Anders. It is a resonator. A key. The tides, the seismic activity of this region, they create a unique harmonic signature. We are not harvesting energy. We are aligning with a frequency, tuning the instrument of reality itself." "Dim." Anders stared, the implications unfolding in his mind like a poisonous flower. "You're not powering a city. You're trying to change something else." "Perception is the lock," Jonah repeated, his smile genuine now, alive with a terrifying passion. "And this is the key." Bennett's fear was so small. He thought we could power the world. I showed him we could reshape it. His guilt over Cora, his petty human weakness, was a miscalculation, an impurity in the signal. You were the catalyst that removed him. He took a step closer. The work was never in danger from Cora. It was in danger from him. You served your purpose perfectly. Anders understood the note now. Congratulations. He had been a tool, his logic and his morality expertly manipulated to clear the path for this insanity. It's impossible, Anders said. But the words felt hollow in the face of the humming monolith. Is it? Jonah asked softly. You solved an impossible crime. You found a door where there was none. You are standing in a room that does not exist, speaking to a man who officially resides in a prison cell. What is impossibility but a temporary state of understanding? He gestured to the entrance. You can leave. The story is over. The world believes it. Go back to your city and your small puzzles. Or you can stay. You have a mind that sees the structure of things. You could be of use. The next phase requires a subtler touch. The offer hung in the humming air, cold and sincere. Anders looked from Jonah's serene face to the dark, resonating column, to the churning water that seemed to lead to the heart of the world. He had come for answers, and he had found an abyss that threatened to swallow not just a case, but his entire understanding of what was real. He had solved the mystery of the lavender room. But here, in this hidden chamber beneath the sea, he was faced with a puzzle of an entirely different magnitude, one with no clear solution, no satisfying conclusion. Only a terrible and infinite question. And the hum of the machine was the only answer it seemed willing to give. Anders did not answer. He could not. The hum filled him, a physical pressure that threatened to unmake his thoughts. To accept was to surrender his reality to the man in front of him. To refuse was to walk away from the greatest, most terrifying truth he had ever encountered. He took a step back, then another. His eyes locked on Jonah's. Jonah simply watched him, his expression one of mild curiosity, as if observing a rare insect. He made no move to stop him. Anders turned and walked back up the smooth, dark tunnel. The hum faded with each step, replaced by the howl of the wind outside. He relocked the iron door, the crude mechanism of the padlock, a comforting anchor in a world that had just lost its foundations. He climbed the cliff path in a daze, the cold air doing nothing to clear the resonance from his mind. He left the island on the first ferry the next morning. He did not look back at the receding shape of Blackwater Keep. He went through the motions in the city, returning to his apartment, to his files, to the mundane rhythm of urban life. But the noise of the city now felt thin, a frantic chatter trying to mask a profound and unsettling silence. He took no new cases. He spent his days in libraries, researching obscure physics, mythology, and the few, fragmented records of Peleus holdings. He found nothing of substance. It was a ghost, a name on paper, just as Jonah had been a ghost in the shadows. Weeks turned into months. The memory of the humming chamber did not fade. It calcified, becoming a hard, unyielding kernel of certainty at the center of his being. He had been wrong. The world was not a system of logical, interlocking parts. It was a fragile consensus, a story people told themselves. And there were those who knew how to edit the text. One rainy evening, a plain, unmarked envelope was slipped under his door. Inside was a photograph, taken from a high angle, showing a man walking down a street in a city Anders did not recognize. The man was Bennett Blackwater. He was alive. There was no doubt. The date stamp on the photograph was from the previous week. There was no note this time. No message was necessary. It was a statement of fact, a demonstration of power. The official story was a lie, and they wanted him to know it. They were showing him that they could rewrite reality, not just in hidden caverns, but in the plain light of day. Anders put the photograph down on his desk. He looked out his window at the glistening streets, the traffic lights changing from red to green, the people with their umbrellas hurrying toward their destinations, all of them believing in the solidity of the world beneath their feet. He picked up the phone. He had a number. An old contact from his university days, a theoretical physicist who had always danced on the edge of credibility. The man answered on the third ring. "Alex," Anders said, his voice steady, cleansed of all doubt by the finality of the photograph. "It's Leo Anders. I need to talk to you about resonant frequencies, and about the possibility that someone has found a way to tune them." He had chosen his path. He would not be a tool again. He would not walk away. The case was not over. It had simply changed its shape, expanding from a single locked room to encompass the entire trembling world. He was no longer just a detective. He was a man who had heard the hum in the silence. And he knew, with a cold and absolute certainty, that he had to find a way to make it stop. The line was quiet for a moment. "Leo, I haven't heard from you in years. This is unexpected. Resonant frequencies are a broad field. You'll have to be more specific." Alex's voice was cautious, layered with a scholar's wariness. "I'm talking about macro-scale application," Anders said, his eyes still fixed on the photograph of Bennett. "Not laboratory equipment. Something large enough to use geological and tidal forces. A theory that suggests reality itself might be susceptible to tuning. Yeah, Joshua." A longer silence this time, filled only by the faint hiss of the connection. "That's not physics, Leo. That's fringe metaphysics. The kind of thing that gets you laughed out of conferences. Have you ever heard of a group or project, maybe under the name Peleus? They'd have money, a lot of it, and they wouldn't be publishing papers. Peleus." Alex breathed the name, and the quality of his silence changed. It was no longer just wary. It was charged, almost fearful. "Where did you hear that name?" Anders felt a cold thrill. A connection, however faint, had been made. "I can't say over the phone, but I need to know what you know." "Meet me," Alex said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Not at my office. There's a cafe near the old observatory. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. and Leo. Be careful who you talk to about this." The line went dead. Anders placed the receiver back in its cradle. The rain continued to fall, but the city outside his window no longer looked like a refuge. It looked like a facade, a carefully constructed set. Alex's fear was palpable, a tangible thing that had traveled through the copper wires. He knew something, and his fear meant that Jonah's project, whatever its true nature, had tendrils that reached far beyond a single island. Anders opened a locked drawer in his desk and took out a fresh, blank notebook. On the first page, he wrote a single word: tuning. He then began to write, not in the linear, factual style of a case report, but in a web of connections, questions, and fears. He wrote about the distorted silence, the hum in the cliff, Jonah's serene eyes, and the impossible living man in the photograph. He was building a new case file, one without a client, without a fee, and without any certainty of a solution. He was investigating the world itself, and the silent, powerful architects who were, even now, busy at its foundations. The hum was still in his ears, a constant, low-grade reminder. He had started this by seeking a single truth. Now he was committed to uncovering them all, no matter how deep he had to go, or how much of his own reality he had to leave behind. The cafe was a relic, smelling of old coffee and damp wool. Alex was already there, tucked into a corner booth farthest from the window. He looked older, thinner, his eyes darting towards the entrance as Anders approached. He did not stand. "You look like you've seen a ghost," Anders said, sliding into the seat opposite him. "I'm not sure that's the right term," Alex murmured, stirring his untouched coffee. "Ghosts are remnants of the past. This is something else." He leaned forward, his voice a conspiratorial thread. "Peleus. It's a whisper in certain circles. A myth. The kind of funding source that appears out of nowhere, bankrolling research that's decades ahead of its time, and then vanishes. The work is always compartmentalized. No one researcher sees the whole picture. What kind of work? Anders pressed. Acoustics, quantum vibration, information theory, the mathematics of consciousness. It sounds like nonsense until you see the results. Papers that are never published but are passed hand to hand. Prototypes that shouldn't work but do. Alex's eyes were wide. A colleague of mine, a brilliant man, took their money. He was studying the resonant properties of calcium carbonate, limestone. He said they were interested in large-scale structural integrity. 6 months into his grant, he had a breakdown. Kept babbling about the music of the walls. He's an institution now. Anders felt the pieces click into a horrifying mosaic. Limestone, the foundation of Blackwater Keep. They're not just tuning a frequency, Alex. They're tuning a place. Using the land itself. That's the theory some of us have. Alex nodded, his face pale. That they're attempting a localized, reality-based modulation. A controlled schism. But, Leo, for God's sake, why? What did you find? Anders told him. He omitted names and the specific location, but he described the chamber, the dark resonator, the churning shaft, and Jonah's philosophy of perception. He described the photograph of a dead man walking. When he finished, Alex had sunk back into his seat, looking utterly drained. My God, they've moved from theory to practice. They've built the instrument. And I helped them, Anders said, the admission tasting like ash. I cleared their path. You were a variable they accounted for, Alex corrected him, his scientific mind reasserting itself. Your logic was a predictable force. They used it. The question is, what do they want? A key can be used to lock something away or to open a door. What door are they trying to open? I don't know, Anders said. But I intend to find out. I need to understand the science. I need to know how to fight it. Alex looked at him with a mixture of pity and admiration. You can't fight a tide with a bucket, Leo. This isn't a criminal conspiracy you can expose with evidence. If they can truly manipulate the foundational aspects of a locale, then concepts like evidence and truth become fluid. They can rewrite the scene of the crime as easily as you write in that notebook. He pushed a napkin across the table. On it, he had written a single word. Cacophony. What's that? Anders asked. If they are creating a perfect controlling resonance, Alex whispered, then the only counter is noise, chaos, the unpredictable. The human element they can't account for. It's not an answer. It's a Hail Mary. He stood up, throwing some money onto the table. Don't contact me again. They monitor descent. They consider it static. Nush. He left quickly, disappearing into the gray rain. Anders looked down at the napkin. Cacophony. It felt like a surrender to madness, the antithesis of everything he was. Order, logic, reason. These were his tools. And they had been rendered obsolete. He was left with chaos as his only weapon. He folded the napkin and put it in his pocket, a new, unsettling variable in his impossible new case. The hunt had begun again, but the prey was no longer a man. It was a song being played on the very fabric of the world, and Anders had to find a way to make it sing out of tune. The word echoed in his mind as he walked home through the rain. Cacophony, dad. It was not a plan. It was a paradox. How did one plan for chaos? How did a man who valued clarity above all else become an agent of noise? His apartment felt different when he returned. It was no longer a sanctuary for thought, but an operations center for a war he did not understand. Photograph of Bennett Blackwater was still on his desk. He picked it up, studying the background, the blur of people, the style of the cars. It was a European city, he was almost certain. Somewhere old, with a bedrock of history. A place with strong foundations to tune. He spent the next 2 days in a fever of research, but he avoided the official channels and academic databases he normally relied upon. He drifted instead through the murkier waters of the internet, forums where conspiracy theorists and fringe scientists mingled. He searched for anomalies, for stories that didn't fit, for glitches in the consensus reality. He found tales of towns where everyone shared the same dream, of archaeological sites that defied carbon dating, of localized memory loss in entire communities. Most were easily dismissed as hoaxes or mass hysteria, but a handful, a tiny fraction, had a familiar pattern. They were often tied to places with unique geological or acoustic properties. And in a few buried deep in the comment sections, he found the name Peleus, always followed by a swift deletion or a user suddenly going silent. He was chasing ghosts. He knew it, but he was a detective. Ghosts were his business. The problem was that these ghosts were not confined to the past. They were actively shaping the present. On the 3rd day, he received a package. It was a small, heavy box left with his doorman by a courier service he did not recognize. There was no return address. Inside, nestled in gray foam, was a rock. It was a piece of dark, smooth stone, cool to the touch. It was the same material as the resonator in the cavern. Attached was a simple, typewritten note. A souvenir, a reminder that some foundations are not as solid as they appear. Your curiosity is noted. It is a valuable, if volatile, resource. The offer remains open. They were not threatening him. They were recruiting him. They were showing him their reach, their confidence. They had followed his research, intercepted his package, and responded with a message of chilling clarity. He was not a threat to them. He was a potential asset. He held the piece of the resonator in his hand. It seemed to pulse with a faint inner coldness, a dormant echo of the great hum. This was not just a rock. It was a piece of their machine, a physical fragment of their impossible project. He put it down on his desk, next to Bennett's photograph. 2 pieces of evidence that defied logic. 2 anchors in his new, fractured reality. He knew then that Alex was right. He could not fight them on their own terms. Their terms were order, control, and a terrifyingly perfect logic. To confront them directly was to become another predictable variable, to be neatly solved and accounted for. He opened his notebook to a fresh page. He did not write a word. Instead, he took a pen and began to draw. Not a diagram or a map, but a chaotic, swirling, abstract scribble. Lines crossed over lines, shapes were obscured, and no pattern emerged. It was the visual equivalent of static. It was ugly and unsettling to his ordered mind. But it was a start. He had to learn a new language. He had to become unpredictable, illogical, chaotic. He had to become a discordant note in their perfect, humming song. He picked up the piece of dark rock again. It was cold and silent, but he knew, with a certainty that chilled him more than the stone itself, that somewhere, deep beneath the earth or the sea, the great resonator was still humming, and Jonah was still tuning, waiting for the world to change its key. He left the apartment that night, the scribbled page torn from his notebook and folded in his pocket. The city, with its grid of streets and predictable rhythms, felt like a cage. He walked without a destination, his mind a whirlpool of half-formed plans and escalating dread. He needed to introduce a variable they couldn't predict. But how did one plan an accident on a cosmic scale? He found himself in a part of the city he usually avoided, a district of neon signs and all-night establishments, where the orderly facade of urban life cracked open to reveal the messy, vibrant chaos underneath. The air smelled of fried food and exhaust, and the sounds of competing musics from different bars created a jarring, discordant symphony. This was it. This was the cacophony Alex had spoken of. He saw a payphone, its plastic shell cracked and graffitied, a relic of a less connected age. An idea, fragile and insane, began to form. He couldn't fight their network, but he could pollute it. He emptied his wallet of bills and bought a handful of prepaid calling cards from a dusty corner store. For the next 2 hours, he lived the chaos. He called numbers at random from a torn phone book, leaving bizarre, fragmented messages on answering machines. He recited nursery rhymes to a late-night taxi dispatcher. He called a university's geology department and, affecting a panicked voice, reported anomalous seismic readings in the city's bedrock. He called a talk radio station and rambled about the music of the spheres being out of tune. Each call was a pebble thrown into a pond, the ripples intersecting and interfering with one another in meaningless, unpredictable ways. It was a performance of madness, a deliberate act of static. He was sowing noise into the system, hoping that somewhere, in some monitoring station, a red light would blink on a console, flagging a series of nonsensical, unconnected events that would require a human moment of confusion to dismiss. Exhausted, he finally stopped, his throat raw. He had no illusion that this would stop Jonah, but it was a declaration of intent. He was no longer playing the detective. He was becoming the anomaly. As he turned to leave the phone booth, a man fell into step beside him. He was nondescript, wearing a dark coat, his face bland and unmemorable. Anders' heart hammered against his ribs. "That was an interesting display, Mr. Anders," the man said, his voice as neutral as his appearance. "A lot of energy expended for very little result." "It's a free country," Anders said, forcing his voice to remain level. "Is it?" the man replied. "The concept of freedom is predicated on a stable reality in which to exercise it. My employers are merely ensuring that stability." He handed Anders a small white business card. It was blank. "The next time you feel the urge to be creative, call this number. Ask for an open line. You will be connected to a voice. Say whatever you wish. Rant, recite poetry, scream. It will be heard by someone who can appreciate the sentiment without the need for public disruption." Anders took the card. It was a masterstroke. They weren't just monitoring him. They were offering him a pressure valve, a way to vent his rebellion harmlessly into a void, to become a contained and managed variable. They were institutionalizing his chaos. The man melted back into the crowd, leaving Anders standing on the sidewalk, the blank card pinched between his fingers. He had tried to be unpredictable, and they had predicted it, neutralizing his efforts with an elegant, dismissive efficiency. The hum in his mind seemed to grow louder, a smug, persistent vibration. He looked up at the towering buildings around him, their steel frames and concrete foundations suddenly seeming less like testaments to human ingenuity, and more like the strings of a puppet stage. And he was just one of the puppets, jerking on his strings, thinking his movements were his own. The game was far more complex than he had imagined, and he was only just beginning to learn the rules. He walked until the neon dimmed into the gray light of dawn, the blank card a heavy weight in his pocket. They had not threatened him. They had not warned him. They had given him a direct line, a way to scream into a void they controlled. It was the ultimate act of dismissal. His chaos was not a threat. It was a data point. Back in his apartment, the silence was different. It was no longer an absence of sound, but a presence, a listening quality. He felt observed not by a person, but by the air itself, by the walls. He took the card out and placed it on his desk next to the dark stone in the photograph. 3 artifacts: a key, a lock, and a mockery. He knew then that his initial approach was futile. Random acts of noise were just that, random, and therefore, in a system large enough, statistically predictable. He needed a different kind of chaos, a targeted one. He needed to find a flaw in their perfect logic, not by being illogical, but by applying a logic they had not anticipated. He turned back to his notebook, to the web of connections he had started. Jonah.Bennett.Bidius, the resonator. He focused on Bennett Blackwater, The man who should be dead. If they could change the past, or the perception of it, then the past was the battlefield. He needed to find a crack in their story, a piece of history they had failed to fully tune. He spent the day in the city's central library, buried in the archives of foreign newspapers. He focused on the European city he had guessed was in the background of Bennett's photograph. He looked for obituaries, for society page mentions, for any record of Bennett's alleged death. He found nothing. It was a perfect erasure. But perfection, he realized, was its own kind of flaw. In the real world, things are messy. Loose ends exist. A perfect record was a sign of manipulation. His breakthrough came from an unexpected angle. He wasn't looking for Bennett anymore. He was looking for the absence of him. He pulled the financial records for Blackwater import-export for the year following Bennett's supposed death. The business had not missed a beat. There were no probate filings, no transfers of ownership noted in the trade ledgers. It was as if Bennett had never existed, or as if he had never left. But then, in a shipping manifesto from a port in Lisbon, he found it. A minor annotation, a scrawled initial in the corner of a carbon copy form authorizing a customs override. The initial was B. The date was 6 months after Bennett Blackwater had reportedly died in a car crash in Marseille. It was a tiny thing, a flicker of a ghost in the machine. Perhaps a clerk who hadn't gotten the memo, or a system that hadn't been fully updated. A single, unchanging note in a song that was supposed to have been rewritten. It was his cacophony, not a scream, but a whisper of contradiction. It was a thread. He didn't know where it led, but he knew it was real. He carefully copied the information, his hands trembling not with fear, but with a fierce, quiet joy. They were powerful, but they were not gods. They had missed a spot. And Leo Anders, the detective, knew how to follow a thread. The hum was still there, but now, for the first time, he felt he had an answer for it. Not noise, but a single, true note of his own. Story 4. The leather of the armchair was cold and smooth, like the skin of a dead thing. It was a high-backed throne of a thing, positioned to face the door, a king's chair for a king's room. In the dim morning light filtering through the slats of the blinds, the dust motes danced above it, undisturbed. The chair was empty, yet it held the ghost of an impression, a slight depression in the seat cushion that was slowly, imperceptibly, rising. It was the only thing out of place in the study of Herbert Vane, a man for whom order was a religion. The air still carried the faint, sweet scent of his evening cigar, but underneath it, a coppery tang lingered, a secret the room was reluctant to give up. On the floor beside the chair, almost hidden in the deep shadow it cast, a single, perfect circle of dark moisture stained the Persian rug. Herbert Vane was the quiet king of a city that never slept. He did not rule from a throne of gold, but from this chair of worn leather, in a house of red brick and ivy on a street where the elm trees grew so tall they blotted out the sun. His business was not listed on any stock exchange, but its tendrils reached into the docks, the warehouses, the unions, and the polished halls of City Hall. He was a man of silence and implication. His power a deep, subterranean river that everyone knew was there but few ever saw. Now, he was gone, felled not by age or illness, but by a single precise act of violence that had left him in that chair, a king dethroned in the night. The news came to his sons in fragments, a shattered mirror of a morning. Leo, the eldest, arrived first, his car screeching to a halt on the gravel drive. He was all fire and fists, a man built for breaking things, his rage a visible heat haze around him. He took one look at the study, at the chair, and his bellow of anguish was a raw, animal thing that shook the portraits on the walls. Then came Michael, the middle son, pale and trembling, his hands fluttering like wounded birds. He smelled of expensive gin and regret, and he could not bring himself to cross the threshold, instead sinking to his knees in the hallway, a silent, weeping statue of a man who had never been built for this world. The last to arrive was Elias. He came not in a black sedan, but in his own modest car, the one he used to drive to the community college where he taught literature. He stood on the periphery of the chaos, his wife April's hand a cold, tight fist in his. He saw the flashing lights of the police cars, the dark, hulking shapes of his father's associates, the terrible, organized stillness of the house. He saw the chair through the open door of the study, and he knew with a cold certainty that settled in his bones that his life, as he knew it, was over. He spent 30 years running from this house, from this name, from the shadow of that leather chair. Now the shadow had reached out and pulled him back in. Denham, the family's consigliere, found him there. Denham was a man carved from gray stone and old money, his suits impeccable, his mind a labyrinth of legal precedents and unspoken agreements. He placed a hand on Elias's shoulder, a gesture that was both a comfort and a claim. They didn't even wait for the body to grow cold. Denham murmured, his voice a low, confidential rumble. The Corvino family. They've moved on the docks. They smelled blood in the water, Elias. The funeral was a pageant of power and paranoia. The city's elite stood shoulder to shoulder with men who had murder in their eyes, all of them paying respects under a sky, the color of bruised flesh. Leo stood at the head of the receiving line, his jaw a hard line, accepting condolences with a stiff nod, his gaze already plotting vengeance. Michael was a ghost, drifting through the crowd, a half-empty flask glinting in his pocket. And Elias stood beside April, feeling the weight of 100 stares, the unspoken question hanging in the humid air. Who would take the chair? The answer came that night, in the library of the red brick house. The air was thick with the smell of old books and older whiskey. Leo paced like a caged tiger. We hit them tonight. We hit them hard. We take out Salvatore Corvino himself and start a war we cannot control, Denham said, his voice calm, his fingers steepled. Your father's way was the quiet way, the profitable way. My father is dead, Leo roared, slamming his fist on the desk. His way got him killed. We need stability, Denham countered, his eyes shifting to Elias, who stood by the fireplace, silent. The politicians are nervous. The accountants are nervous. We are a business, Leonardo. A business cannot operate in a storm. Then what do you suggest? Leo spat. Denham let the silence stretch, a deliberate, heavy thing. We need a new face, a calm hand, someone who does not smell of gunpowder and rage. All eyes turned to Elias. Elias felt the room shrink, the walls pressing in. He looked at April, saw the silent plea in her eyes, the fear. He thought of his classroom, of the safe, ordered world of words and ideas. Then he looked at the empty chair by the desk, his father's chair, and he heard the echo of Denham's whisper. They smelled blood in the water. No, Elias said, the word a dry leaf in his throat. It is not a request, Elias, Denham said, his voice gentle but final. It is the will of the family. Your brothers are not suited. You are your father's son. You have his mind. You just never chose to use it. The transformation was not immediate. It was a slow, cold seep, like water into a sinking ship. Elias moved into his father's study. He did not sit in the leather chair. He stood behind it, his hands resting on its cold back, as he listened to Denham explain the intricate web of their empire. He learned about the shipping contracts that were fronts for smuggling, the construction unions whose loyalty was bought and paid for, the city councilmen who were on the payroll. He learned the language of power, which was not spoken in threats, but in suggestions, in silences, in the careful placement of a name in a conversation. He began to make decisions. Small ones at first. He approved a payment. He denied a request for a violent reprisal from Leo, instead directing their lawyers to tie up a Corvino business venture in endless litigation. He used his own quiet academic intellect, not to understand poems, but to deconstruct his enemies. He saw their weaknesses, their dependencies, their secret shames. He started to change. The softness in his eyes, the openness that April had fallen in love with, began to harden into something watchful and opaque. He came home later, his clothes sometimes carrying the faint, metallic scent of the docks, or the cloying sweetness of a cigar he had not smoked. When she touched him, he would flinch, as if her hands were too warm, too alive, for the cold thing he was becoming. "This isn't you, Elias," she whispered to him one night in the dark of their bedroom. "You're teaching them how to read The Great Gatsby. You're not this." "Gatsby believed in the green light," Elias replied, his voice flat and distant. "He believed in the future. My father believed in the chair, in the thing that is already there. There is no future here, April. There is only the present and the power to control it." The war with the Corvinos was a cold one, fought in boardrooms and back alleys. Elias was a new kind of general. He did not send waves of men with guns. He found a corrupt IRS agent and fed him information that led to a devastating audit of Corvino's legitimate holdings. He discovered that Salvatore Corvino's son was a degenerate gambler, and he quietly purchased his massive debts, holding them like a sword over the old man's head. He was playing a chess game with human pieces, and he was winning. Leo watched this with a simmering, hateful respect. He saw his bookish brother, the outsider, becoming more like their father than he or Michael ever could. The final break came when Elias refused to sanction a hit on a Corvino captain who had been seen near their warehouses. "He was scouting us, Elias," Leo shouted, his face flushed with fury. "He deserves a bullet in his brain. He deserves to go back to Salvatore and tell him that his warehouses are empty," Elias said, not looking up from a ledger. "Because I had the cargo moved 3 days ago, let him waste his time. Let him look weak and foolish in front of his men. A bullet is a quick death. Incompetence is a slow one." "Oh," Leo stared at him, a new kind of fear dawning in his eyes. "My God, you're enjoying this." Elias finally looked up. His eyes were the color of a winter sea, and just as cold. "I am doing what is necessary, something you have never understood." The true revelation did not come from an enemy, but from within the house of red brick and ivy. It came on a rain-slicked night, the kind of night that washes a city clean, if only for a moment. Elias was in the study, now sitting in the leather chair. It had long since molded to his shape. He was going over accounts with Denham when Michael stumbled in, soaked and shaking, his eyes wide with a terror that was not born of the storm. "I know who did it," Michael slurred, his breath a cloud of gin. "I know who killed Father." The room went still. Denham slowly closed his ledger. Elias leaned forward, his hands flat on the desk. "Who, Michael?" "It was Leo," Michael whispered, the words tearing from him. "He was making a deal with the Corvinos. A side deal. For the new casino licenses. Father found out. He was going to cut Leo out, disinherit him. Leah, he couldn't let that happen. Nanan, in Jua." The pieces fell into place in Elias's mind with a silent, terrible click. Leo's immediate, performative rage. His constant push for a war that would create chaos, a perfect smokescreen for his own treachery. His resentment of Elias, not just as a successor, but as the one who had uncovered a truth he had tried to bury. Elias did not rage. He did not shout. He stood up, walked to the window, and watched the rain streak down the glass like tears. He thought of his father, A man who had built an empire on loyalty, betrayed by his own blood. He thought of the cold leather of the chair that first morning, the silent witness to the ultimate sin. "Denim," Elias said, his voice barely a whisper. "Bring Leo to me." When Leo arrived, he was defiant, his arms crossed over his chest. "What is this, little brother? Another lesson in patience?" "You killed our father," Elias said. It was not an accusation. It was a statement of fact, flat and final. Leo's defiance cracked, then shattered. He laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. He was weak. He was living in the past. I was making us stronger. I was going to unite our family with the Corvinos, create an empire he never dreamed of. "You were making yourself king," Elias corrected. "You were selling our father's legacy for a handful of casino chips." "And what are you doing?" Leo sneered, taking a step forward. "Sitting in his chair, wearing his clothes, giving orders. You're no better than me. You're just smarter." Elias looked at his brother, at the familiar face twisted by greed and ambition. He saw the ghost of the boy he had once looked up to, now a stranger. He felt nothing. No anger, no sorrow. Just a vast, cold emptiness. "You will leave this city tonight," Elias said. "You will never return. If you do, you will be buried next to the man you murdered." Leo's face contorted in disbelief, then in fury. "You don't have the guts. You're a teacher, a wordsmith. You don't have the stomach for what needs to be done." Elias simply looked at Denham, who gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. Two large, quiet men entered the room. They did not look at Elias. They looked only at Leo. As they led his struggling, cursing brother away, Elias turned back to the window. The storm was passing. In the quiet that followed, he could hear the drip of water from the eaves, a slow, metronomic beat. He walked back to the leather chair and sat down. The transformation was complete. The outsider was gone. The king was on his throne. April left a week later. She packed a single suitcase and stood in the doorway of the study. She did not cry. "I loved Elias Vane," she said. "I don't know who you are." He did not try to stop her. He merely watched her go, a solitary figure retreating down the gravel drive, taking the last vestige of his old life with her. The door closed with a soft, final click. Years later, Elias Vane was the undisputed power in the city. He was more feared than his father had ever been. His rule absolute, his methods impeccably ruthless and quiet. The Vane family was more powerful, more wealthy, more entrenched than ever before. He lived in the red brick house alone, a solitary monarch in his silent kingdom. One evening, an old, weathered book arrived in the mail. There was no return address. It was a copy of The Great Gatsby. He hadn't held one in years. He opened it, and a single yellowed slip of paper fell out. It was a page from his father's personal calendar, from the day before he was killed. On it, in his father's precise script, was written, "Meeting with Elrie, succession. Must discuss E's future. His distance is his strength." Elias stared at the note, the words burning into his mind. His distance is his strength. His father had seen it in him all along. The coldness, the capacity for detachment. He had not been an afterthought, a last resort. He had been the plan. He walked into the study, the note clutched in his hand. The leather chair sat in its usual place, a dark monument in the twilight. He stood before it, not as a son, but as a successor finally understanding the full weight of his inheritance. He had thought he had uncovered the final truth, the secret of his father's death. But this was a deeper, more profound secret. The murder had not been the cause of his rise. It had been the final, brutal step in a design he had never known was being drawn. He did not sit down. He simply stood there, as the room darkened around him, the last of the light catching on the worn arm of the chair. And there, almost invisible unless you knew to look for it, just where his father's hand would have rested, was a small, dark, dried stain, the color of old wine or very old blood. He reached out, his fingers hovering just above the stain. He had seen it 1,000 times, had always assumed it was a flaw in the leather, a natural mark of age. Now he saw it for what it was, a final testament. A father's blood, a son's inheritance. The meeting his father had planned to discuss his future had never happened. Leo had made sure of that. But the intent was here, preserved in this small, dark circle. A secret kept even from Denham, even from himself, until now. A strange sound escaped him, something between a laugh and a sob, dry and hollow in the silent room. All these years he had believed he had been forced into the chair, that he had taken up a mantle he never wanted to shield his family from a storm. But the storm had been engineered for him. His father, in his ultimate calculation, had used his own murder as the crucible to forge his true successor. Leo had been the instrument, but his father had been the architect. He thought of the cold and methodical man he had become, the life he had built on the bones of his old one. He thought of April's words, "I don't know who you are." He had never known either. Not truly. He was not a teacher who had become a king. He was a king who had briefly and falsely believed he was a teacher. The phone on the desk buzzed, a low, insistent hum. Denham.T. There was always business. A problem with a city council vote. A shipment needing his authorization. The endless, quiet war of his existence. He looked from the phone to the stain on the chair, and then to his own reflection in the dark window. The face that looked back was his father's face, not in feature, but in essence. The same cold resolve, the same impenetrable calm. He did not answer the phone. He walked to the fireplace where a small, efficient gas flame flickered. He held the yellowed note over it. The paper curled, blackened, and vanished into a wisp of ash. The truth changed nothing. It only confirmed everything. He was not a man haunted by his father's ghost. He was its living embodiment. He returned to the desk and finally sat in the chair. The leather was no longer cold. It held the warmth of his body, the permanent impression of his presence. He picked up the phone, pressed a button, and when Denham answered, his voice was the same steady, unreadable tone it always was. The king was on his throne. The game, he now understood, had always been his to win. And he would play it, not out of duty or vengeance, but because it was the only thing he was ever truly meant to do. The silence after he hung up the phone was different now. It was no longer an absence of sound, but a presence, a substance he had learned to breathe. He picked up the copy of The Great Gatsby, its cover smooth and unfamiliar in his hands. He ran his thumb over the embossed title, then without ceremony, he dropped it into the brass wastebasket beside the desk. He did not watch it burn, but he heard the faint crackle of the cover curling in the heat, the death rattle of a ghost. The next morning, he summoned Michael. His brother arrived looking shrunken, his hands still fluttering, but now with a new, servile anxiety. He stood before the desk, unable to meet Elias's gaze. "You showed loyalty, Michael," Elias said, his voice even and devoid of judgment. "You came to me with the truth. That has value." Michael nodded, a quick, bird-like motion. I couldn't live with it anymore." "Loyalty should be rewarded with responsibility," Elias continued, sliding a single key across the polished wood of the desk. "The warehouses on the West Pier, they are yours to manage. The foreman, Silas, answers to you. See that the throughput improves by 10% by the end of the quarter." Michael stared at the key as if it were a venomous insect. This was not the absolution he sought. It was a chain. It was a demand to be competent, to be sober, to be a part of the machine he had always feared. Yes, I don't know if I can." "You can," Elias said, and it was not encouragement. It was a command. "Or you will fail, and in this family, failure has consequences. Do you understand?" The color drained from Michael's face. He understood perfectly. He picked up the key, his fingers closing around the cold metal. It felt heavier than any flask. "Yes," he whispered. "I understand." After Michael had shuffled out, Elias turned his chair to look out at the garden. The ivy on the red brick was thick and green, strangling the walls that contained it. He saw a flicker of movement, a cardinal landing on a branch, a splash of violent red against the deep green. It reminded him of April, of the bright scarf she used to wear. The memory was a distant, pictorial thing, evoking no feeling, only a faint recognition of a color palette from a former life. His peace was broken by Denham's entrance. The consigliere laid a new file on the desk. "The mayor is having second thoughts about the zoning variance for the new waterfront development. He claims it's a matter of public concern." Elias didn't turn from the window. "Does he still visit that house on Elm Street? The one with the blue shutters?" Denham was silent for a moment. "He does. Have a photographer there tonight. Not to intervene, just to document. Then send the mayor a bouquet of white lilies, his wife's favorite, with a card that reads, 'Thinking of your family.' You will understand the language." "Of course," Denham said, a note of quiet approval in his voice. It was the old way, refined. The threat was never spoken, only implied. A poison delivered with a smile. As Denham turned to leave, he paused. "It is good to see you embracing your role so fully, Elias. Your father would be satisfied." Elias finally turned from the window. His eyes met Denham's, and in their gray depths was no warmth, no gratitude, only a flat oceanic calm. "My father is dead, Denham," he said, the words simple and absolute. "His satisfaction is irrelevant. All that matters is what I decide." Denham gave a slow, respectful nod and left, closing the door behind him. Elias was alone again. He looked down at his hands, resting on the arms of the chair. They were clean, the nails perfectly trimmed. There was no physical stain on them. But as he sat there, the king in his silent kingdom, he knew the truth his father had understood. The blood was not just on the leather. It was on the hands of the man who sat in the chair, whether he had wielded the knife or not. It was the price of the throne, and he had paid it in full. The days bled into one another, a seamless tapestry of calculated moves and enforced silence. The waterfront zoning variance was approved without further comment from the mayor. Michael, to his own apparent surprise, managed the West Pier warehouses with a trembling efficiency, his fear of Elias a more potent motivator than any bottle. The city, to anyone looking from the outside, was at peace. It was the peace of a well-tended grave. Elias found he no longer dreamed of classrooms or of April's face. His mind, when it rested, replayed logistics and personnel files, searching for the loose thread, the potential crack. He was the guardian of his own fortress, and the walls he maintained were as much inside him as around the red brick house. It was during a meeting with a union representative, a bullish man named Henderson, that the past found a new way to echo. Henderson was arguing, his face florid, about pension cuts. Elias let him talk, his gaze fixed on a point just beyond the man's shoulder, his mind already having drafted the counterproposal that would break the union's resolve. "You can't just ignore the human cost," Henderson finally blustered, slamming a meaty hand on the desk. The phrase, so blunt and sentimental, seemed to hang in the air. Elias's eyes focused slowly on the man. "Human cost," he repeated, the words tasting foreign. "A cost implies a transaction. What precisely are you purchasing with these pensions?" Loyalty? Compliance? I find both can be acquired through more direct means. Henderson stared, his bluster dissolving into confusion. He was used to threats, to shouted negotiation. He did not understand this calm, surgical dissection of his very language. Before Elias could continue, Denham entered, a rare urgency in his step. He leaned close, his voice a whisper meant only for Elias. "There is a woman here to see you. She says her name is Cora. She says she is your mother's sister." The air in the room did not change, but something in Elias did. It was a subtle shift, a minute realignment of tectonic plates deep beneath the surface. He had not heard that name since childhood. His mother, a vague portrait of softness and illness, had spoken of a sister who had left, who had wanted nothing to do with the family or its business. A sister who had chosen freedom. He dismissed Henderson with a curt wave, the union man's problems instantly relegated to insignificance. He looked at Denham. "Where is she?" "In the foyer." "Nyanda." Elias stood and walked to the door of the study. He did not open it immediately. He looked through the small diamond-shaped window of leaded glass, a feature from a more genteel type. He saw a woman standing in the marble foyer, her back to him. She was tall and straight, dressed in a simple, dark coat. Her hair was a shock of white, swept up in an elegant knot. She was studying a painting on the wall, a bland landscape his father had bought for its respectability. He opened the door. The sound made her turn. Her face was lined, but the bones were fine and sharp. And in her eyes, a clear, direct gray, he saw his mother. The resemblance was so strong it was like a blow to a part of him he had thought long dead. "Elias," she said. Her voice was calm, melodic, untouched by the city's harsh tones. "And Cora," he replied. The title felt strange on his tongue. "This is a surprise." "I imagine it is." Her gaze swept over him, from his polished shoes to the cool stillness of his face. She did not seem afraid. She seemed assessing. "I was sorry to hear about your father. And about April." He did not ask how she knew. He simply gestured back toward the study. "Would you care to come in?" She followed him, her heels making soft, precise clicks on the marble. She did not seem impressed by the opulence of the house. She took a seat in the chair opposite his desk, folding her hands in her lap, her posture perfect. She looked at the leather chair behind the desk, then at him. "You look like him," she said. "More than I expected." "So, I have been told. I'm not here for money, Elias, or for a reunion." She looked around the room at the ledgers, the silent phone, the atmosphere of controlled power. "I heard stories about what you've become. I had to see for myself." "And what have you concluded?" he asked, his voice a low, neutral hum. "That my sister's son is gone," she said, her words not unkind, but final. "That the boy who loved books and ideas was buried a long time ago. I see a ghost of your father sitting in that chair. A more intelligent ghost, perhaps, a colder one. Certainly." Elias felt a flicker of something then. Not anger, but a deep, resonant irritation. This woman, this stranger with his mother's eyes, presumed to know him. She saw the surface and believed it was the entirety of the depths. "You chose to leave this world," he said. "You forfeited your right to comment on it." "I chose to live," she corrected gently. "There is a difference." She stood up, her visit apparently concluded. "I loved your mother very much. She was not strong enough for this life. She was gentle, like you once were." She walked to the door, then paused, looking back at him one last time. "Consumed her, Elias, your father. This life, it drained the light from her until there was nothing left. I see now that it didn't just consume you. It found in you a perfect vessel." She left then, as quietly as she had arrived. Denham appeared in the doorway, a question in his eyes. Elias gave a slight, negative shake of his head. There was no need for threats, for intimidation. Her words were meaningless. They were the sentimental echoes of a world that no longer existed. He sat back down in the chair. The leather sighed under his weight. He tried to return his thoughts to the union problem, to the shipping manifests, but his aunt's words echoed in the silent room. A perfect vessel. He looked at the stain on the arm of the chair. He was not a vessel. He was not a ghost. He was the architect of his own destiny. His father had provided the blueprint, but Elias had built the structure, stone by stone, with his own will. The coldness was not an inheritance. It was a tool he had honed. The power was not a legacy. It was a creation. He picked up the phone and dialed. When Henderson answered, his voice still thick with frustration, Elias spoke. His voice clear and absolute. Every trace of the earlier disturbance gone. The proposal is withdrawn, Henderson. The pensions will be cut by 15%, not 10. Take it, or I will dismantle your union piece by piece. The choice is yours. He hung up. The silence returned, but he no longer just breathed it. He commanded it. He was not a king on a throne built by his father. He was the throne itself, and the city was his to hold. The call ended. Henderson's sputtered protests were cut off, a minor noise silenced by a greater will. Elias placed the phone back in its cradle, with a finality that felt like a period at the end of a long, dark sentence. He felt a peculiar emptiness, not of loss, but of completion. The last vestige of hesitation, the faint echo of the man who might have bargained, was gone. His aunt's visit had been the final test, and he had passed. Her pity had been the whetstone on which he had sharpened his resolve. A week later, a plain, cream-colored envelope arrived, hand-delivered by a courier who left without a word. Inside was a single sheet of paper. It was a charcoal sketch, beautifully rendered, of his mother's face. She was young, and she was smiling. A real unguarded smile that reached her eyes, the eyes he shared with her and with Cora. There was no note. It was not an accusation. It was a reminder of what had been lost. A ghost offered not in malice, but in mourning. Elias held the drawing for a long time. He studied the lines of her face, the softness he remembered only from feverish childhood dreams. He felt a pressure in his chest, a tightness that was neither emotion nor memory, but something older, a geological ache. Then, carefully, he slid the sketch back into its envelope. He did not destroy it. He placed it in the bottom drawer of his desk, underneath a stack of old ledgers. It was not a sentiment to be cherished. It was a fossil, evidence of a species made extinct by the climate of this house. He stood and walked to the window. The cardinal was back, a defiant speck of color in the monochrome green. He watched it until it flew away. Then he turned his attention to the city skyline, a jagged silhouette against the gray sky. His city, every brick, every street, every life within it was a thread in the tapestry of his control. He thought of Leo, rotting in a prison of his own making. A pawn who had believed himself a player. He thought of Michael, finding a pathetic kind of dignity in his fear. He thought of Denham, the loyal servant to a power he no longer fully understood. They were all pieces on the board, and he was the hand that moved them. A new thought began to form, cold and clear as ice. The business was secure, its foundations deep and unshakable. But power, true power, was not just about defense. It was about expansion. It was about legacy. His father's legacy had been one of fear and consolidation. His would be different. It would be absolute. He would not just rule the city's underworld. He would become indistinguishable from the city itself, its government, its economy, its very soul. He returned to the desk and pressed a button. Denham appeared moments later, his expression neutral, waiting. "The mayor's term ends in 18 months, Elias said, his voice quiet but filling the room. "I want a list of potential successors, people we can cultivate." Denham's eyebrows rose almost imperceptibly. This was a new ambition. "Of course. I will begin the vetting process immediately." "And Denham," Elias added, as the consigliere turned to leave, "I don't want a puppet. I want a reflection." Denham paused, processing the distinction. A puppet could rebel. A reflection had no existence without the original. He nodded, a deeper understanding dawning in his eyes. Understood. Alone once more, Elias finally allowed himself to sit. The leather of the chair embraced him, the stain on the arm, now just a part of the landscape, a familiar continent on the map of his reign. He did not feel like a ghost. He did not feel like a vessel. He felt like a prime mover, a force of nature. The past was a closed book. The future was a blank page, and he held the pen. He would write his story not in ink, but in steel and stone, and it would be a story that would endure long after the red brick house had crumbled to dust. The pen was a simple, heavy thing, solid silver, a gift from a German industrialist his father had ruined. Elias picked it up, its weight a familiar and comforting anchor in his hand. He opened a fresh ledger, the page stark and white. He did not write a name or a number. Instead, he began to draw lines. A network of connections, a schematic of influence. He started with the docks, the unions, the police precincts, the zoning boards. Then he added the new branches, the emerging tech sector, the private security firms, the charter school foundations. He was no longer just mapping his empire. He was designing its future evolution. The following month, he attended the opening of a new public library wing, a project his foundation had bankrolled. He stood beside the mayor, who smiled with a strained, desperate warmth. Flashbulbs popped. Elias did not smile. He simply stood, his expression one of cool beneficence, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He saw the faces, the gratitude mixed with a deeper, more primal fear. They knew the source of the money. They understood the price of this new bookshelf, this new community room. It was not a donation. It was an investment. After the speeches, a woman approached him, her hand outstretched. She was the head of the library board, a woman in her 60s with sharp, intelligent eyes. "Mr. Thorne," she said, her grip firm, "we cannot thank you enough. This wing will change lives. May. Knowledge is the only true currency," Elias replied, the line delivered without inflection. It was something his mother had once said to him, a lifetime ago. Using it here felt like a final act of burial. The woman's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. "A noble sentiment. It is a practical one," he corrected. "An educated populace is a stable one. Stability is good for business." He moved away, leaving her slightly off balance. This was his method now. Not the bludgeon, but the precise, surgical cut. He was not a thug in a suit. He was a surgeon operating on the body of the city itself. That night, in the silence of his study, the phone rang. It was the private line, the number known to fewer than 5 people. He answered. It was Denham. "It's done. The Henderson situation is resolved." Elias waited. He agreed to the pension cuts. Then he went home and, according to the report, took an entire bottle of sleeping pills. He left a note for his wife. It said he was tired. Elias looked at the schematic in his ledger. He picked up his pen and drew a single, neat line through Henderson's name. "See that his family receives a generous death benefit from the union's emergency fund, anonymously." "A kindness?" Denham asked, the question purely procedural. "A message," Elias clarified. "I am not a monster. I am a necessity. And even in compliance there is a cost. Let them see that the machine cares for its own, even when it grinds them down. He hung up. The silence that returned was the deepest yet. It was the silence of a perfect, self-justifying system. He was not merely playing the game now. He was rewriting the rules. And in doing so, he was becoming something more and less than a man. He was becoming a principle. And principles, he knew, were the only things that truly lasted. The principle was a quiet one. It did not require announcement or fanfare. It simply was, like gravity. Elias found he slept more soundly than he had in years. The dreams, when they came, were not of the past, but of the schematic in his ledger. The lines spreading like a mycelial network under the city, invisible and absolute. He began to take walks, not for pleasure, for assessment. He would stroll through the financial district at lunch hour, a solitary, well-dressed figure moving against the tide of clerks and secretaries. He would stand outside the new construction sites, watching the steel skeletons rise, knowing which ones were his. He was taking inventory of his own soul, and he found it reflected in the glass and steel of the skyline. It was on one of these walks, along the revitalized riverfront, that he saw her. A young woman, sitting on a bench, sketching in a pad. She had a look of intense concentration, her brow furrowed, her hand moving with quick, sure strokes. She was drawing the old bridge, capturing its industrial grit before it was inevitably torn down, and replaced with something more modern, something he probably owned. She had his mother's hair, the same dark, unruly cascade. The resemblance was so acute it stopped him mid-stride. He stood there, a statue in the flow of pedestrians, and watched her. She was entirely unaware of him, lost in her work. She was an echo, not of his mother's weakness, but of her artistry. A ghost from a road not taken. A part of him, the part that was the principle, calculated the risk. A coincidence. A random genetic flicker in the city's vast population. It was irrelevant. It was a loose thread. Another part, a part he had thought long excised, simply watched. He saw the way she bit her lip in thought, the way her eyes darted from the bridge to the page. He saw a life of simple, uncomplicated creation, a life that had no weight, no stain, no ledger. She looked up then, sensing his gaze. Her eyes were not gray like his, but a warm, deep brown. There was no recognition in them, only a flicker of annoyance at the man staring. She looked away, closed her sketchbook, and stood, walking off in the opposite direction without a backward glance. Elias remained where he was. The sun was bright on the water. The sound of the city was a dull roar. He felt the weight of the silver pen in his breast pocket. He felt the schematic, waiting in the ledger on his desk. He felt the immutable truth of the principle. He turned and continued his walk. The moment was already filed away, categorized, and neutralized. She was just a girl on a bench, a sketch of a bridge that would soon be dust. And he was the man who would decide what would be built in its place. The past had no power here. It was just a series of images, fading in the light of a new and more perfect day. He walked on, his pace even and sure, back toward the red brick house, back to the work of forever. The girl with the sketchbook did not leave his thoughts as easily as she had left the bench. She became a persistent, low-frequency hum in the background of his concentration. A problem his mind worried at without permission. He had Denham look into her. The report was on his desk within 24 hours. Her name was Clara Evans, 22 years old, a scholarship student at the city's Art Institute. No family of note, no connections. The resemblance to his mother was, as he had suspected, a random, cruel trick of genetics. She was a nobody. He read the file once, then fed it into the small, discreet shredder beside his desk. The hum, however, remained. It was not attraction, nor was it sentiment. It was the irritation of an unsolved equation. She represented a variable he could not control, not because she was a threat, but because her existence was a testament to a different kind of logic, one based on creation rather than acquisition. It offended his sense of order. A few days later, a package arrived from the Art Institute. It was a large, flat rectangle, carefully wrapped. Denham brought it in, his face a mask of caution. It was screened. "It's clean." "No." Elias unwrapped it. It was the charcoal sketch of the bridge, matted and framed. There was no note, no return address. But he knew. She had seen him, recognized him perhaps from the newspaper coverage of the library opening. And this was her message. A gift, a plea, a challenge. He held the drawing, feeling the texture of the paper through the glass. It was good. It was more than good. It had life, a gritty, honest energy that his purchased landscapes lacked. He did not hang it. He placed it against the wall behind his chair, where he would not have to look at it. But its presence altered the room. It was a crack in his perfect, silent world, a window to a place where his power meant nothing. He found himself making a decision that was not a decision, an impulse that rose from a place deeper than strategy. He went back to the riverfront the following Tuesday. At the same time, she was there, on the same bench. This time, she was watching him, as if she had been expecting him. Her sketchbook was closed on her lap. He sat down beside her. The space between them was charged with a silence different from the one in his study. This was the silence of two predators, or perhaps a predator and its prey, each trying to read the other. "You sent me the drawing," he said, his voice sounding strangely flat in the open air. "I did," she replied. Her voice was calm, but her knuckles were white where she gripped her sketchbook. "I thought you might like to have a piece of the city you haven't bought yet." "I own the land the bridge is on," he said. "I own the company that will demolish it." She smiled, a small, tight smile that held no warmth. "But you don't own the light. You don't own the way it looks at this exact moment. That's mine. I gave it to you." Elias looked at the bridge, then back at her. The hum in his mind intensified. She was not afraid of him. She was playing a game he did not understand, with rules he had not written. "Why?" "Because someone should," she said. She stood up, slinging her bag over her shoulder. "And because I wanted to see if you would come back. My mother told me stories about your mother. She said she was kind. She said she painted birds." She looked at him, her brown eyes holding his, and for a single vertiginous moment, he was not Elias Thorne, the principal, the architect. He was just a boy in a room, watching his mother mix colors on a palette, feeling a peace he had forgotten existed. Then the moment broke. "Enjoy the drawing, Mr. Thorne," she said, and she walked away, leaving him on the bench, the ghost of a long-dead kindness hanging between them like smoke. He did not move for a long time. The river traffic continued. The city hummed, but the world had tilted on its axis. "My mother told me stories about your mother." The words were a key turning in a lock he had believed welded shut. It was not a random encounter. It was a deliberate one. She had sought him out. She had known who he was, and she had drawn him here, not with a threat, but with a ghost. He stood, his body moving with its usual controlled grace, but his mind was a riot. He walked back to the red brick house, each step feeling less sure than the last. The schematic in the ledger, the principle of his power, it all seemed suddenly fragile, a house of cards built on a foundation of willed amnesia. She had not challenged his empire. She had challenged his story. Denham was waiting for him in the study. "The meeting with the city planners is in 1 hour. The documents are ready for your review." Elias walked past him to the window. The cardinal was there again, a stubborn punch of color. "Cancel it," he said, his voice quiet. "Sir, cancel all my appointments for the rest of the day." He did not turn around. He could feel Denham's confusion, a subtle shift in the air. "Of course. Is there something I should be handling?" "No." The word was final. He heard the door click shut as Denham left. He went to the drawer, the bottom one, and pulled out the envelope. He laid the sketch of his mother beside the framed drawing of the bridge. The two faces, one from memory, one from life, confronted him. His mother's gentle smile, Clara's defiant eyes. She said she painted birds. He had forgotten that. The memory surfaced now, painful and bright. His mother at an easel by the garden window, dabbing delicate strokes of red and brown onto a canvas, capturing a robin on a branch. The smell of turpentine and linseed oil, the quiet concentration on her face. A memory of peace, not pain. He had built his entire life on the narrative of his father's coldness, his mother's weakness, his own triumphant will. He had framed himself as the self-made king, the throne itself. But Clara, with a few words and a piece of charcoal, had exposed the lie. He was not the architect. He was a preservationist, meticulously maintaining the cold, hard museum his father had built, merely adding new wings. He had not created the climate of the house. He had simply learned to breathe its air. The silence of the room was no longer a command. It was an accusation. He looked at the stain on the chair, and for the first time, he saw not a continent on the map of his reign, but a simple, tragic spill. A moment of human frailty he had fetishized into a symbol of power. He picked up the silver pen. It felt alien in his hand, a tool for a different man. He opened the ledger to the page with his grand schematic. He looked at the lines of influence, the network of control, the design for a legacy of absolute power. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, he drew a single dark line through the entire thing. It was not an act of surrender. It was the first act of a new, more terrifying kind of war. A war not for the city, but for the man inside the throne. And he had no blueprint for that. The ink from the pen bled through the page, a dark scar over his meticulously drawn future. The act felt both monumental and utterly meaningless. He could shred this ledger and burn the pieces, but the machine he had built would continue to turn. Contracts would be enforced, payments collected, threats quietly made. The principal did not require his daily supervision. It was a self-perpetuating system. He needed to see her again. Not the girl, Clara, but the place. The house his mother had lived in before she married his father. It was a detail from Denham's initial report, a line item he had skimmed over. A small clapboard house in a neighborhood that had long since been gentrified. He had the address. He went alone, driving a nondescript sedan, a ghost in his own city. The house was still there, painted a cheerful yellow with window boxes full of flowers. It was absurdly small, a dollhouse compared to the red brick fortress he now inhabited. He sat in the car, watching a young couple carry groceries inside. They were laughing. They had no idea of the history that clung to the fresh paint. This was where she had been happy. This was the life she had left for the cold grandeur of his father's world. He had always viewed her marriage as a submission, a weakness. But sitting here, looking at the bright, simple house, he considered another possibility. What if it had been an act of hope? A failed one, tragically so, but an attempt nonetheless. The thought was so foreign it felt like a physical dislocation. His phone vibrated. Denham, Dwight. He ignored it. A moment later, a text appeared. Henderson's widow is talking to a reporter. Not about the pension. About you. The machine was reacting. It sensed a fluctuation in its core programming and was moving to correct it. The old Elias would have issued a command, a warning, a permanent solution. The new one, the one sitting in a car outside a yellow house, simply put the car in drive and pulled away. He did not go back to the office. He drove to the riverfront. The bench was empty. He sat, the weight of his own body feeling immense. He was a man who commanded armies of shadow, yet he could not command the memory of his mother's smile without it being twisted by grief and anger. He could buy a city, but he could not buy back the simplicity of a robin on a branch. The reporter was a problem. The widow was a problem. They were variables that threatened the stability of the system. The principle demanded a response, but the man, the one emerging from the wreckage of his own myth, hesitated. To silence them was to reaffirm his father's legacy. It was to prove Clara right. He was just the hand, moving the same old pieces. The sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. He watched the light change on the face of the old bridge, the same light Clara had captured. He owned the land, the company, the future. But she was right. He did not own the light. And for the first time, he considered that the light might be the only thing worth having. The decision was his alone. Not as a king or a principal, but as a man. And he had never felt more powerless or more free. Story 5. The curtain in the study window, a heavy brocade thing the color of dried blood, swayed. It was not a gust from an open window. The air in the room was stale and motionless, thick with the smell of old paper and dust. It was a final, settling breath, the last exhalation of a presence that had just departed. Demetrius Vale stood in the doorway and watched the fabric fall still. He felt the silence that followed not as an absence, but as a presence itself, a patient creature waiting for him to cross the threshold. The apartment in the Gracia district of Barcelona was a tomb of his own making. Manuscript pages like fallen leaves covered every surface. The city outside his window was a symphony of life he could no longer hear, its noise muffled by the weight of his failure. He was 32 and already a ghost in his own life, haunted by the success of a first novel he could never replicate. A success that felt now like a fluke, a cruel joke the universe had played on him. The memory of May was a fresh wound beneath the scar tissue of his past, her absence a physical ache in the rooms she had once filled with light. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. It was not in his mailbox, but resting, pristine and white, against the dark wood of his desk, as if it had always been there. The envelope was heavy, expensive linen stock. The address was calligraphed in a sharp black ink. There was no return address. Inside, a single sheet of paper held a brief, commanding message. Mr. Vale, your potential is a song sung into a void. We have heard its echo. We offer you not just publication, but a purpose. A book that will matter. A book that will change the world. Come to the address below. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. Ask for Jake. The address was in the Gothic Quarter, a labyrinth of shadows and secrets Demetrius usually avoided. He showed the letter to Jackson that evening in a cramped tapas bar, the air hazy with smoke and the sound of arguing football fans. Jackson, his oldest and only friend, a photographer who found beauty in decay, wiped olive oil from his beard and squinted at the elegant script. Smells like trouble, Dem. The good kind, or the kind that gets you buried in a paella pan. Your choice. Jackson's laughter was a short, sharp bark, but his eyes were serious. Nobody just drops a world-changing book into the lap of a writer who hasn't written a decent sentence in 3 years. It's either a cult or a very elaborate prank. But the hook was set. The words, "change the world," echoed in the hollowed-out chambers of his ambition. It was a siren's call to a man dying of thirst. The following afternoon, he found himself in a narrow cobblestone alley where the sun never quite reached. The building was ancient, its stone facade stained dark by centuries of damp and exhaust. A heavy, unmarked oak door swung open before he could knock. A woman with eyes, the color of a winter sea, gestured him inside, into a silence so profound it felt like a physical pressure. The office was a library from a dream. It smelled of leather, beeswax, and something else. Something metallic and cold, like the air before a storm. Floor-to-ceiling shelves bowed under the weight of leather-bound volumes. In the center of the room, behind a vast desk of polished obsidian, sat Jake. He was ageless, his face a mask of serene intelligence. His suit was impeccably cut from a dark, subtle fabric, and his hands, resting on the desk, were perfectly still. "Demetrius," he said, and his voice was a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate in Demetrius's bones. "We have been waiting for you." There was no small talk. Jake slid a contract across the obsidian surface. The terms were obscenely generous. An advance that would erase all debt. Total creative freedom. A global marketing campaign. All for a single book. "What book?" Demetrius asked, his own voice sounding thin and reedy in the majestic room. "The book only you can write," Jake replied, his smile not touching his eyes. "A book about the architecture of fate. About the strings that pull us, the patterns that govern our lives. A book that will make its readers see the design in the chaos. It would be a key, Demetrius. A key that unlocks a new way of being." It was madness. It was grandeur. It was everything Demetrius had ever wanted to believe about the power of writing. He thought of Leroy, his old mentor. A man who spoke of stories as if they were living entities, dangerous and divine. Leroy had once told him, the right story, told at the right time, can topple empires. The wrong one can devour its teller. Demetrius, in his arrogance and desperation, had always wanted to believe he was capable of the former. He signed the contract. The pen was cold and heavy in his hand. The writing began, and with it, the unraveling. The money arrived, a staggering sum that should have brought freedom, but instead felt like a collar. He rented a brighter apartment with a view of the Sagrada Familia, its spires like bones clawing at the sky. But the new space offered no solace. The city itself seemed to turn against him. The cheerful chaos of Las Ramblas felt staged and menacing. The shadows in the Barri Gothic deepened, and he began to see patterns in the crowds, familiar faces that disappeared when he turned his head. The book poured out of him, a dark, feverish torrent. It was not like writing. It was like taking dictation from a voice in the back of his own skull. He wrote about synchronicity, about the hidden connections between seemingly random events. He wrote about a man who discovers he is a character in a story being written by a higher power. The lines between his fiction and his reality began to blur. He saw May once, from a distance, crossing the Plaza Rile. She was holding the hand of a man he did not know. Her face turned up to the sun, laughing a laugh he remembered like a forgotten song. The sight was a physical blow. He fled back to his apartment, the ghost of her presence now another demon in his personal haunt. Jackson noticed the change. "You look like hell, Dem. You're not sleeping. You're talking in circles. This book, is it worth this?" "It's the only thing that's ever been worth anything," Demetrius snapped, and the venom in his voice surprised them both. He sought out Leroy, finding the old man in his cluttered bookshop near the university, surrounded by the smell of yellowed pages and pipe tobacco. Leroy listened, his gnarled fingers steepled, as Demetrius spoke of Jake, of the contract, of the book that was writing itself. "Jake," Leroy repeated, the name a sigh. "I have heard that name in certain circles. He is a publisher, yes. But of what?" "He deals in narratives, Demetrius. Not just stories. He trades in destinies. He finds artists on the brink, those who believe their work can shape reality. And he facilitates. For a price." "What price?" Demetrius asked, a cold dread seeping into him. "The finished work," Leroy said, his eyes full of a profound and weary sadness. "And sometimes a little more. The energy of the creation. The belief of the reader. He's a farmer, and you are his most promising crop. This book of yours, it is not just a book. It is a tool, a weapon, a key, just as he said. But for which luck? The paranoia became a constant companion. Demetrius started documenting the coincidences. A character in his book would develop a cough, and the next day, he would hear a stranger with the same wet, rattling cough on the metro. He wrote a scene where his protagonist found a dead bird on his balcony, and the following morning, a pigeon lay broken on his own railing. The city was no longer a mirror of his torment. It was a page from his manuscript, and he was trapped inside it. He confronted Jake in the Obsidian office. "What is this? What are you doing to me?" Jake's serenity was unshaken. "We are doing nothing, Demetrius. You are doing it. You are the instrument. The book is tuning the world to its frequency. Or perhaps the world is tuning your book. The distinction is academic. You are close now. So very close." He was given a deadline. The final chapter had to be delivered on the night of the St. Joan Festival, when the city would be alight with bonfires and fireworks, a night of purifying flame. The climax of his book was a revelation. The protagonist, in a final, desperate act of will, would tear a hole in the fabric of his fictional reality, creating a breach into the world of his creator. It was a metaphor. It had to be a metaphor. On the night of St. Joan, the air thick with smoke and the smell of gunpowder, Demetrius finished the last sentence. As he typed the final period, a silence fell over the city. The booms and crackles of the fireworks ceased. He walked to his balcony. The Sagrada Familia, illuminated against the night sky, seemed to shudder. A crack, thin and black as ink, raced up one of its spires. It was not a trick of the light. It was a fissure in the world. He understood then. Leroy was right. Jake was not just a publisher. He was a cartographer of impossible geographies. The book was not a story. It was a blueprint, a spell. He had not been writing a novel. He had been performing a ritual, and the price was the stability of his own reality. He ran down the stairs, into the streets, which were unnaturally quiet. The revelers gone. He had one purpose left: to find May, to warn her, to save her from the chaos he had unleashed. He found her apartment building, the door swinging open. He took the stairs 2 at a time, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. He burst into her living room. She was there, standing by the window, her back to him. The room was filled with a strange, shifting light. "May," he gasped. She turned, and he saw it was not May. The thing wearing her face smiled, and its smile was a gash of infinite darkness. It was the culmination of the pattern, the final piece of the design. The beloved woman, the symbol of hope, was the lock for which his book was the key. Her form began to dissolve, not into nothingness, but into words, into the very sentences he had written, the narrative consuming its own symbol. He stumbled back, a scream trapped in his throat. The world around him was fraying at the edges, the colors bleeding, the sounds distorting. He had sought redemption through his art, and in doing so, he had damned his world to become art itself. Later, though time had lost its meaning, he found himself on the beach, the Mediterranean washing calmly against the shore, the sky a pre-dawn gray. The fires were out. The city behind him stood, seemingly intact. Had it all been in his mind? A final grand illusion born of stress and madness. A figure approached him through the mist. It was Jackson, his face grim, a camera hanging from his neck. "Damn, Jesus, what happened to you?" I've been looking everywhere." Demetrius could not speak. He could only stare at his friend. Jackson looked out at the water, then back at Demetrius, his expression unreadable. "It's done then. The book." Demetrius managed a nod. Jackson raised his camera, not to take a picture of Demetrius, but of the horizon. "He's pleased. Jake." The convergence was successful. The breach is stabilized. A new narrative thread is now woven into the fabric of things. He lowered the camera and looked at Demetrius, and for a fleeting moment, his eyes were not the eyes of his oldest friend, but something ancient and cold. "You played your part perfectly." He walked away, leaving Demetrius alone on the sand, the truth a colder chill than the morning air. Jackson had never been his friend. He had been his handler, a fellow agent of the hidden forces, ensuring the rider stayed on his fated path. Demetrius walked back through the waking city, a ghost among the living. He climbed the stairs to his apartment. The manuscript was gone, of course. The room was clean, sterile. It was over. He had written his masterpiece. He had changed the world. He had traded his soul, his love, his reality for a story. He went to the balcony and looked out at the Barcelona sunrise. The Sagrada Familia stood, proud and strange. And there, on the iron railing, where a dead bird had lain days before, rested a single white petal from a bougainvillea. It was perfectly placed, untouched by the wind. It was the same flower May had worn in her hair the day he met her. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and picked it up. It was real. It was soft. It was a detail from a forgotten chapter, a clue left behind by the author of it all. He held it in his palm, this perfect, impossible thing, and knew that nothing was over. The story was just beginning, and he was still trapped inside it. The petal was a whisper from a world that was no longer his, a world he had overwritten with his own desperate need for meaning. It was not a sign of hope, but a brand, a mark of ownership. He closed his fist around it, the delicate pulp crushing against his palm. The pain was a pinprick of reality in the numb void he had become. He spent the day in a fugue state, moving through the apartment that was no longer a home, but a stage set. Every object felt placed, every dust mote curated. When he opened the refrigerator, the items inside were unfamiliar. Brands he didn't recognize, foods he never bought. A jar of pickled something, a dark, oily substance in a glass bottle with a label in a script that shifted when he tried to focus on it. He slammed the door shut, his heart hammering. The silence was broken by the buzz of his intercom. He flinched, staring at the small speaker as if it were a venomous insect. He did not answer. A moment later, his phone vibrated on the counter. An unknown number. He let it go to voicemail. A minute after that, a single envelope, identical to the first, slid under his door. He did not need to open it. He knew what it would say. An invitation, a summons, the next assignment. He left the apartment, fleeing into the city's afternoon bustle. He walked without direction, a leaf caught in a current he could no longer fight. The faces in the crowd were masks. He saw the same old woman with a green scarf 3 times in 20 minutes on 3 different streets. He saw a child drop a blue ball, and as it bounced away, he heard Jackson's laugh from a nearby cafe, a sound that was swallowed by the traffic an instant later. He found himself outside Leroy's bookshop Barrigat. The windows were dark, the closed sign hanging crookedly. He tried the door. It was unlocked. The familiar smell of paper and age greeted him, but beneath it was something else. The cold, metallic scent from Jake's office. "Leroy," he called, his voice echoing in the cramped space. The old man was in his usual armchair in the back, but he was not reading. He was staring into the middle distance, his face ashen. A single book lay open on his lap. It was not one of his shop's volumes. Its cover was a blank, dark leather. The pages were filled with Demetrius's own handwriting. "He left it for you," Leroy said, not looking up. His voice was a dry rustle. "A courtesy, a author's copy." Demetrius stepped closer. The open page described this exact moment, him entering the shop, finding Leroy, seeing the book. The next paragraph detailed the old man's fear. The tremor in his hands, the taste of copper in his mouth. "It's all in here," Leroy whispered. "Everything. The things that were. The things that are. The things you will set in motion." He finally looked at Demetrius, and his eyes were pools of pure terror. "You didn't just write a book, boy. You wrote a script. And we are all players now." Demetrius reached for the book, but Leroy's hand shot out, gripping his wrist with surprising strength. "Don't. Reading it only makes it more real. It feeds them." He looked toward the ceiling, as if he could see through the plaster to something hovering above. "They are all always hungry." A soft chime echoed from the front of the shop. The door had opened. Demetrius turned. The woman with the winter sea eyes stood there, silhouetted against the daylight. She did not speak. She simply waited. Leroy's grip tightened. "You have to run," he hissed. "Not from them. From the story. Break the narrative. Do something the you in that book would never do." Demetrius pulled his hand away, his mind reeling. What wouldn't he do? The character in the book was him, a man who sought answers, who fought against his fate with a desperate, logical fury. The woman took a step into the shop. The air grew colder. "Think. What is the one thing I would never do?" The answer came to him with a chilling clarity. The one thing his protagonist, the tragic, thoughtful artist, would never consider. It was an act of pure, meaningless surrender. He looked at Leroy, at the fear in the old man's face. Then he turned to the woman. He did not ask who she was or what she wanted. He did not try to reason or fight. He simply smiled, a wide, vacant, idiotic smile. He let his shoulders slump and his jaw go slack. He began to hum, a tuneless, mindless drone, and walked toward her, shuffling his feet. For the first time, he saw a flicker of something other than cool assessment in her eyes. Confusion. A crack in the perfect facade. He shuffled past her, out the door and into the street, his hum growing louder. He bumped into a lamppost on purpose, giggling. He was a madman, a fool, a character with no agency, no grand purpose, no tragic depth. He was breaking the story by refusing to be its hero. He felt a shift in the air around him, a subtle realignment. The world seemed to hesitate, the narrative thread snagging on his absurdity. It wasn't freedom. It was a different kind of prison. But for the first time since he had signed the contract, he had done something that was not written on the page. He had introduced a typo into the perfect text of his own damnation. And he knew, as he shuffled down the street, humming his idiot's tune, that the story was furious. The humming was the hardest part to maintain. His mind, a frantic engine of panic and analysis, fought against the simple, monotonous drone. He had to let the thoughts come and go without latching on to them, to see the patterns forming in the crowd and deliberately look away. A man in a blue jacket was standing too still by a newsstand. Demetrius shuffled over to him, leaned in close, and hummed directly into his ear. The man recoiled, his composure shattered, and Demetrius giggled again. A dry, rasping sound. Here in the corner, leaving the main thoroughfare for a narrow alley that smelled of rotting fruit and cat urine. The act was a shield, but it was fragile. He could feel the narrative pressure building, the story trying to course correct, to find a way to make this insanity fit into its grand design. Perhaps he would be revealed as having succumbed to madness from the strain. That was a trope. That was acceptable. He had to be more random, more utterly pointless. He found a small, grimy fountain, its water green and stagnant. Without a second thought, he waded in, his shoes filling with water, and sat on the concrete edge, splashing his hands and humming. A woman leaning out of a window above shouted something in Catalan. He waved at her cheerfully. This was Leroy's advice in action. Break the narrative. The protagonist of his book was a man of profound, if misguided, purpose. He would never do this. This was an act of pure, undiluted nonsense. And for a few precious minutes, it seemed to work. The world felt looser, less defined. The ominous sense of being watched began to recede, replaced by the genuine, unscripted annoyance of the locals. He climbed out of the fountain, dripping, and continued his shambling journey. He needed a destination, but a meaningless one. Somewhere the plot would never expect him to go. He saw the flashing lights of a bingo hall, a place of cheap thrills and quiet desperation. Perfect. Oh, the inside was a cavern of synthetic sound and stale smoke. Elderly men and women sat in rows, their faces illuminated by the small screens of their bingo machines. He found an empty seat, his wet clothes soaking the cheap upholstery. He bought a card with the last few euros in his pocket, a transaction conducted with mimed gestures and his ongoing hum. The woman at the counter looked at him with pity, which felt more real than anything he had experienced in weeks. He didn't play. He just stared at the grid of numbers, listening to the caller's hypnotic drone. For a half hour, he simply existed in the sensory overload, a void of intention. It was a form of meditation, a rebellion of emptiness. Then he saw her. Not the woman from the shop, nor a distorted version of May. It was a little girl, no more than 7, sitting with an elderly woman he assumed was her grandmother. The girl was coloring on a scrap of paper, her tongue stuck out in concentration. She looked up, and her eyes met Demetrius's across the aisle. She did not look away in fear or confusion. She smiled, a gap-toothed, genuine smile, and held up her drawing. It was a crude picture of a man sitting in a fountain, humming. Above him, the sky was not blue, but a swirl of black and red words, like a storm cloud made of text. The air left Demetrius's lungs. The hum died in his throat. The act shattered. The narrative hadn't been broken. It had been observing him, documenting his rebellion, and had already written it in. The little girl was not a person. She was an illustrator. He stood up, his chair scraping loudly. The grandmother glanced at him, her eyes flickering for a moment with a cold, familiar light before returning to her bingo card. The story was not just in the grand events and the cosmic fissures. It was in the small, intimate moments. It was in the smile of a child. It was everywhere. He stumbled out of the bingo hall, back into the twilight. His feigned madness was now a genuine, trembling terror. There was no escape. Every attempt to break free only wove him tighter into the tapestry. He was not the author. He was not even a character. He was a word, a syllable, and the sentence he was in was not yet complete. He looked down at his hand, still clenched in a fist from the pedal hours before. He uncurled his fingers. The crushed remains were gone. In their place, etched into his palm in faint red lines, was a single word: continue. The word on his palm was not ink or blood, but a shallow, painless etching, as if his skin had decided to form the letters itself. Continue. It was not a request. It was a command etched into his very flesh. The story was not just around him. It was in him now, writing itself onto his body. He walked, not with purpose, but with the grim inevitability of a falling stone. The city blurred around him, a watercolor painting left in the rain. Streets he had known for years became unfamiliar, the names on the signs shifting into that same unreadable script he had seen in his refrigerator. He was losing his Barcelona, the real one, the one made of memory and stone. It was being replaced by the Barcelona of the book, a set piece for a drama he no longer controlled. He found himself on a quiet street, a cul-de-sac he was sure had not existed the week before. At its end stood a single, narrow building, its facade a sooty, weathered brown. A small brass plaque by the door was tarnished almost black, but he knew what it would say before he rubbed it clean with his thumb. Obscura Press. This was the source. Not Jake's polished skyscraper, but this forgotten place, the true engine room of the nightmare. The door was unlocked. He pushed it open and stepped into a foyer that defied geometry. It was both vast and claustrophobic, with bookshelves that stretched up into a dizzying, starless darkness. The air was thick with the smell of old paper and that cold, metallic scent. The only light came from a single green-shaded lamp on a massive, claw-footed desk. Jake was not there. Instead, the woman with the winter sea eyes sat behind the desk. She was writing in a large, ledger-like book, her hand moving with a swift, fluid grace. She did not look up. "You have come to the wrong place for answers, Demetrius," she said, her voice the same calm, dispassionate tone he remembered. "There are none here that will satisfy you." "T, what did you do to May?" The question was a raw scrape in his throat. "May was a concept," she replied, still writing. "A beautiful, necessary concept. The beloved, the catalyst. She served her narrative function perfectly." She finally lifted her gaze, and her eyes were not eyes at all, but pools of shifting, dark type, like the text from the little girl's drawing. "You miss her. That is also part of the function. Your grief gives the next phase its weight." He wanted to scream, to overturn the desk, to tear the pages from her book. But he saw the futility. Every action was a reaction she had already documented. He looked at the word on his palm. "Continue." "What do you want me to do?" he whispered, the fight draining out of him. She gestured with her pen to a small wooden door set into the bookshelves behind her. It was a simple, unadorned door, the kind that might lead to a broom closet. "The next chapter requires a new setting. You are to go through there. The narrative has chosen a new focal point. Your presence is required to ground it, to make it real. And if I refuse..." For the first time, she smiled. It was a small, precise movement. Refusal is a choice. It is a valid plot point. It leads to a different branch of the story, one where you are hunted by the manifestations of your own despair through the streets of a city that slowly forgets your name. It is a shorter arc, but it is an option. He understood then the true nature of his prison. It was not just that his actions were predicted. It was that every possible action, every choice, no matter how defiant or absurd, was already accounted for. The story was a labyrinth with no exit, only an infinite number of paths, all leading to the same terrible end. He walked toward the small door. He placed his hand on the cool, smooth wood. He thought of Leroy's terror, of Jackson's betrayal, of May's dissolving smile. He had started this by wanting to create something true. Now, the only truth left was the story itself, and its hunger was infinite. He opened the door. Instead of a closet, there was a room. A perfectly ordinary sunlit living room. A child's toy train lay on a rug. The smell of coffee wafted from a nearby kitchen, and through an archway he could see a man sitting at a desk, typing on a computer, his back to Demetrius. The man sighed, ran a hand through his hair, and stared at the screen with a look of familiar frustration, the look of a writer searching for the right word. Demetrius took a step inside, the floorboard solid beneath his feet. He was not escaping the story. He was entering its next paragraph. He was there to be the wet, rattling cough in the next writer's life, the dead bird on his balcony, the crack in his world. The cycle was not ending. It was simply turning its page. The man at the desk stopped typing. He tilted his head, as if listening for a sound he couldn't quite identify. Demetrius held his breath, a spectator in his own horror. He could see the document on the screen from here, the blinking cursor waiting. He knew with a certainty that chilled the very air in his lungs that the next word to be typed would be his name. He took another step, a floorboard creaking under his weight. The man in the chair froze. He did not turn. He slowly reached out and placed his hands flat on the desk, as if steadying himself against a sudden, inexplicable dread. Demetrius watched the man's shoulders tense. He was realizing he was not alone. This was the moment, the intrusion, the first seed of the story taking root in a new life. Demetrius looked around the ordinary room. A framed photograph on the mantelpiece showed the man, smiling with a woman and a small boy. A real family. A life not yet fractured. This was not a set piece. This was a home, and he was the infection. He thought of the word on his palm. Continue. It was not just an instruction for him. It was the story's only law. It had to keep going, and it used him as its vector. He was the carrier, moving from one host narrative to the next. The man in the chair began to turn, his movements stiff with apprehension. Demetrius saw his own reflection in the dark screen of a turned-off television. He looked like a ghost, pale and hollow-eyed, his clothes still damp from the fountain. He was a phantom, a thing of ink and nightmare about to shatter a peaceful world. He could do it. He could speak the man's name. He could utter the line that would bind them together. He could feel the words forming in his throat, the story pushing them out. It would be so easy to give in, to become the instrument of this terrible design. But then he looked again at the photograph, at the boy's trusting eyes. He thought of May, not as a concept, but as a person he had truly loved, a person who had been erased to serve a function. He would not do that to another. He would not be the author of that loss. The man was halfway turned now, his face a mask of confusion and fear. Demetrius did not speak. Instead, he closed his eyes. He fought against the narrative pressure, the compulsion to perform his part. He focused everything he had, every shred of will left in his broken spirit, on a single, impossible thought. He imagined himself not as a character, but as a reader who closes the book. He pictured the page going blank. He imagined the words dissolving, the sentences unraveling. He rejected the story. A high, thin sound filled the air, like a tape being stretched to its breaking point. The sunlight in the room flickered, strobing between day and a blinding white nothingness. The man in the chair cried out, his form blurring at the edges. Demetrius fell to his knees, his hands clamped over his ears. He was not just refusing to act. He was refusing to be. The story, denied its continuation, was thrashing. The room began to peel away, the walls curling back like burning paper, revealing the infinite, chaotic library of obscura press behind it. Books flew from the shelves, their pages exploding into clouds of frantic, swirling letters. The woman was there, standing amid the storm, her form flickering. Her type-filled eyes were wide with something he had never seen in her before. Not anger. He had not chosen a different path in the story. He was trying to unwrite the path itself. It was a pain beyond any physical sensation, a tearing at the fabric of his identity. He could feel his own memories becoming unglued, his past dissolving into unrelated nouns and verbs. He was a sentence being erased. The last thing he saw was the woman reaching for him, not with menace, but with a desperate, grasping need, as if to pull him back into the text. Then there was only the silent, white void and the faint, fading echo of a single final word. His own name, spoken by no one at all. The white was not empty. It was full of the ghosts of stories. Strands of narrative, like forgotten melodies, drifted past him. He was a comma in a sentence that had no end. He was a footnote on a page that had been torn out. This was not freedom. It was a different kind of confinement, the prison of the unwritten. Time was a meaningless concept here, but a sense of duration persisted. He became aware of a pressure, a gentle, insistent pull. The chaotic storm of letters from the collapsing room began to slow, then to drift, then to flow in a single direction. The story was healing itself. It was finding a way to continue, with or without his consent. The white void resolved into a soft, gray light. He was standing on a pavement slick with recent rain. The air was cool and carried the smell of the sea. He knew this place. It was a coastal town, the one he had visited as a child, a place of faded grandeur and salt-stained stone. The narrative, in its relentless search for material, had dredged this from his deepest memories. It was building a new set from the scraps of his past. He looked down at his hand. The word was gone. In its place was a new one, fainter, as if written in pencil. Observe. He was no longer the active protagonist. He had been demoted. He was a witness now, a secondary character in someone else's tragedy. The relief was immediate and crushing. He would not have to break this new world. He only had to watch it break. A door opened in a nearby house, a Victorian villa with peeling blue paint. A woman stepped out, wrapping a cardigan around herself against the chill. She had May's hair, the same shade of auburn, but her face was older, etched with a quiet worry that was entirely her own. She was not May. She was a new creation, a composite, and his heart ached with a fresh, specific grief. She walked down the path, not seeing him, and turned toward the sea. Demetrius followed, his footsteps silent on the wet pavement. He was a ghost in a story that was still being written. He was to observe the catalyst, the moment this woman's life would fracture. He knew it was coming. The pressure in the air was familiar, a tightening of the narrative coil. She reached the esplanade, looking out at the churning gray water. A man was there, leaning against the railing. He turned, and it was Jackson's smile, but on a different face, a fisherman's face, weathered and kind. The woman smiled back, a hesitant, hopeful thing. Demetrius watched, a silent sentinel. He knew this scene, the meeting, the beginning, and he knew, with the certainty of a reader who has seen this genre before, that the ending was already written in the cold, metallic scent on the air. He was there to see it happen, to give the tragedy its witness. He closed his eyes, but he could not block out the sound of their conversation, the gentle laughter that was a prelude to a fall. The story was continuing, and his rebellion had only changed his role. He was not free. He was just reading the book from the inside. The woman's name was Alara. He knew this not because she spoke it, but because the narrative whispered it to him, a piece of data delivered directly into his consciousness. The man was called Reese. Their story was a simple one, a romance built on quiet mornings and shared suppers, a life of mended nets and small, hard-won joys. Demetrius observed it all from the periphery, a shadow at the edge of their light. He watched them fall in love with an efficiency that was both beautiful and horrifying. It was like watching a play where the scenes had been cut, leaving only the pivotal moments of connection and deepening affection. He followed Alara to the small library where she worked, saw the way she carefully repaired the spines of old books. He watched Reese mend his nets on the dock, his hands moving with a rough, practiced grace. They were good people. They were real, or as real as anything could be inside this machine. And he was there to watch the mechanism of the plot descend upon them. It began subtly, a dead seagull on their doorstep, its neck broken. Alara found it and buried it with a small, sad ceremony, unaware that Demetrius was watching from the lane. Then Reese's boat engine failed on a clear, calm day, a failure the mechanic could find no cause for. A leak appeared in their roof, directly over their bed. A slow, persistent drip that began the night after they first spoke of trying for a child. Demetrius saw the pattern. The story was not going for a grand cosmic horror this time. It was crafting a tale of domestic erosion, a slow unraveling of luck and peace. It was using smaller, crueler brushes to paint its tragedy. He wanted to warn them. The compulsion to speak, to interfere, was a physical pain, but the word on his palm held him fast. Observe. He was a fixture, a part of the setting, like the gray sky or the crying gulls. His role was to see, and in seeing, to validate their suffering. The climax came on a night of howling wind, a storm that had not been forecast. Reese was out on the water, a late trip to check the lobster pots. Elara paced their small cottage, her face pale with a fear that was more than worry. It was a deep, instinctual dread. Demetrius stood outside her window, the rain soaking him, his own terror mirroring hers. He knew what was coming. He could feel the story reaching for its conclusion. He saw Elara grab her coat and run into the gale, toward the cliff path where you could see the harbor mouth. He followed, his feet slipping on the wet grass. She stood at the edge, the wind tearing at her hair and clothes, straining to see any sign of Rice's boat in the black, heaving water. Demetrius stood behind her, close enough to touch her. He could have pulled her back from the edge. He could have shouted a warning into the wind, but he did nothing. He observed. A figure emerged from the storm, stumbling up the path from the harbor. It was Reese. He was safe. His boat had made it back just ahead of the worst of the weather. Elara saw him and cried out, a sound of pure, undiluted relief that was carried away by the wind. She ran toward him, her arms outstretched. Demetrius watched, and he knew. The story would not allow this. Not this simple, happy ending. As Elara ran, her foot caught on a hidden root, a thing that had never been there before, a contrivance of the highest order. She fell. It was not a dramatic fall from the cliff. It was a simple, brutal stumble on the uneven ground. Her head struck a rock with a sickening final crack. Rissa's cry of joy turned into a scream of anguish. He reached her, gathering her limp form into his arms, his body shaking with sobs that were swallowed by the storm. Demetrius stood, frozen. He had observed. He had borne witness. The tragedy was complete. The narrative tension that had been building in the air snapped, leaving behind a hollow, silent ache. The storm began to abate, as quickly as it arrived. He looked down at his hand. The word observe was fading. In its place, a new word was forming, the ink of it looking like fresh blood. Participate. He looked up from his palm and his eyes met Rissa's. The fisherman was staring at him over Elara's body, his face a mask of grief and a dawning, terrible understanding. He saw Demetrius, truly saw him, and in his eyes, Demetrius saw the same question he had once asked the woman with the type-filled eyes. He saw the birth of a new protagonist, one who had just lost everything, one who would now be looking for something or someone to blame. Rissa's gaze was a hook, sinking deep into Demetrius's soul. The man's grief was already curdling, the open wound of his loss seeking a target. Demetrius was that target. He was the strange man standing in the rain, watching. He was the anomaly in the shattered narrative of Rissa's life. Demetrius took a step back, but the ground itself seemed to hold him fast. The word on his palm pulsed with a dull, warm throb. Participate. He was no longer a ghost. He had been seen, and in being seen, he had been drafted back into the heart of the machinery. You, Reese whispered. The word raw. God, I've seen you. In the lane, outside the library. You were always there. He laid Elara's body down with a devastating tenderness, then stood, his fists clenching at his sides. The storm had passed, but a new one was breaking behind his eyes. "What are you?" Demetrius opened his mouth, but no sound came out. What could he say? That he was a refugee from another story? That her death was a plot point? The truth was a madness that would only fuel Riss's rage. He saw the logic of the narrative now. It needed a villain. It needed a source for the inexplicable bad luck, the dead bird, the broken engine. It needed a face for the cruelty of fate. His face. Rhys took a step forward, his boots crunching on the wet gravel. Did you do this? Did you hurt her?" Demetrius shook his head, a frantic, useless gesture. He wanted to explain, to scream that he was just as much a prisoner, that he had only watched, that he had tried to refuse. But the word on his hand was a command. Participate. His silence, his fear, his very presence. It was all part of the participation. He was playing the role of the enigmatic stranger, the catalyst for Rhys's new journey, the quest for vengeance. Rhys misinterpreted the headshake as a denial of guilt, not an inability to speak. He let out a guttural roar and charged. There was no technique to it, just the pure brute force of a broken man. He slammed into Demetrius, and they both tumbled onto the sodden ground. The impact was shockingly real. The cold seep of water through his clothes, the sharp bite of gravel against his cheek, the sheer physical weight of Rhys on top of him. This was no longer observation. This was visceral, painful reality. He was inside the story in a way he had never been before, not even with May. He was being pummeled by it. Rhys's fists were clumsy with grief, but they were heavy. Demetrius raised his arms to shield his face, feeling the blows against his forearms. He did not fight back. He couldn't. To fight would be to participate in one way, to accept the role of antagonist. To not fight was to participate in another, to be the victim who fuels the protagonist's righteous anger. There was no choice that was not a choice. The labyrinth was complete. A fist connected with his jaw, and his vision flashed white. In that whiteness, he saw it again. The infinite library. The woman at the desk. She was watching, her head tilted. A scribe recording the collision of two lives she had orchestrated. This was the function he had refused before. It was the conflict. He was the obstacle. He was the reason Rhys would now pick up a knife or a gun and step out of this quiet coastal town into a darker, more convoluted plot. The beating stopped. Not because Rhys was done, but because he was spent. His strength left him in a great, shuddering sob, and he collapsed onto the ground beside Demetrius, weeping into the mud. Demetrius lay there, tasting blood in his mouth. He stared up at the clearing sky, where a single defiant star had pierced the clouds. He felt the throb of his jaw, the ache in his ribs. The pain was an anchor. It was his. It was the one thing the story could not fake. He slowly pushed himself up onto his elbows. Rhys was curled into a ball, his world destroyed. Demetrius looked at his own trembling hand. The word participate was still there, dark and final. He knew what came next. He would run. Rhys would follow. The chase would begin. It was a classic trope. It was a good story. He got to his feet, his body protesting. He looked down at the weeping man, at the body of the woman who had been created just to die. He felt the narrative waiting, leaning in, eager for the next line. He took a breath, the cold air stinging his split lip. Then he spoke his first words in this new chapter, his voice a ragged whisper. "I'm sorry." Then he turned and ran, not into the town, but toward the dark, waiting woods that lined the cliff. He was playing his part. He was the quarry, and the hunt was now officially underway. The woods were a cathedral of shadows and silence, the dense canopy swallowing the weak coastal light. Demetrius crashed through ferns and low-hanging branches, his breath a ragged sore in his chest. Every gasp was a prayer. Every pounding heartbeat a drum marking his flight. He was following the script, but his mind was racing ahead, searching for a flaw in the plot, a loose thread in the weave of this new reality. He could hear Reese behind him now, a distant crashing, a voice hoarse with tears and rage shouting wordless threats into the trees. The fisherman was a natural tracker, his anger giving him a relentless focus. Demetrius was a creature of the city, of libraries and quiet rooms. His body was already failing him, the adrenaline fading to leave a deep, bone-weary exhaustion. He stumbled into a small clearing where a stream cut through the mossy stone. He fell to his knees, plunging his hands into the icy water, splashing his face. The shock of the cold was a brief, clean pain. In the dark, placid surface of a rock pool, he saw his reflection. A bruised and bleeding face, haunted eyes, and below it, the distorted, wavering reflection of the trees. Like dark ink bleeding into wet paper. He was not just running from Riss. He was running through the story itself, and the story was thin here. The woods felt insubstantial, a hastily painted backdrop. He could feel the immense, silent pressure of the library just beyond this reality. The woman watching, her fingers poised over her keys. A branch snapped, too close. Reese emerged from the tree line at the far edge of the clearing. He had a rock in one hand, clutched like a weapon. His eyes were hollows of pure hate. "There's nowhere to go," Reese said, his voice low and deadly. "This is my place. These are my woods." Demetrius stood, water dripping from his chin. The word on his palm seemed to burn. Participate. But this was the moment. The confrontation. The villain cornered. He could fight, and perhaps die. He could plead, and be killed. He could try to explain, and be seen as a madman before being killed. The narrative offered him a bouquet of bad endings. Reese took a step forward. "Who sent you? Why her?" Demetrius looked past Reese, at the trees behind him. He focused not on their forms, but on the idea of them. He thought of the library. He thought of the white void. He remembered the feeling of the page going blank. He had done it once. He had to believe he could do it again, not by refusing to act, but by acting in a way the story did not expect. He didn't answer Reese's question. Instead, he pointed a trembling finger at the space just behind the fisherman. "Look," Demetrius whispered, putting every ounce of his will, his remaining identity, into that single word. Reese, conditioned by the narrative to expect a trick, a distraction, instinctively glanced over his shoulder. For a single suspended second there was nothing. Then, the world stuttered. The trees behind Reese flickered, their trunks becoming rows of bookshelves, their leaves a storm of swirling text. The babbling of the stream became the rustle of 1,000 turning pages. The scent of pine and damp earth was overwhelmed by the smell of old paper and dust. Reese stared, his jaw slack, the rock falling from his hand to thud on the soft ground. The hatred in his eyes was replaced by a primal, mind-shattering confusion. He was seeing the machinery. He was looking at the bare stage walls of his own existence. Demetrius did not wait. He turned and ran again, but this time, his flight felt different. He was not just running through the woods. He was running through the cracks. He could feel the narrative fraying at the edges, struggling to reassert itself, to glue the backdrop back into place. He had not broken the story, but he had shown a character the audience. And in doing so, he had changed the nature of the play. Reese was no longer just a grieving widower. He was a man who had seen the void behind the set. And a man who has seen that can never truly be a pawn again. The hunt was still on, but the quarry had just rewritten the rules of the game. Story 6. The paper was cold. Not the crisp chill of a fresh sheet, but a deep, cellular cold as if it had absorbed the damp of a concrete room for decades. Its surface was smooth, almost greasy under my thumb. The faint texture of linen weave, the only proof it was real, and not some phantom I was conjuring from the gloom of my study. I held it up to the weak afternoon light filtering through the slats of the blinds. It was a personnel file, or what was left of one. The edges were frayed, the corners softened from countless handlings. It smelled of old tobacco and something else. Something metallic and faintly sour, like the ghost of fear sweat on a starched collar. This was the first piece. Demetrius had sent it over by a silent courier who stood in my doorway like a bad memory until I took it from his gloved hand. He called me 2 hours later. The phone, a heavy black relic, had jangled the quiet of the house into shards. Alfred. The voice was the same, a low rumble that carried the weight of 1,000 classified mornings. You have it. It wasn't a question. Demetrius never asked questions he already knew the answers to. He was the head of the directorate now, a king in a castle of secrets. I was the retired knight, my armor rusted, my sword sheathed and dusty. I have a piece of paper, I said. It tells me nothing. It tells you everything, he countered. It's the key. The lock is a man, a high-level asset buried so deep in our apparatus he's practically part of the Foundation. He's been bleeding us for years. We think he's the reason the Berlin network collapsed in '58. We know he's the reason for Prague. He has to be found. Dug out. He has to be found. You have a building full of bright young men for that. Hungry men. They are part of the apparatus, Demetrius said, and the silence that followed was more eloquent than any accusation. He didn't trust his own house. You're outside. You see things they have learned to overlook. You were always the best at reading the spaces between the words, Alfred. I looked at the file in my hand. Bernard Ellis. A good name. A solid name. Deputy Director of European Operations. A family man. A patriot on paper. The photograph showed a man with a calm, confident gaze. The kind of face you'd trust with your life or your secrets. Why me, Demetrius? Really? A sigh. A whisper of static across the line. Because you remember the cost. These new men, they think it's a game of chess. They don't remember what it's like to lose a pawn. You and I, we remember when the pawns were people we drank with. I spent the next week in a windowless room on the 3rd floor of a building with no name. They gave me the archives, boxes and boxes of files, transcripts, surveillance logs, financial records. A mountain of paper that held the ghost of a man's betrayal. The air was stale, recycled, tasting of dust and desperation. The only sound was the rustle of pages and the occasional drip of a leaky pipe in the ceiling. A slow, monotonous clock counting down to nothing. The method was archaeological. I was not hunting a man. I was reconstructing him. Layer by layer, year by year. Bernard Ellis joined the service in 1948. A brilliant linguist from Yale. Fluent in Russian and German. Served with distinction in Vienna. Recruited his first major asset, a Soviet cultural attaché with a taste for French perfume and boys. Triumph. Promoted to London, then Berlin, then back to Langley, a rising star. But the spaces between the words, that was where the truth lived. A memo from '53. A recommendation for a junior agent's dismissal. The agent had shown moral unfitness. The specifics were redacted. The junior agent's name was Miller. I found Miller's file. He was found dead in a hotel room in Munich 2 weeks after his dismissal. An apparent suicide. The local police report, a carbon copy tucked behind the official assessment, mentioned a faint, unidentifiable chemical smell in the room. The space between the words. Bernard had signed the dismissal. Had he signed the death warrant too? I met with informants in rain-swept parking garages, on benches in forgotten parks, in the backs of diners that smelled of old grease and regret. They were ghosts themselves, men and women whose lives had been bent into strange shapes by the business of secrets. An old contact, a woman named Ilsa, who had once run a safe house in Dresden, met me by the river. The wind whipped her gray hair around a face that was a map of lost causes. "Ellis," she said, her voice raspy from too many Russian cigarettes. He was a cold one. Efficient. He came through in M56. The night the wall went up, really just a line of bricks then. He was clean, too clean. His shoes, Alfred, even in the mud and the panic, his shoes were polished. A man whose shoes are polished in a crisis is a man who is not really there. I went home sometimes. My house was a quiet, orderly place on the outskirts of the city. It was a museum of a life I had almost lived. Athena, my wife, moved through the rooms like a curator. She was beautiful still, a sculpture of the woman I had married. But the light inside had been dimmed by years of my absences, my silences, the parts of me I could never bring home. "You are back in it," she said one evening, not looking at me, but at her reflection in the dark window. She was holding a wine glass, the stem looking fragile in her fingers. "It's just a consultation. It's never just anything with Demetrius." She turned, her eyes searching mine. "He consumes people, Alfred. He consumed you once before. I won't watch it happen again. This is important. It's always important. And the world keeps turning. And the lies keep piling up." She took a sip of wine. "I can smell it on you. That place. That cold paper smell. It's the smell of our life together." The investigation became a spiral tightening around a central, chilling absence. Bernard was a phantom. His record was flawless. His finances were orderly. His marriage was stable. He was a devoted father. He attended PTA meetings. He grilled in his backyard on Sundays. He was the perfect American, the perfect spy. I dug deeper into the personal weaknesses. Demetrius had said to look for the cracks. I found affairs, of course. A secretary in London, the wife of a Danish diplomat. But they were trivial, almost expected. The weakness wasn't in his flesh. It was in his soul. I read the psych evaluations. Exhibits a pronounced lack of effective response to high-stress scenarios. He shows a utilitarian approach to interpersonal relationships. Motivation appears to be purely ideological, untempered by sentimental attachment. The language was dry. It described a man who was a perfect instrument, but an instrument can be turned to any purpose. I confronted Demetrius in his office. It was a vast, carpeted room that swallowed sound. His desk was a slab of polished obsidian, empty save for a single green-shaded lamp. "He's too clean," I said. "It's a performance, a life built as the perfect cover." Demetrius steepled his fingers. He looked older in the lamplight, the lines on his face like fissures in granite. Or he is exactly what he appears to be, a competent, loyal officer. And this entire exercise is a witch hunt, a waste of resources prompted by paranoia. Whose paranoia? Does it matter? The result is the same. You tearing apart one of my best men based on the shine of his shoes and a feeling in your gut. You brought me in because of my gut. I brought you in to be sure. He leaned forward, the light catching the cold gleam in his eyes. But have you considered, Alfred, that you are looking in the wrong place? You are looking for a monster in the dark. What if the monster is the one who holds the lantern? The question echoed in the silent room long after I left. It followed me home. It sat with me at my kitchen table, watching as I laid out the fragments of my life, my own personal file, my compromises, the man in Munich, the woman in Prague I had left to her fate, the lies I had told Athena, the coldness that had grown in me, a necessary shield that had become a permanent condition. Was I looking for Bernard, or was I looking at a reflection of myself? The breakthrough came from the smallest of details. A financial report from 1951, a minor expense account for a trip to Geneva. Bernard had claimed a dinner for two at a restaurant called Le Lac d'Arc. The receipt was attached. 2 glasses of a specific burgundy. 2 orders of the duck confit. Yeah, it was Shima. But I had seen that restaurant before. I spent a night tearing through the boxes, my fingers growing numb, the cold of the paper seeping into my bones. I found it in an old file on a compromised Swiss banker. The banker's mistress had mentioned him dining there on the same night with a silent American. The date matched. Bernard's dinner companion was the Swiss banker, a man we later discovered was a channel for funds to a network we believed was ours, but was in fact a brilliant Soviet deception. It was the one unaccounted for moment, the one thread. I pulled it. I went back through everything, viewing it through this new, faint discoloration. The dismissed Agent Miller. He had been investigating financial irregularities in the Swiss network. Bernard had him removed. The collapsed networks. They were all tied, somehow, to assets or operations that intersected with that same financial channel. Bernard wasn't just passing secrets. He was a gardener, meticulously weeding out any threat to a hidden, parasitic organism that fed on Western intelligence. I prepared my final report. I laid it out with the methodical precision of a man building his own gallows. The evidence was circumstantial, but to a trained eye it was a roadmap. It pointed, unerringly, to Bernard Ellis. I brought it to Demetrius. He read it in silence, his face impassive. The only sound was the turning of pages. When he finished, he placed his hands flat on the report, as if trying to smother the truth it contained. "It's him," I said. The words felt final, a death sentence. Demetrius looked up, and his eyes were not the eyes of a man who had just uncovered a traitor. They were the eyes of a man who had lost a valuable piece in a long and complicated game. "Yes," he said, "it is. What happens now?" "Now," Demetrius said, his voice low and utterly drained, "we contain the damage. We neutralize the asset. We bury this so deep, no one will ever know it happened." "Neutralize? What did you think this was, Alfred? A court of law? He will disappear. The official story will be a car accident, a heart attack, a tragic loss." He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the government buildings glowing in the dusk. "We can't have a scandal, not now. The public's faith. It's a fragile thing." I felt a profound emptiness. This was the victory. Not justice. Not truth. A quiet, bureaucratic murder and a lie. "All those people he betrayed," I said. "Miller, the others, they died for nothing." "They died for the game," Demetrius said without turning around. "We all do." I left the building. The night air was cool, but it did nothing to cleanse me. I felt stained. I drove home through the empty streets, the report playing over and over in my mind. The polished shoes, the cold, effective responses, the utilitarian approach. I had painted a portrait of a man without a soul, a perfect mole. Athena was waiting for me. The house was dark except for a single lamp in the living room. She was sitting in her chair, a book open but unread on her lap. "It's done?" she asked. "It's done." She looked at me, really looked at me, for the first time in years. And did you find your monster? I wanted to tell her. I wanted to tell her about Bernard, about Demetrius, about the cold, papery world I had re-entered. I wanted to tell her that I had looked into the abyss and seen the mechanics of our own corruption. But the words wouldn't come. They were classified. They were part of the game. My silence was my final compromise. I found him, I said. I went to my study. I didn't turn on the light. I stood by the desk, my hands resting on the cool, smooth wood. I thought of Bernard, of the life he had built, the mask he had worn so perfectly. I thought of the cold efficiency with which he would be neutralized. A useful tool, broken and discarded. And I thought of Demetrius, holding the lantern, casting the shadows in which we all operated. My gaze fell on the first file, the one that had started it all. The one with the cold, greasy paper. Bernard Ellis. I picked it up again, my thumb finding that same smooth spot. In the faint ambient light from the window, I saw something I had missed before. A tiny, almost imperceptible smudge in the corner of the photograph. Not a flaw in the printing. A fingerprint. I held it closer. It was a partial, but the whorls were distinct. It wasn't mine. I knew then, with a certainty that turned my blood to ice. The file had not been kept in a box. It had been handled, studied. It had been in Demetrius's possession before it came to me. He had chosen this specific file, this specific photograph. He had guided me, step by step, using my own instincts, my own pride in my ability to read the spaces, to a predetermined conclusion. He had not brought me in to find the truth. He had brought me in to validate a lie. Bernard was a traitor, yes, but he was also a patsy. A sacrifice to protect a bigger secret, a deeper mole, or perhaps just to protect Demetrius himself from the fallout of his own failures. I was not the hunter. I was the bloodhound, led to the quarry my master had chosen. I had been so busy reading the spaces between Bernard's words, I had missed the vast, silent void of Demetrius's design. I had put the file down. The cold of the paper had finally reached my heart. There was no victory here, no truth, only deeper layers of deception. I had looked for a monster in the dark and found instead the man who held the lantern. I stood there for a long time in the silent house, the weight of the unsaid pressing down on me. The investigation was over. The report was filed. The asset would be neutralized. Order would be restored. But the mystery had not been solved. It had simply been transferred from a man in a file to the man who held the file. The game was eternal. And in the deep, cellular code of that knowledge, I understood the final, unbearable truth. The paper was cold. The silence in the study was absolute, broken only by the low hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. I stared at the smudged photograph. The fingerprint a tiny vortex pulling me down into a deeper, darker conspiracy than I had ever imagined. Demetrius had not just used me. He had weaponized my reputation. My final report was not a conclusion. It was a warrant, signed with my name, for an execution that served his own inscrutable ends. The question was, what end? Was Bernard a loose end Demetrius needed tied off? A rival removed? Or was he, as I had first believed, a genuine traitor, but one whose exposure now was inconvenient for reasons I could not see? The why of it was a labyrinth, and I no longer trusted my own map. I could not stay in the house. The walls felt like they were closing in. The orderly rooms a mockery of the chaos in my head. I walked out the front door, leaving it unlocked behind me, and got into my car. I drove without a destination, the quiet suburbs giving way to the brighter, harder lights of the city center. I found myself parked across the street from the unmarked building where I had spent the last week. It was dark, anonymous. The machine was sleeping, but Demetrius would not be sleeping. He would be in his office or at some secure location, overseeing the neutralization. Someone who might be able to ask questions Demetrius could not control. The message was for Miller's sister, the junior agent, found dead in Munich. It simply read, "The man who signed the dismissal is in danger. Ask why now." It was a pebble tossed into a pond. I had no idea what ripples it would cause, or if it would make any difference at all. It was an act of futile defiance, an attempt to create a tiny crack in Demetrius's perfect, airtight operation. As I walked back to my car, the first light of dawn was bleeding into the sky over the water. I felt no satisfaction, only a deeper, more profound exhaustion. I had spent my life building a wall of secrets between myself and the world. Now, I had just placed a brick from that wall into the hands of a stranger. I had no idea if it would be used to shore up the truth or to break me. The game was eternal, but I had just changed my move. And as I drove toward the rising sun, I knew the cold would be waiting for me when I got home. It was no longer in the paper. It was inside me. A permanent resident. The dawn light was a dirty gray through the windshield. I drove slowly, my hands loose on the wheel, every nerve ending raw. The city began to wake around me, but the world felt distant, muffled, as if I were viewing it from behind a thick pane of glass. I had crossed a line. Not the official one, the one in the rule books Demetrius so casually ignored. I had crossed my own. I had broken my silence. Athena's car was gone from the driveway. The house was exactly as I had left it, the front door still unlocked. She had not waited. I stood in the hallway, listening to the profound quiet. She had taken her suitcase, the one she kept in the top of her closet for visiting her sister. I knew without looking. The silence had a different quality now. It was no longer a space filled with unspoken words. It was an emptiness. I went to the study. The file was still on the desk. The smudged photograph, the cold, greasy paper. It was all still there, a monument to my folly. I picked up the phone on my desk, my hand hovering over the dial. I could call Demetrius. I could tell him I had reconsidered. I could report my own breach. It would be a death sentence for me, but it might buy a sliver of forgiveness, a chance to explain to Athena that I had tried to fix my mistake. But the thought was a coward's thought. I had set something in motion. To call it back now would be to render Miller's death, and all the others, completely meaningless. My own life had become a ledger of compromises, and this one final act of truth felt like the only thing of value I had left. I did not call. I sat in my chair and watched the sun climb higher, painting the walls with a light that felt accusing. I thought of Leo the bartender, of Ilsa with her map of lost causes, of the chain of ghosts now carrying my message into the world. I thought of Demetrius, and I wondered if he already knew. A man like that, who saw the spaces between things, would surely feel the subtle shift in the current. The game was not just eternal. It was alive, and it had felt my move. The phone rang just after 10. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet room. I let it ring 3 times, my heart a cold, hard knot in my chest. I picked it up. It was not Demetrius. It was a woman's voice, clipped and efficient. An operator from the switchboard. "Mr. Albright, please hold for the director." There was a series of clicks, a hum of a secure line. Then Demetrius's voice, calm as still water. "Alfred, I need you to come in. The investigation is closed. My report is filed. There are administrative details. Your signature is required on the closure documents." His tone was bland, bureaucratic, but beneath it I heard the steel. He knew. "I can be there in an hour," I said. "Good. Come straight to my office." He paused. and I could almost see him, sitting in his pool of lamplight, the obsidian desk empty before him. And Alfred, come alone. The line went dead. I held the receiver for a moment longer, the dial tone a monotonous drone. Administrative details. It was the oldest lie in the book. I was not being summoned to sign papers. I was being summoned to account for my treason. I looked around the study, at the shelves of books, the neat desk. The life I had built and then abandoned. I had looked for a monster and found the man who held the lantern. Now the lantern was turning, and the light was about to fall on me. I stood up. The cold was no longer just inside me. It was the air I breathed. It was the world. I walked out of the house, got into my car, and began the drive back to the cold paper smell. The drive was a study in stillness. I did not turn on the radio. I did not think of Athena, or of Bernard Ellis, or of the message winging its way to Miller's sister. I focused only on the road, on the mechanics of driving, building a wall of mundane action between myself and the precipice I was approaching. I parked in the usual underground garage. The attendant, a man I had nodded to for a week, did not meet my eyes. The elevator ride to Demetrius's floor was long and silent. The corridors were quiet, the usual hum of activities subdued, as if the building itself was holding its breath. His secretary was not at her desk. The door to his office was ajar. I pushed it open. Demetrius was not behind his desk. He was standing by the window, his back to me, looking out at the city. The room was different. The obsidian desk was bare. The boxes of files were gone. It had been stripped of its recent history, returned to a state of impersonal, sterile order. "Close the door, Alfred," he said without turning. I did. The click of the latch was final. "The administrative details," I said. "What needs signing?" He turned slowly. His face was a mask of calm, but his eyes were different. The cold gleam was gone, replaced by a flat, weary disappointment that was far more terrifying. "There is nothing to sign," he said. "The matter is concluded. Bernard Ellis suffered a fatal coronary this morning while gardening. A tragedy. His service will be noted privately." He said it without inflection, a simple statement of fact. A life, a betrayal, a career, all neatly ended with 2 words. Fatal coronary. Then why am I here? He took a step toward me, his hands clasped behind his back. A question of protocol, an anomaly. Early this morning, a communication was intercepted. A single sentence routed through a network we believed was dormant. It was a warning, an attempt to introduce instability. My heart was beating a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. I said nothing. "The message was for the sister of Agent Miller," he continued, his gaze fixed on me. "It suggested that the man who signed her brother's dismissal was in danger. It asked, why now?" He paused, letting the words hang in the air between us. The only people who knew about Miller's dismissal in the context of this investigation were in this room, myself and you. Still, I remained silent. There was no denial that would matter. "You were a good reader, Alfred. The best. But you were never a good player. You lacked the necessary detachment." He stopped a few feet from me. "Why?" The word was not an accusation. It was a request for data, a final debriefing. "You used me," I said, my voice rough. "You handed me a pre-selected file. You guided me to a conclusion you needed. Bernard was a traitor, but he wasn't the whole story. He was a sacrifice." Demetrius gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "He was a compromised asset whose continued existence threatened a much larger, more delicate operation. His exposure had to be controlled, managed, Your reputation provided the necessary validation. It was clean. He was clean. It was a lie. It was a resolution. The word cracked through the room, the first show of emotion from him. He mastered himself instantly, his voice dropping back to its calm, deadly register. You have spent a week cataloging the consequences of betrayal, and now, in a fit of conscience, you have become the very thing you were hunting. You have betrayed your service. You have betrayed me. I sent a message, I said, to one person. There are no small betrayals, Alfred. Only doors opened. You have opened a door. I must now decide whether it can be closed or if the room itself must be sealed off. He was not talking about the investigation anymore. He was talking about me. The options were clear. I could be turned into another asset, another compromised tool to be used and discarded. Or I could be neutralized. What happens now? I asked, echoing my own question from the day before. Demetrius looked at me for a long time. I saw the calculation in his eyes, the weighing of my usefulness against my liability. I saw him consider the messiness of another accident, so soon after Bernard's. I saw him consider the value of my mind, now poisoned by doubt. You are going to go home, he said finally. You are going to resume your retirement. You will not speak of this to anyone, not even to your wife. You will never attempt to contact Ilsa or Leo, or anyone from your former life again. You will live a quiet, ordinary life. You will be a ghost in your own house. You will be a ghost in your own house. And the message? Miller's sister? The anomaly has been corrected. The narrative is secure. He walked back to his desk and sat down, the movement signaling that my audience was over. The decision had been made. I was to be a ghost, a non-person. It was a form of neutralization, just a slower one. You hold the lantern, Demetrius, I said, turning to leave. But one day you will have to turn it on yourself. He did not look up. We all do, Alfred. Now get out. I walked out of the building into the bright, indifferent afternoon. The sun was warm on my face, but I could not feel it. The cold was complete now, a part of my cellular structure. I had gone looking for a monster and found a system. A machine that consumed men and truths with equal efficiency. I had tried to break it, and instead I had been broken by it. I got into my car and pointed it toward home, toward the empty house and the silence that was now my sentence. I was a ghost, and the game, I knew, would go on without me. The house was a museum of a life. I was no longer living. I moved through the rooms like a curator, careful not to disturb the exhibits. Athena's absence was a physical presence, a hollow ache in every space. She had left a note on the kitchen counter, propped against the fruit bowl. It was not an explanation, just a statement. She was at her sister's. She needed time. I read it once, then folded it and put it in my pocket. It was the last piece of evidence I would file away. Days bled into weeks. I followed my instructions with the precision of a sleepwalker. I tended the garden. I read books I did not absorb. I answered the phone with a neutral tone when it rang, which was rarely. It was always a wrong number or a solicitor. Demetrius was keeping his word. I was being erased. Then, one Tuesday, the mail brought a plain manila envelope. There was no return address, just my name and address typed on a label. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a photocopy of a newspaper clipping from a small regional paper. It was an obituary for a man named Arthur Miller. It listed his surviving sister, Eleanor Miller. At the bottom of the page, in the same typeface as the address label, was a single line. He fell from a ladder while cleaning his gutters. A tragedy. The words were a perfect, chilling echo of Demetrius's pronouncement on Bernard Ellis. The message was not from Demetrius. It was from someone else. Someone who knew I would understand the language. Someone who knew I had been asking why now. Eleanor Miller had received my warning, and she had asked her questions. And now her brother was dead. Not the agent, but the other one. The one who had signed the dismissal. The anomaly had not been corrected. It had been purged. I stood in my hallway, the clipping trembling in my hand. My act of defiance had not created a crack. It had triggered another execution. I had not been a player. I had been a tool again. My rebellion used to identify and eliminate another loose end. The game was not just eternal. It was sentient, and it fed on the very concept of truth. That night, I did not sleep. I sat in my study in the dark. The cold had become a crystalline structure inside me, sharp and absolute. I had looked for a monster and found a man. I had looked at the man and found a system. Now, looking at the system, I saw the final, horrifying shape. It was a mirror. It showed you only what you were capable of seeing, and it used your own sight to blind you. I had spent a lifetime reading the spaces between words. Now I understood that the most important space was the one between what I knew and what I was meant to know. And in that space, Demetrius was forever turning out the light. The clipping fluttered from my hand and settled on the polished floor. I did not pick it up. I left it there, a small white scar on the wood. I went to the kitchen and made a pot of coffee I did not intend to drink. The routine of it, the scooping of grounds, the click of the brewer, was an anchor in a sea of static. I had believed my message was a pebble in a pond. It was not. It was a hammer against a beehive, and someone else had been stung to death. The phone rang. I let it. On the fifth ring, the answering machine in the study clicked on. I heard my own voice, recorded in a life I no longer recognized, instructing the caller to leave a message. A beat of silence, then a dial tone. They were checking Demetrius, or his people, ensuring the ghost was still in its house. I was a specimen under a glass bell, my every breath noted. I spent the day in the garden, pulling weeds with a methodical fury. The sun was warm on my back, but it was a distant sensation, like watching a film of a man gardening. My mind was elsewhere, in the cold, paper-smelling room where it had all begun. I saw the smudge on the photograph not as a clue, but as a deliberate flaw, a piece of grit placed in the oyster to produce the pearl of my investigation. Demetrius had not just used my reputation. He had used my mind, my process, my very nature against me. He had known I would see the smudge. He had known I would follow it. He had known I would eventually rebel, and he had used that too. As dusk began to settle, I went inside. The clipping was still on the floor. I stepped over it. I opened the cupboard where I kept the whiskey, a single bottle for guests I never had. I poured 2 fingers into a tumbler and drank it standing by the sink. The burn was a welcome feeling, a confirmation of a nervous system that still functioned. The doorbell rang. The sound was so alien, so utterly unexpected in the new silence of my life, that I froze, the glass halfway to my lips. No one came here. Demetrius' people would not ring the bell. I set the glass down quietly. I did not turn on the hall light. I moved to the front window and peered through a narrow gap in the curtains. A woman stood on the porch. She was in her late 40s, perhaps, with a sharp, intelligent face and dark hair streaked with gray. She wore a simple trench coat and held a large handbag. She looked ordinary, but her posture was all wrong. She was not relaxed. She was poised, like a sprinter in the blocks, her eyes scanning the street, taking in every detail. This was not a social call. She rang the bell again, a longer, more insistent press. I knew I should not answer. Every protocol, every instinct for self-preservation screamed at me to stay in the dark and wait for her to leave. But the cold inside me had forged a new kind of courage, a reckless indifference to consequence. I had already lost everything. What more could they take? I unlocked the door and opened it. The woman's eyes met mine. They were a startlingly light blue, and they held no warmth. Alfred Albright? I said nothing. My name is Eleanor Miller, she said. Her voice was low, steady, and carried the faintest trace of a Midwestern accent. I believe you tried to warn my brother. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. I had sent the message to her. And now she was here, on my doorstep, a walking, talking anomaly that Demetrius had failed to purge. She had not asked her questions quietly. She had come to the source. I found my voice, though it was rough with disuse. It's not safe for you to be here. A grim, humorless smile touched her lips. Nowhere is safe, Mr. Albright, but some places are more informative than others. May I come in? Or would you prefer to have this conversation where your friends can watch? I looked past her. The street was empty, but it was an emptiness that felt full of eyes. I stepped back, holding the door open wider. She moved past me into the hallway with a swift, sure step. Her eyes immediately fell on the newspaper clipping on the floor. She looked from it to me, and her expression did not change. So you know, she said, I know they killed your brother, the one who signed the paper. Arthur, she said, the name a sharp, painful thing. He was a tax accountant. He didn't even understand what he was signing. He thought it was a routine personnel action. She looked around the hall, her gaze taking in the ordered silence, the absence of life. They told me you were retired, that you were harmless. I was, I said. I am. No, she said, her eyes locking with mine again. Harmless men don't send messages through ghosts. Harmless men don't get visits from me. You opened a door, Mr. Albright. I'm just walking through it. She reached into her handbag, and for a wild moment I thought she might pull a gun. Instead, she pulled out a folded piece of thick, expensive paper. She held it out to me. What is this? The reason, she said. Why now? I took the paper. I unfolded it. It was an invitation. Embossed lettering on heavy cardstock. It was for a gala fundraiser, a black-tie event for a political action committee called the Sentinel Group. The guest of honor was a man whose face was on the news every night. A rising star, a senator known for his tough stance on national security. And listed among the event's founding patrons was the name Bernard Ellis. I looked up at Eleanor Miller, the cold inside me crystallizing into a sharp, perfect point of understanding. They weren't just cleaning house, I whispered. They were clearing the path. She nodded. Bernard was a liability because of his past connections. My brother was a liability because he could have been made to talk about why Bernard was really dismissed. They're building something, Mr. Albright. Something new and clean and powerful. And they are pouring the foundation with the bones of anyone who might remember the old dirt. I stared at the invitation. It was no longer just a piece of paper. It was a blueprint. Demetrius was not just a cleaner. He was an architect. And I had been his surveyor. Eleanor Miller watched me, her face a mask of grim resolve. They think they've won. They think they've buried it all. But they missed a piece. She tilted her head slightly. They missed you. The question is, what are you going to do now that you know what the foundation is made of? I looked from her face to the invitation in my hand. The game was not over. It had simply found a new player. And the cold, for the first time, did not feel like an end. It felt like a beginning. I did not answer her. I did not need to. The answer was in the way I held the invitation, in the way the cold inside me shifted from a state of passive endurance to one of active, focused potential. I was a reader, and I had just been given a new text. They will be watching this house, I said, my voice low. They will have seen you come in. They saw a woman in a trench coat, she replied. They did not see me. I was careful. But you are correct. This is a one-time contact. We will not meet like this again. How did you find me? I asked. The message was anonymous. "Nothing is anonymous," she said, a flicker of the professional she must have once been showing through. "Just obscured. It took time. The point is, I found you. And now you have a choice. You can burn that invitation and go back to watering your lawn. You can live out your days as a ghost. Or you can use what you know." To do what? The question was not skeptical, but operational. I needed parameters. A mission scope. "To remember," she said simply. "You are a living record, Alfred. You held the files. You saw the connections Demetrius tried to erase. You have the context. I have pieces, but you have the map. They can shred paper. They can't shred a mind like yours." She was right. The cold, paper-scented room was not a memory. It was an archive living inside my skull. Every name, every date, every financial transfer I had cataloged was still there, indexed and cross-referenced. I had thought I was building a case for Demetrius. I had been building a record of his crimes. "They will kill you if you do this," I said. "They will kill me." "They will try," she acknowledged. "But they are architects and cleaners. They're not used to fighting a ghost who fights back. And they have a weakness." "What weakness?" "They believe their own narrative. They believe they have already won. Arrogance makes them careless." I looked again at the senator's name on the invitation. This was bigger than Demetrius. He was a facilitator, a servant to a new kind of power, one that was laundering its conscience along with its money. I thought of Athena, of the life I had lost. I could not get it back. But I could prevent this new, clean evil from spreading its roots any deeper. "I need a way to communicate," I said. "Something they cannot intercept." Eleanor Miller reached into her handbag again and produced a small, battered paperback novel. It was a vintage copy of The Great Gatsby. She handed it to me. "Page 42, she said. "A library in the city. The main branch. There is a study carol in the history section. Number 7B, the copy of Gibbon's Decline. And fall on the bottom shelf has a hollowed-out spine. You will leave messages there. I will find them." I took the book. It felt weighty in my hand, a totem of a new, secret life. "And what is the objective?" I asked, the analyst in me needing a final, clear goal. Her light blue eyes were like chips of winter sky. "To stop them, however we can. We may not bring down the whole structure, but we can make the foundation unstable. We can make it crack." She turned and moved back to the door, pausing with her hand on the knob. "Do not wait too long, Alfred. Gardens are nice, but the world is happening outside the fence." Then she was gone, merging with the twilight as if she had never been there. I closed the door and locked it. The house was silent once more, but the silence was different now. It was no longer a sentence. It was a cloak. I looked down at the invitation in one hand and the novel in the other. The ghost had been given a purpose. The reader was about to become a writer. I went to my study, opened a drawer, and took out a fresh, blank notebook. I picked up a pen. I turned to the first page. I began to write, not a confession or a memoir, but a reconstruction. I started with a smudge on the photograph, and I worked backward and forward from there, building a truth that could not be contained in a file box or erased by a fatal coronary. The game was indeed eternal, but the players had just changed. The words flowed in a steady, unadorned script. I did not write for style, but for clarity and for memory. I documented the Ellis account, the inconsistencies in the financials that were not inconsistencies at all, but deliberate diversions. I noted the names of shell companies that Demetrius had instructed me to ignore, The foreign banks that were supposedly irrelevant. I drew lines of connection that I had been told did not exist. The work was slow, meticulous. It was the work I had been born to do, but now it was for a new master. The truth. After 2 hours, my hand ached. I put the pen down and looked at the filled pages. It was a start, a single thread pulled from a vast tapestry. I knew I could not keep this notebook in the house. Demetrius people, if they grew suspicious, would eventually turn the place inside out. The library was the only option. The next morning I performed my ghostly rituals. I watered the lawn. I went to the market and bought a single apple and a loaf of bread. I was certain I was being followed. A gray sedan, 2 cars back, maintained a fixed distance. They were not subtle. They were a reminder, a leash. I went home, ate the apple, and waited. In the afternoon, I gathered a few books to return to the library, slipping the notebook and the Gatsby between 2 large art folios. My heart was a dull, heavy drum in my chest. This was the first test. I drove to the city, the gray sedan, a persistent shadow in my mirror. The main library was a grand old building of carved stone, a temple to a different kind of order. I walked through the heavy doors into the hushed, cool air. I returned the books at the main desk, my movements slow and deliberate. I then walked toward the history section, my pulse thrumming in my ears. The study carrels were arranged in a quiet row. I found number 7B. It was unoccupied. I knelt, pretending to tie my shoe, and let my eyes scan the bottom shelf. There it was, a worn, leather-bound volume of Gibbon's Decline and Fall. I slid it out. It felt no different from any other book. I opened the cover, then carefully pried back the front-end paper. The spine was indeed hollow, a narrow, dark space. I slipped the folded pages from my notebook inside. They fit perfectly. I replaced the end paper, closed the book, and slid it back into its place on the shelf. The entire operation took less than 15 seconds. I stood up, my knees cracking, and walked away. I did not look back. I went to the periodical section, sat down, and pretended to read a newspaper for 20 minutes. The gray sedan was waiting when I left. I drove home, the emptiness of the house feeling less like a prison and more like a forward operating base. 3 days passed. I tended my garden and wrote in my notebook, transferring the contents to fresh pages each time. On the 4th day, during my morning check, I found a message waiting for me in the spine of the Gibbon. It was a single slip of paper with a name and an address. Martin Shoe. The name was meaningless to me, but the address was a warehouse district by the docks. Below it, written in the same neat hand, was a question. Why was Ellis's safe house in Vienna compromised in '88? The cold inside me sharpened. This was not just a test of my memory. It was a test of my resolve. The Vienna incident was one of the blackest marks in the agency's history. 2 agents and an informant had been found dead. The official report cited a communications error. I had always known that was a lie. I had seen the traffic. The error was not in the communication, but in the source. The information had come from a channel Demetrius himself had certified as secure. Eleanor was not just gathering information. She was building a case, and she was pointing me directly at the architect. She was asking me to confirm that Demetrius had blood on his hands that was far older and far darker than Bernard Ellis's. I went home and wrote everything I remembered about Vienna. I did not speculate. I only recorded the facts as I had documented them decades ago. The times of the messages, the routing codes, the certification signatures. It was all there, a trail of digital breadcrumbs that led back to one man. I delivered the message the next day. As I walked out of the library, I felt the gray sedan's gaze upon me. But for the first time, the feeling was not one of oppression, but of significance. I was not just a ghost being watched. I was a player being monitored. The game was in motion, and Demetrius, for all his power, was still just a man sitting at a desk, and men at desks could be reached. The following week, the gray sedan was gone. Its absence was more menacing than its presence. It meant they were no longer content with passive observation. Demetrius was recalibrating. I kept to my routine, the rhythm of my days, a mask for the secret life ticking beneath the surface. The garden flourished under my relentless care, a vibrant light. A new message was waiting at the library. It contained no names, no questions, just a date, a time, and the call sign of a shortwave radio frequency. The instruction was clear. Be ready to listen. That night, I sat in the dark of my study, the old radio I had not used in years warming up on the desk. The dial glowed a soft orange in the blackness. At the precise time, the static crackled and resolved into a voice, artificially flattened and devoid of inflection. It read a series of seemingly random numbers. I wrote them down, my hand steady. When the broadcast ended, returning to the hiss of dead air, I reached for the copy of The Great Gatsby. Using the cipher, the numbers transformed into a single, stark sentence. The asset shoe is compromised. Abort all contact. Burn your papers. I sat back, the decoded message a cold stone in my gut. Martin Shoe, the name from the warehouse district. They had found him, or he had been a plant all along. It didn't matter. The network, our fledgling, fragile thing, was already under attack. Eleanor was telling me to run, to hide, to destroy the evidence of my own resurrection. I looked at the stack of notebooks in the bottom drawer of my desk. They contained the architecture of Demetrius's sins. Burning them would be the smart thing, the safe thing. It would return me to the garden, to the ghost life. I picked up the top notebook and flipped it open. My own handwriting stared back, a testament of facts in a world of lies. I thought of Arthur Miller, the tax accountant who didn't understand. I thought of the two agents in Vienna, betrayed by their own. I thought of Eleanor, a voice in the static, fighting a war from the shadows. I did not go to the fireplace. Instead, I took a fresh notebook and began to copy everything again. I worked through the night, my pen scratching a quiet, persistent counterpoint to the silence. I was not just preserving the record. I was making copies. One set for the library. One set to be hidden elsewhere. A seed bank of truth. The next morning, I drove to a different branch library across the city, one I had never used before. I placed a sealed envelope containing the first set of copies into the return slot of a book drop. It was a risk, but a calculated one. A message in a bottle. Then I went to the train station and rented a small locker, paying in cash. The second set of notebooks went inside. The key felt heavy in my pocket, a small metallic promise of continuity. When I returned home, a man was sitting in a car parked directly across the street. It was not the gray sedan. This was a black SUV with tinted windows. They were back, and they were no longer pretending to be discreet. They were a statement. I walked inside, my body humming with a strange calm. The phone was ringing. I let the machine pick up. After the beep, there was no dial tone, only a long, deliberate silence, and then the click of the caller hanging up. It was a sound I remembered from the old days. It was the sound of a door being kicked in. I went to the kitchen and poured the last of the whiskey. I drank it slowly, standing at the window, watching the SUV. The game had changed again. The hunter was now the hunted in earnest. But I was no longer just a ghost, and I was no longer just a reader. I was a repository. I was a witness. And as long as one copy of the truth existed, Demetrius had not won. The foundation, as Eleanor said, could still crack. I finished the whiskey and placed the glass in the sink. The man in the SUV was still there, a silhouette behind the smoked glass. Let him watch. He was only seeing the house. He wasn't seeing the man inside. Story 7. The single flame of the oil lamp did not so much push back the gloom as negotiate with it. It cast a trembling, jaundiced light across the library, its glow lapping at the edges of a room drowned in leather and old paper. The shadows it created were not static things. They pulsed and shifted, a slow, syncopated breath of darkness. One shadow, in particular, seemed to have a life of its own, a long, distorted shape that stretched from the base of a heavy mahogany desk and quivered up the book-lined wall. It was the shadow of a man, but it was wrong. The head was too large, misshapen, crowned with what could be antlers, or simply the grotesque whimsy of the flickering light. It was there for a moment, a stark and menacing silhouette, and then it was gone, dissolved back into the general murk, as if it had never been. Conrad watched it from his armchair, his fingers gone cold around the glass of brandy he had not asked for. He was a practical man, built solid and grounded. But this place, Blackmore Hall, was making a mockery of practicality. It got into your bones, this damp, this ancient silence. Elmer, by contrast, seemed to be made of the same stuff as the lamplight. He stood perfectly still by the cold fireplace, a lean silhouette against the dark stone. He was not looking at the shadow. He was looking at the space where it had been, his eyes, the color of a winter sky, missing nothing. He was a man who collected silence, who listened to the spaces between words. He had been hired to listen to the silence of this house. It was there again, Giovanni said. His voice was a thin, frayed thread of sound. He sat huddled in the largest chair, a blanket pulled tight around his slender shoulders despite the season. He was the last of the Blackmores, a boy not yet 25, with eyes that had seen too much in the dark. The Hound. You saw it, didn't you? In the shadow. I saw a shadow, Lord Blackmore, Elmer replied, his voice low and even, a calm counterpoint to the young man's tremor. Shapes are deceptive in such light. The mind, when frightened, seeks a familiar terror to explain an ordinary phenomenon. Ordinary? Giovanni let out a short, brittle laugh that had no humor in it. There's nothing ordinary here. It has been ordinary for 100 years. Now it is not. It is back. The legends were not legends. They were warnings. He gestured vaguely towards the great bay window, a sheet of impenetrable blackness. Out there, on the moor, it walks when a Blackmore is to die. My father heard its cry the night before he fell from the West Tower. My uncle saw its eyes in the fog a week before his heart gave out. And now, it is here, in the house. It is here, in the house. The case had come to them as a curiosity, a rich man's superstition. A letter on thick, cream-colored paper, speaking of a family curse and a spectral hound that haunted the moors. Elmer had taken it because he had a professional disdain for ghosts. He believed in the mechanics of malice, not the metaphysics of monsters. Conrad had come because Elmer went, and because his own curiosity, a sturdier thing than Giovanna's fear, had been piqued. Their arrival at the edge of the vast, fog-wreathed Exmoor had been like crossing into another world. The train from London felt a lifetime away. Here, the air was thick with the smell of wet earth and decaying heather. The sky was a low, oppressive lid of gray. The few locals in the village of Grimpen were a closed-mouthed, suspicious lot, their conversations trailing off when the two strangers approached. The moor itself was the true sovereign of this land, a rolling, treacherous expanse of bog and granite, its beauty a cold and lonely one. And at its heart, on a small island of solid ground surrounded by sucking mires, stood Blackmore Hall, a Gothic pile of granite that seemed to grow from the rock itself, as ancient and unforgiving as the landscape. The local doctor, Alec, had been their first official contact. A man of about 40, with a calm, capable manner and eyes that held a glint of something harder, something clinical and detached. He had welcomed them at his small, scrupulously clean practice on the edge of the village. "Giovanni is a sensitive boy," Alec had said, washing his hands in a porcelain basin as if he had just completed a procedure. "The Blackmore line. It has a history of nervous conditions. The isolation, the weight of the name, the stories they're fed from the cradle. It breeds a certain fragility. He is convinced the family curse is real. My job is to ensure that conviction does not kill him. His heart is not strong. And the physical evidence?" Elmer had asked, his gaze drifting over the doctor's shelves of gleaming instruments. "The footprints, the sounds. The moor is a living thing," Alec had said with a slight dismissive shrug. "It makes its own sounds. As for footprints, the peat takes an impression from a light rain and holds it like clay. A stray dog, a large fox. It's easy for a frightened mind to see what it wants to see. My professional opinion is that Giovanni is suffering from a severe anxiety neurosis, exacerbated by grief and solitude. The Hound of the Blackmores is a phantom of his own making." Nah, but that had been before they had spent a night in the hall. Before they had heard the sound, a low, guttural bay that was neither dog nor wolf. A sound that seemed to vibrate through the very stone of the house and crawl up the spine. Before they had seen the footprints the next morning, pressed deep into the soft ground at the edge of the garden, leading from the direction of the Grimpen Mire, the most treacherous bog on the moor. They were large, larger than any hounds, and between the pads was the clear, claw-like impression of something that should not exist. Conrad had photographed them, the flash of his bulb a shocking, momentary sun in the gray dawn. Elmer had knelt, not touching, just looking, his nostrils flaring as he took in the scent of the moor, peat, rot, and something else, a faint, feral musk. Now, in the library, the memory of those prints hung in the air between them, more solid than the vanished shadow. "The mind is a powerful instrument, Lord Blackmore," Elmer said, turning from the fireplace. "But so is deception. Someone is using your legend against you." "Who? Why?" Giovanni's eyes were wide, pleading. "The servants are terrified. They've been here for generations. They believe." "Belief is a tool," Elmer said, "and fear is a weapon. Tell me about the estate. Who stands to gain if the last Blackmore were to succumb to the family curse?" The question hung in the air, stark and ugly. Giovanni looked away, towards the window in the waiting dark. "There is no one. Only a distant cousin in America, ... A man named Benjamin. I've never even met him. The solicitors handle it all." Later, in the room they shared, a Spartan space with 2 narrow beds and a persistent chill, Conrad lit a pipe, the match flaring in the twilight. The smoke was a comforting, familiar scent in the strange room. "Well?" Conrad asked, the stem of his pipe clenched between his teeth. "A neurosis? A large dog? Or a demon hound from hell?" Elmer stood at the window, looking out at the moors. The fog had rolled in, a white, sound-absorbing shroud. "A little of all 3, perhaps. The doctor is lying." Conrad started. "Alec, how can you tell?" "His hands were too clean," Elmer said softly. "A country doctor, but his nails were immaculate. No trace of peat, of soil, of the land he works in. And when he spoke of Giovanni's heart, he touched his own chest, just here." Elmer mimicked the gesture, a light tap over his heart. A common enough gesture, but he did it 3 separate times. A man who is sure of his diagnosis does not need to reinforce it so often. So he has something to hide. But what? And what about these? Conrad gestured to the photographic plates drying on the dresser. "Those are no fox prints." "No," Elmer agreed, his eyes still on the fog. "They are a very clever contrivance. The depth is consistent with a heavy animal, but the edges are too sharp. A real print in soft ground blurs at the edges. These were made with a tool. A cast, perhaps." The next few days passed in a dreamlike blur of half-truths and vague threats. They walked the moors with Giovanni, the young man pointing out the places where his ancestors had supposedly seen the beast. The landscape was a study in muted tones, greens and grays, and the deep purple of the heather. The air was alive with the bleating of sheep and the lonely cry of curlews. It was easy to see how legends were born here. The very ground was untrustworthy. What looked like solid turf could be a skin over a bottomless mire. They interviewed the moor inhabitants. A grizzled old shepherd, his face a road map of wrinkles, spoke of seeing a great dark shape moving against the moon, its eyes like burning coals. A housemaid, her hands twisting in her apron, whispered of hearing a scratching at the scullery door and a low, hot breathing from the other side. Their stories were vivid, terrifying, and utterly unverifiable. They were echoes of the same fear, passed down and amplified. The tension in the house tightened like a screw. One night, a window in an unused upstairs corridor was found shattered from the outside, a large, heavy stone lying amidst the glass on the Persian rug. Another night, the sound of something heavy dragging itself through the gravel of the driveway woke them all, but a search with lanterns revealed nothing but disturbed stones. Through it all, Elmer was a study in calm observation. He collected details the way a botanist collects specimens. The specific type of mud on the stone that broke the window, the particular pattern of the gravel disturbance, the exact timbre of the fear in each person's voice. He spent hours in the library, not reading the books, but examining the room itself, the placement of the furniture, the quality of the light. Conrad felt the atmosphere working on him. The line between the rational and the supernatural began to smudge. Waking and sleeping felt less distinct. He dreamed of running through the fog, of a presence just behind him, a heat on his back, a panting breath in his ear. He would wake with a start, the room cold and silent, the only sound the frantic beating of his own heart. The climax came on a night when the fog was so thick it pressed against the windows like a living thing. Giovanni had retired early, sedated by a draft from Dr. Alec. Conrad and Elmer sat in the library, a chessboard between them, a pretense of normalcy. The oil lamp was their only bastion against the pressing dark. Then it came, not a bay this time, but a howl. It was a sound of pure agony and malevolence, so close it seemed to be right outside the window. It was followed by a thunderous crash from the entrance hall. They moved as one, Elmer snatching up a heavy iron poker from the hearth. Conrad followed, his heart a hammer in his throat. The grand hall was in chaos. The massive oak front door stood open, swinging in the wind, letting in great gusts of fog. And there, in the center of the black and white marble floor, was Giovanni. He was in his nightshirt, his eyes wide with a terror beyond sanity. In his hand, he clutched a long antique dagger from the wall display, and he was staring down at the body of Dr. Alec. Alec lay on his back, his throat a ruin of torn flesh. His eyes were open, staring at the vaulted ceiling with a look of profound surprise. The coppery smell of blood filled the damp air, thick and nauseating. "It was here!" Giovanni shrieked, pointing the dagger towards the open door. "The hound! It came for me. I heard it at my door. I ran. I found Alec. He must have tried to fight it." Servants appeared at the top of the stairs, their faces pale masks of horror. Conrad moved to secure the door, his mind reeling. It was real. The beast was real. It had come into the house. Elmer did not look at the door. He did not look at the terrified Giovanni. He knelt by the body of the doctor. He did not touch the horrific wound. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Alice's hands. He took one, gently. The nails, usually so clean, were packed with dark, moist peat. And clutched in his right fist, almost hidden, was a small, crumpled piece of paper. Elmer prayed it loose. It was a bank draft, issued from a London firm, made out for a staggering sum. The payee was Benjamin Blackmore. The revelation unfolded then, not with shouting and accusations, but with the quiet, inexorable logic of Elmer's mind. He stood, the bloody poker still in his hand, but he was no longer a man preparing for a fight. He was a professor about to deliver a lecture. The Hound of the Blackmores was a fiction, Elmer said, his voice cutting through Giovanni's sobs and the murmurs of the servants. A very clever, very cruel fiction. It required two men, one to plan and one to perform. He looked at Giovanni, but his words were for everyone. Dr. Alec was the planner. He knew the legend. He knew the terrain. He knew Giovanni's fragile mind. He was also deeply in debt, a secret his clean hands and tidy practice could not conceal. He found a partner in the distant heir, Benjamin. They concocted a plan to drive Giovanni mad, to have him die by his own fear or by his own hand, making it look like the curse had claimed it. He gestured to the body. But partners in crime rarely trust one another. Alec kept the bank draft as insurance, and Benjamin, the performer, grew impatient. The haunting was not working fast enough. So he decided to make it real. Elmer turned his wintry gaze to the open door, to the fog beyond. Benjamin is here. He has been here all along, hiding on the moor, using its secrets and its sounds. He is the one who made the footprints with a clever cast. He is the one who threw the stone and dragged the chains. He is the one who howled in the night. And tonight, he and the doctor were to stage the final act. The doctor was to discover the beast attacking Giovanni and heroically drive it off. He looked down at Alec. But Benjamin had a different ending in mind. He lured the doctor down here, and he used not a spectral hound, but a very real, very sharp set of claws, attached to a glove, perhaps to silence his partner forever. He knew Giovanni, terrified and drugged, would hear the commotion, would come down, would see the beast fleeing into the fog. He would be the perfect witness to a supernatural murder. And the silence in the hall was absolute. The fog curled through the open door like a ghost. "Where is he?" Conrad asked, his voice a whisper. "Out there," Elmer said, nodding towards the moor. "He knows the Myers. He could hide forever. Or he could be waiting. One last loose end to tie up." They organized a search party, the servants armed with shotguns and righteous anger. They fanned out into the fog, their lanterns creating small, lonely islands of light in the immense dark. Conrad went with them, the cold air a shock. The baying of the hounds they had brought a primal sound that set his nerves on edge. They found nothing. The moor had swallowed Benjamin Blackmore whole. Perhaps he was lying at the bottom of the Grimpenmire, a victim of his own treacherous knowledge. Perhaps he was watching them from the fog, waiting. In the days that followed, the police came and went. The story was a sensation. The curse was broken, they said, not by magic, but by reason. Giovanni, freed from the prison of his fear, began to regain a semblance of health. The moor and the clear light of a sunny morning seemed almost benign. On their last day, Conrad packed their bags in the room that had come to feel almost like home. He found Elmer not in the library, nor saying his farewells, but in the grand entrance hall. The blood was gone from the marble floor, scrubbed away until it shone. Elmer was standing exactly where Alice's body had fallen. He was not moving. He was staring down at a single small object he held in the palm of his hand. It was the iron poker from the library fireplace. Conrad had not seen him pick it up. Elmer turned it over slowly, his long, sensitive fingers tracing its length. His face was a mask of intense, silent concentration. His eyes, usually so clear and certain, were clouded with a deep and unsettling thought. He was not seeing the poker. He was seeing something else. A sequence of events, a detail that did not fit. A final enigmatic piece of a puzzle he had thought was complete. He stood there for a long time as the light from the open door began to fade, a solitary figure in the vast, silent hall, staring at the cold, unyielding metal in his hand, its meaning just beyond his grasp. He looked up at Conrad, his expression unreadable. "The weight is wrong," he said, his voice low and devoid of its usual certainty. Conrad paused, his hand still on his suitcase latch. "The weight? This." Elmer held up the poker. "When I picked it up that night, in the library, I thought nothing of it. It was a weapon, an instinct. But now, it feels different. Lighter. Perhaps your memory's playing tricks," Conrad offered, though he knew better than to suggest such a thing lightly. Elmer shook his head, a slow, deliberate motion. "No, my memory does not play tricks. That is the one thing I can rely upon. When I took it from the stand, the balance was correct. A solid piece of wrought iron. But when I set it down again, after, everything, it was different. I noticed it then. A fleeting impression I dismissed in the face of more pressing horrors." He hefted it again, his brow furrowed. "It's not the same poker. A coldness that had nothing to do with the draft from the hall seeped into Conrad." "What are you saying?" "I am saying that in the chaos between the library and this hall, this object was switched." Elmer's gaze swept the room, lingering on the empty wrought iron stand by the great fireplace, then on the display of antique weapons on the far wall, from which Giovanni had taken the dagger. "The one I carried from the library was heavier. This one is a replica. A very good one, but a replica nonetheless." "But why? Who would switch a fireplace poker?" "The same person who knew the doctor's throat was torn out by a beast with claws," Elmer said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Giovanni switched the bloodied poker with this clean one from the hall stand in the confusion before he arrived. He was the only one who had the opportunity." "Mountain. So it's not over," Conrad said, a chill running down his spine. Elmer turned, his face grim. "The supernatural horror is over. The human horror has just taken a new and more permanent form. We have given Giovanni Blackmore exactly what he wanted. We have made him a sane man in a sane world, and we have absolved him of all guilt. He is now the master of Blackmore Hall, and we are his honored guests, soon to depart." He looked towards the library, where they could now hear Giovanni speaking calmly to a servant, his voice strong and clear, the quaver of fear entirely gone. "And there is not a shred of proof," Elmer finished. "Only the weight of a poker, and the certainty in my mind. We have solved one crime only to inadvertently enable another, far more perfect one." He picked up his bag, his movements stiff. "Come, Conrad, let us leave this place. The fog outside is nothing compared to the fog that now hangs over this house, and I fear it will never lift." The carriage ride to the station was a silent, jolting affair. Conrad watched the moors slide past the window. The same landscape that had once seemed so menacing now, just a tract of wet earth and hardy plants under a gray sky. The curse was broken, the papers would say. A happy ending. He glanced at Elmer, who sat opposite him, his eyes closed, but Conrad knew he was not sleeping. His friend's face was a tight mask of profound failure. They did not speak until they were seated in their first-class compartment, the train pulling away with a great exhalation of steam, the grim profile of Blackmore Hall finally disappearing from view. "We cannot just leave it," Conrad said. the words bursting from him after miles of silence. "We must tell the police. Your theory is only a theory," Elmer said, opening his eyes. They were clear again, but held a deep, weary resignation. "Based on the subjective perception of weight and the character of a man who has just been through a profound trauma, the police have their culprit, a vanished madman named Benjamin. The case is closed. The estate is settled. To reopen it now, with nothing but a vague suspicion about a fireplace implement, would be the height of folly. Law would be laughed out of Scotland Yard. But the truth," Conrad insisted, "the truth is sometimes a stone that, once thrown, cannot be retrieved," Elmer replied, looking out at the passing countryside. "We would destroy Giovanni, certainly. But to what end? We have no body for Benjamin, no weapon, no motive that would stand in a court of law. Only a terrible, gut-deep certainty, and the law is not built on such things." He turned back to Conrad, his expression softening slightly. "We stopped an immediate evil. We saved Giovanni from the fabricated curse. And in doing so, we may have unleashed his inherent nature. That is our burden to bear. But we cannot punish a man for a crime we cannot prove he committed. The world believes the case is solved. Perhaps, for the sake of order, that is what matters most." Conrad sank back against the plush seat, the truth of Elmer's words settling on him like a physical weight. He felt complicit, soiled by the neatness of it all. They had been used, their reputations lending credibility to a narrative that was a lie. "What will happen to him?" Conrad asked quietly. "He will live a long, comfortable life," Elmer said, his voice devoid of emotion. "He will be a respected figure in the county. He may even marry. The legend of the Hound will become a charming anecdote he tells at dinner parties, about how two clever men from London came and laid the family ghost to rest. And he will never, ever be suspected of a thing." The train sped south, carrying them back towards the smoky familiarity of London. But the chill of Blackmore Hall seemed to have followed them, seeping into the very wood and leather of the compartment. Conrad knew then that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, only endured. And he knew, looking at his friend's stoic profile, that for Elmer, this was not a victory of reason, but its most bitter and definitive defeat. The final truth was not a revelation, but a silence. And it was a silence that would haunt them both forever. The silence stretched for the rest of the journey, a third, unwelcome passenger in their compartment. London, when they reached it, was a cacophony of rain and rattling wheels and shouting newsboys. A world that should have felt real and solid, but now seemed as insubstantial as stage scenery. Elmer withdrew into a deep and impenetrable quiet, spending days staring into the fire in their Baker Street rooms, not reading, not speaking, just thinking. Conrad tried to resume his life, but the world had lost its color. The case was a celebrated success. Their names were in the papers. Invitations piled up on the mantelpiece. He found he could not bear to read them. Every congratulatory handshake felt like an accusation. A week after their return, a package arrived for Elmer. It was long and narrow, wrapped in plain brown paper with no return address. The postmark was from Dartmoor. Conrad carried it in to his friend with a sense of dread. Elmer took it without a word, his fingers carefully undoing the string. Inside was a single object, nestled in straw. It was a fireplace poker. Wrought iron, heavy, its tip slightly blackened. It was the one from the library at Blackmore Hall. There was no note. None was needed. The message was as clear as it was chilling. It was a token of gratitude, a trophy, and a declaration of absolute, unassailable victory. Giovanni Blackmore was not just free. He was triumphant. He was so confident in his newfound power that he could afford to send this mocking reminder, this proof of their shared secret, right to their doorstep. Elmer held the poker for a long moment, his knuckles white. Then, without a word, he walked to the fireplace and placed it carefully into its stand, right next to its identical lighter twin. He stood back, looking at the pair. "The world is full of monsters, Conrad," he said, his voice rough from disuse. "But the most dangerous ones are those who learn to wear the skin of a man so well that you never see the beast until it is too late. We hunt phantoms, you and I, while the true predators walk in the daylight and send us gifts." He turned away from the fireplace, and for the first time in days he picked up a book. Conrad saw that his hand trembled slightly, and his eyes, though fixed on the page, were not reading. They were seeing a grand hall, a marble floor, and the calm, smiling face of a man who had committed the perfect crime, and then paid for the privilege with a piece of common iron. The game was over, and they had lost. The days bled into one another after that. The poker stood in its stand, a permanent, somber monument in our sitting room. Elmer's spirit, which had always been a force of relentless energy, seemed permanently dimmed. He took no new cases. He turned the curious away with a quiet, firm finality that brooked no argument. He was like a physician who had diagnosed a terminal illness in the world itself and had lost the will to practice. I tried to coax him out of his stupor. I suggested the opera, a concert, a trip to the continent. My suggestions were met with a vacant smile and a shake of the head. He was imprisoned by his own intellect, trapped in a loop of reviewing every second of our time at Blackmore Hall, searching for the one clue he had missed, the single thread that could unravel Giovanni's perfect tapestry of lies. It was on a Tuesday, nearly a month after the package arrived, that the break came. It did not arrive with a dramatic knock or a cryptic telegram. It came with the afternoon post, a simple letter from a firm of solicitors in Plymouth. Elmer almost discarded it with the rest of the day's trivialities, but the name of the firm, Crow & Crow, caught his eye. He slit the envelope open with a bone letter opener, his movements still languid with disinterest. I watched as his eyes scanned the first few lines. Then a change came over him. It was subtle, but to me, it was as dramatic as a lightning strike. The slouch left his shoulders. His fingers, which had been listless, tightened on the paper. The light of pure, undiluted concentration returned to his eyes. He read the letter through twice, then a third time, before placing it carefully on the table beside his chair. "Conrad," he said, and his voice had its old, sharp clarity. "It seems we have been granted an audience with the truth after all. What is it?" I asked, my heart thudding. "It is from the late Dr. Alice solicitor. The good doctor, it appears, was a more cautious man than we gave him credit for. He left a letter with his firm, with strict instructions that it was only to be sent to me in the event of his sudden or violent death." I could scarcely breathe. "What does it say?" "It does not say anything yet," Elmer replied. "The solicitor has the letter. He is a man of meticulous habit, and will only release it into my hands in person. He requests my presence in Plymouth at my earliest convenience." He stood up, the very air around him seeming to crackle with renewed purpose. He walked to the fireplace and looked at the two pokers. He reached out and touched the heavy blackened one, the one from Giovanni's library. "The weight was wrong, Conrad," he said, a grim, cold smile touching his lips for the first time in weeks. "And now, I believe we are about to learn why." The journey to Plymouth was a blur of rain-smeared windows and the rhythmic clatter of the train. Elmer did not speak, but the silence was now one of intense focus, not despair. He sat with his eyes closed, but I knew he was not resting. He was assembling a new framework, placing the potential contents of Alice's letter into the terrible puzzle of Blackmore Hall. We arrived in a downpour and found the offices of Crow & Crow, in a narrow, respectable street smelling of damp stone and old paper. The solicitor, Mr. Crow, was a small, bird-like man with spectacles and an air of profound seriousness. He did not offer us tea. He did not make small talk. "Mr. Elmer," he said, once we were seated in his wood-paneled office, "your reputation precedes you. Dr. Alex spoke of you with great respect. He was a man who valued reason above all things." He unlocked a drawer in his desk and withdrew a thick, sealed envelope. "His instructions were explicit. This is for you and you alone, to be opened only upon confirmation of his demise." Elmer took the envelope. It was heavy, containing more than just a single sheet of paper. "Thank you, Mr. Crow. Did the doctor give any indication of the nature of this correspondence?" "None," Crow said, his tone final. "He was a private man. He paid for a service, and I am rendering it. That is the entirety of our transaction." Back in the privacy of our hotel room, Elmer broke the seal. He did not rip it open with drama, but with a precise, surgical slowness. He tipped the contents onto the bed. A letter, several pages long, written in a tight, precise hand, and a second, smaller, sealed envelope, addressed simply to Giovanni. Elmer picked up the letter and began to read aloud, his voice steady and clear. "To Mr. Elmer, should this reach you, then my worst fears have been realized. I am likely dead, and by the hand of my patient, Giovanni Blackmore." I felt a cold shock, not of surprise, but of confirmation. Elmer continued, "I have been Giovanni's physician for 5 years. His affliction was not, as he claimed, a nervous disorder born of superstition. It was a profound and cunning sociopathy, which he masked with a facade of fragility. He has no capacity for empathy, only for mimicry. He learned to perform the part of a terrified man so well that he almost convinced himself. But I saw through it. I documented it." Elmer turned the page, his eyes racing ahead before he continued. He began to speak of his cousin Benjamin, not with fear, but with a kind of professional admiration. He said Benjamin understood the more, that he was a man of practical and ruthless action. I believe he recruited Benjamin not just as an accomplice, but as a kindred spirit. Their plan was simple and brutal. Benjamin would play the hound, creating the panic. I was to be the first victim. Elmer looked up at me, his face pale. He knew. Alec knew the entire plan. Then why did he not go to the police? I asked, my voice a whisper. Elmer returned to the letter. I have no proof that would stand before a magistrate. Only my professional opinion, which Giovanni would easily discredit. My only hope was to watch, and to wait, and to gather evidence. I have hidden a journal detailing my observations in a place Giovanni would never think to look. It is sealed inside the case of my grandfather clock in my private study. The key is taped beneath the desk. Find it. It contains the truth. He set the pages down and picked up the smaller envelope addressed to Giovanni. This, Elmer said, holding it to the light, is not a letter. It is a weapon. He carefully slid it open. Inside was a single brief note, again in Alice's hand. Elmer read it, and a grim, cold satisfaction settled on his features. It says, Giovanni, if you are reading this, then you have succeeded. But know this, I have written a full account of your nature and our conversations, and it is in the hands of a man you cannot kill, a man whose mind is sharper than any blade. His name is Elmer. If I die, he will know it was you. He will be watching. The silence in the room was profound. The final piece of the puzzle slid into place with a terrible, chilling click. He wasn't trying to expose him after the fact, I breathed. He was trying to deter him. He was using your reputation as a shield. And it failed, Elmer said softly. Giovanni proceeded anyway, believing he was clever enough to outwit me, to use me. And he did. But Alec's final move was not the journal. It was this. He held up the note. This is the proof we lacked. Not of the murder, but of the conspiracy. It proved Giovanni's motive and his state of mind. It proves Alec feared him. Combined with the journal, it will be enough to reopen the case, to shatter Giovanni's carefully constructed sanity. He stood, folding the letter and the note with a new, purposeful energy. The game is not over, Conrad. It has merely entered its final phase. We are going back to Blackmore Hall. We are going to find a journal. And then we are going to see how well Lord Giovanni Blackmore performs the role of a defendant in the dock. The return to Dartmoor felt like traveling backwards in time, into the heart of our own failure. The same low gray sky pressed down on the landscape, and the same damp chill seeped into our bones as we hired a trap for the final leg to Blackmore Hall. Elmer was a different man, his gaze fixed on the horizon, every line of his body taut with anticipation. He carried Alec's letter and the unopened note for Giovanni in an inside pocket. A loaded pistol of truth. We did not announce our arrival. We went directly to the late Dr. Alice cottage, a small, stone-built house on the edge of the Blackmore estate, which had stood empty since his death. The door was locked, but Elmer made short work of the mechanism with a set of picks from his pocket. The air inside was cold and still, thick with dust, and the faint, sweet smell of decay that clung to forgotten places. The grandfather clock stood in the corner of the study, a tall mahogany sentinel. As Alec's letter had promised, the key was taped beneath the desk. With a click that echoed in the silent room, Elmer unlocked the clock's case. He reached inside, past the motionless pendulum, and his fingers found a small, leather-bound journal wedged into the space behind the weights. He drew it out as if it were a holy relic. He did not need to read it all. A few pages were enough. The entries were clinical, detached, and damning. Observations of Giovanni's lack of affect, his rehearsed emotional responses, his cold-blooded discussions of inheritance, and the efficiency of superstition. One passage, dated just a week before the doctor's death, was particularly chilling. It read, "G spoke today of stagecraft and final acts. He said the Moor needed a real monster, not a ghost story. I believe he has chosen his monster, and it is his own cousin." "It is all here," Elmer said, closing the journal. "Enough to hang him." A voice, smooth as polished marble, came from the doorway. "I thought I recognized your figures on the road. To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure, gentlemen?" Giovanni Blackmore stood there, framed in the light, impeccably dressed. He held a riding crop in one hand, which he tapped lightly against his boot. His smile was the same charming, open smile we had seen at our first meeting. But now, knowing what lay beneath, it was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. Elmer did not flinch. He turned and faced our host. "The game is up, Lord Blackmore. Dr. Alec was more thorough than you knew." He held up the journal. Giovanni's smile did not falter, but a new, cold light entered his eyes. "The ravings of a troubled old man. He was my physician, as you know. Prone to fancy, you will find no one who will take it seriously." "Perhaps not alone," Elmer agreed. He then drew the sealed note from his pocket and held it out. "But this was also among his effects. It is addressed to you. He instructed his solicitor to send it to me upon his death. I believe you know its contents." For the first time, a crack appeared in Giovanni's composure. His eyes locked on the envelope, and the affable mask slipped, revealing the calculating, ruthless predator beneath. He knew that note. He knew it contained Alec's preemptive strike, the proof that his own physician had seen through him from the beginning. "You have no right," he said, his voice a low snarl. "We have every right," Elmer replied, his tone conversational. "The law will be very interested in why a man would leave a letter accusing you of his own murder. Combined with the journal, it paints a picture not of a cursed soul, but of a cold-blooded plotter. Benjamin was your beast, and you sacrificed him. Alec was your conscience, and you silenced him. And we were your audience, brought in to provide a credible finale, Giovanni took a step into the room. The riding crop was still in his hand. "You are in my home, uninvited, holding stolen property. I could have you arrested." "You could try," Elmer said. "But we are not leaving with you. We are leaving for the constable. The evidence is coming with us." Giovanni's gaze shifted from Elmer to me, then to the journal and the letter. He was weighing his options, his mind working with a terrifying reptilian speed. He could not let us leave. He knew it. We knew it. The air in the small cottage grew thick with the promise of violence. Then he did something I did not expect. He laughed. It was a soft, genuine sound, devoid of any mirth. "You are right, of course," he said, his shoulders relaxing in a show of surrender. "It is over. You have won." He tossed his riding crop onto a chair and held up his empty hands. "There is no need for any unpleasantness. I will come with you quietly. A man must face the consequences of his actions, must he not?" He took another step forward, his eyes on Elmer, his expression one of weary resignation. But I saw his gaze flicker, just for an instant, towards the fireplace. There, leaning against the hearth, was a heavy iron poker. It was an exact twin to the one he had sent us. His movement was not one of surrender, but of repositioning. He was putting himself between us and the door, and edging closer to the only weapon in the room. Elmer saw it too. He did not move, but his posture shifted, becoming a coiled spring. "Do not," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "It is finished, Giovanni. Do not make it worse." "Worse?" Giovanni's smile returned, a ghastly mockery of his earlier charm. "How could it be worse? You plan to drag me through the mud of a public trial, to hang me from a common rope. There is no worse, but I will not give you the satisfaction." His hand shot out for the poker. I lunged forward, but I was too slow. Elmer was faster. He did not go for Giovanni, but for the small, heavy marble clock on the doctor's desk. In one fluid motion, he snatched it and hurled it. It struck Giovanni's outstretched wrist with a sickening crack. He cried out, his fingers splaying open just inches from the poker's handle. In that moment of stunned pain, Elmer was upon him. It was not a brawl. It was a precise, brutal application of force. He twisted Giovanni's injured arm behind his back and drove him face first into the stone wall beside the fireplace. The air left Giovanni's lungs in a grunt. He struggled, a wild, panicked thrashing, but Elmer held him fast, his knee in the small of his back. "The rope, Conrad," Elmer said, his voice calm but breathless. "From my valise." I fumbled with the leather case, my hands trembling, and pulled out a coil of stout hemp. Together we bound Giovanni's wrists and ankles. He did not speak. He simply lay there, breathing heavily, his eyes fixed on the dusty floorboards. The beast had been cornered, and the fight had gone out of him, replaced by a cold, simmering hatred. We left him there, trussed on the floor of his victim's cottage, and went to fetch the constable from the village. The journey felt endless, but the outcome was inevitable. The evidence was irrefutable. The trial was a sensation. The journal, the letter, and our testimony painted a picture so vile that Giovanni's performance as the grieving, haunted lord fooled no one. He was condemned not for the murder of Benjamin, for which there was no direct proof, but for the cold-blooded, premeditated murder of Dr. Alec, a crime whose motive and planning were laid bare in the doctor's own hand. On the day of his execution, Elmer and I did not attend. We sat in our sitting room, the two fire pokers standing silent vigil in the hearth. Elmer picked up a book, and for the first time since the whole affair began, I saw his hand was perfectly steady. He turned a page and began to read. The silence in the room was a living thing, thick and heavy with the ghosts of Blackmore Hall. I watched him read, the simple act feeling like a miracle after the turmoil of the past months. He did not speak of the case again that day, nor the next. The papers were full of it, of course, the sordid details of Giovanna's deception and the dramatic capture. But Elmer would not have them in the house. A week later, a parcel arrived. It was from Mr. Crow, the solicitor. Inside, with no note of explanation, was Dr. Alice's journal. The court had entered it as evidence, but the man had no heirs, and it had been returned to the executor of his estate. Elmer took the book and held it for a long time, his expression unreadable. Then he walked to the fireplace, where a small, cheerful fire was burning against the autumn chill. I thought he meant to burn it, to consign the whole ugly business to the flames. But he did not. He opened the glass front of the clock on the mantelpiece. A fine, tall grandfather clock, much like the one in Alice's cottage. He placed the journal inside, carefully arranging it behind the brass pendulum. He closed the glass. "There," he said. Truth, in its proper place. A counterweight." He turned to me, and for the first time I saw not just the sharpness return to his gaze, but a new depth. A gravity forged in the foulness of the moors. "The world is full of men like Giovanni, Conrad," he said. "Men who see truth as an inconvenience to be managed and other people as props for their own drama. Our work is not to chase ghosts. It is to identify these men, to provide the counterweight." He picked up his violin, which had lain untouched for so long. He did not play a mournful tune, but a sharp, complex etude, the notes clean and precise, and utterly devoid of sentiment. It was the sound of a mind restored to order, a mind that had looked into the abyss and returned, not with nightmares, but with a colder, clearer understanding of the darkness that men do. And I knew then that our work was far from over. It was only just beginning. The final note of the etude hung in the air, a statement of pure, clean reason. Then Elmer set the violin down with a decisive click. "The post," he said, his voice returning to its usual matter-of-fact tone. "There will be a letter from Lord Harrington. His situation has grown more pressing." I blinked, the transition from the profound to the mundane leaving me momentarily disoriented. "Harrington? The industrialist? How could you possibly know that?" Elmer gestured to a stack of unopened correspondence on his desk. "The top envelope. The paper is of a particular weight and quality used by his private secretary. The postmark is from Birmingham, where his primary holdings are located, and the timing is correct. His initial discreet inquiry arrived 3 weeks ago, just before we departed for Dartmoor. He gave me a fortnight to respond before he would be forced to take Mercer's." I fetched the letter. It was, as he had said, from Lord Harrington. The contents were vague, speaking of a persistent malign influence affecting his business and his household, begging for Elmer's discretion and swift intervention. "It seems you are correct," I said, handing him the sheet. "He sounds desperate." "Desperation is a common precursor to our involvement," Elmer replied, his eyes already scanning the lines, searching for the unspoken truths between them. "He speaks of business losses and familial discord, but he calls it a malign influence. He is a man of factories and finance, yet he uses the language of a haunted man. That is the contradiction we must unravel." He folded the letter and placed it neatly beside the clock that now housed Alec's journal. "Pack a bag, Conrad. We leave for Birmingham within the hour." The darkness we faced on the moor was one of pure theatrical malevolence. I suspect the darkness in Lord Harrington's world would be of a more mundane, and perhaps more insidious, variety. But darkness it remains, and it is our vocation to shed light upon it. He turned from the fireplace, and the case of the Hound of Blackmoor was truly, finally, behind us. The memory of Giovanni's face, first charming and then monstrous, was now a closed chapter, a specimen pinned and labeled. In its place was a new puzzle, a fresh set of inconsistencies waiting to be resolved. And as I moved to obey, I felt not dread, but a sense of purpose. We were not merely returning to work. We were resuming a vigil, two men standing with a lamp at the edge of the shadows, waiting for the next rustle in the dark.